Hello, PUBG esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS won. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a two-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high-damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Bertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new Team Deathmatch map, the Boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is the second day of the PGS 2 Grand Finals here in beautiful Riyadh. My name is Toffees. I am joined here for the Savvy pre-show by Matchroom, Godspeed, and Avenger. We got a little bit of time to break down some of the things you can expect as we only have 12 more games till we crown a champion. Let's get right into it. I want to start out, Matt. I know you spent some time watching some of the teams, particularly FaZe, and sort of what was working or maybe not working for them yesterday.
Well, I think that whenever we look at FaZe, it's a team we should be looking at to climb on the leaderboard. Their present position doesn't reflect the way that they've been playing through. If we look back on their Erangel, specifically the times whenever we saw Gustav having to hold down the angle, they're understanding the exact ways to win the circles. The problem with it we can see is a lot of the times it's the fourth parties that are being the big detriment to them. It's not even the third party.
Right.
They are just getting hounded by so many teams. As they're now starting to get a feel for these circles, they're going to start shooting up this leaderboard.
You know, you brought up the Hounds, and I'm going to pivot that over to Godspeed because the Hounds, the team that's named after some Hounds, but also in particular the region APAC has been impressive in this event so far. Talk to me about them so far in the grand final.
Yeah, so we actually have 3 varying degrees of success here on the leaderboard when it comes to the APAC region. Obviously, T5 find themselves in 4th place. They've been very consistent, pretty quiet, not crazy games. They did win a game. Then you have TE, which was actually able to come off of losers, a little bit more warm, but it's Cerberus that you're talking about that's really kind of struggled the most. Obviously, we've had some really wonky circles, right? And they've not been winning those fights on the edge that we actually saw them dominate so much during the group stage as well as winners. So I'm hoping to see them bounce back, but a region that is not really needing to bounce back, EMEA is kind of on fire right now.
Yeah, it's looking good, honestly. I've been super happy to see how well both Navi and also, of course, Christian and Marcus will be able to step up. All in the top 5 currently if they're able to hold on to that, but still, I feel like it's very close, right? It's not somebody that's really run away with it. One good game, 10 kills, you could be really good, like setting yourself like a little bit ahead of the other guys. FaZe Clan even, one good game, they'll be straight into the top 6. It's still close, and it's a close race in general. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of today. Maybe some separation, maybe we're going to see that kind of top pad and mid pack, a little bit separation in between them.
You said it's very close, and that's true. You talked about Navi. I think they're doing great right now. A team that's actually tied with Navi, arguably who's in first, right, is the Sonics. And I'm going to go back to you on this one, Gods, because I watched back the show yesterday, and a lot of chat seemed to say Sonics only won because they caught circles. Tell me, I'm going to give you a chance as a resident NA to say, is that the truth? How did that work? What are they doing well?
No, they actually just found beautiful positions to play from, but they were just really capitalizing on those windows of opportunity, right? That's something we talk about a lot with a team like LG. We thought they were going to do that here. It's actually been the Sonics that have been able to do that. I think, again, we have to talk about it. A big positive impact has come from Owen Gunnar. Their new coach has been able to really kind of corral these boys, create like a structured environment, as you were talking about in the green room, and find success for the boys. And all of them have been. Shrimzy has obviously stepped up in PGS 1. Quinn has been an amazing IGL. Tig, Mime, the whole team is firing on all cylinders.
I want to ask you this real quick, Matt. We don't have a lot of time. 4 a.m. I want to touch on the region. They seem like they're letting us down. Can we expect this to continue, or do you think they have what it takes?
Well, I think that's kind of what we're looking at is the symptom of a very centered meta where a lot of the teams are finding ways to navigate in, hence why Sonics are finding their successes. And then the teams that were kind of looking to get a lot of that edge fighting, that circle 3, 4 fighting to kind of point and use their points per game to get into the later stages, not finding those successes. So we'll have to see what modifications they're going to make, and maybe if they go for a bit more placement points over some kill points.
Awesome. And Douglas and Martin, I'll be talking to you again before the game start in just a few minutes. This is PGS 2. We only have 12 games left to play, so it's time for the teams to leave everything they've got on the field. We'll be back in just a little while with the first match of the second day here at PGS2. Don't go anywhere.
Hello.
感觉这边天气很炎热，然后其次官方组织的活动也是非常多样化，在这边的体验很开心。
여행을 이렇게 부모님 없이 온 건 처음인데.
ก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้ไปชมวิวโดยรวมของริยาดครับของเมืองนี้
사진 보니까 칠레 같아 보이길래 시원할 것 같아서 보인 것 같아요.
뭐야?
몇 층까지 올라가요? 99. 나 고소공포증 있는데.
太高了，风景很好，我感觉能看到尼亚的所有地方。
没有安全感，虽然感觉没事，但是还是没有安全感。
ก็ดีใจครับ แล้วก็สวยมากครับวันนี้
想一想，人呢？能讲讲两个人帮助拍一组照片吗？那就直接来。
One, two, three.
네, 선수님 5명.
One, two, three.
你再来看，哇，啊，这个还好。
진짜 괜찮은데?
3번이.
나쁘지 않다.
뭘 나쁘지 않아.
그래, 쉽잖아.
빨리. 오케이, 됐어.
Six.
오케이.
Let's go.
这一排的吧，你他妈根本就好。 哦，
Ready?
Yeah. Oh, oh my god.
Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Makan sup dulu. Very good.
พีเจหนึ่งคุณเป็นแชมป์คุณมีเทคนิคอะไรที่จะบอกเราไหมเพราะว่าเราเพิ่งมาพีเจครั้งแรก
就是保持好心态，不要畏惧每一支队伍，相信自己，更要相信队友，相信团队，加油！
석유 부자가 되면 영입하고 싶은 선수가 누구예요?
Salud So You good เป็นแชมป์พีเจ2ครับ
卫冕冠军。
맞아보기 전이니까 최대한 열심히 해보겠습니다.
To get the quad, it should be the case. Are we going to be the first quad kill of the game? No, just two. Third one comes through the second time around him.
They just need to go for a trade. They're still playing this so passive with that amount of knocks, and finally Daku will go up. And
Too many angles, but Twisted Minds, keep in mind.
And you called it. It was going to be 17 coming up on the bottom side from the south. And all the other teams have to be very aware, but Sizzy will find it, and so will Larix. And all of a sudden, 17 is down to just one, but they will wipe it.
Throw it down. He is such a flank positioner. It's gonna go down, and Forrest finds two. Now they got the line on to Flash. He picks up another one, 1v1. Munto one side, Flash on the other.
Is that destructible? Abel has not gone down yet. One of the members here of Day Trade is trying to just crawl forward. It's just down to a big battle. Flash is going left and right, and he will find it.
Just one member up for E-Arena, throwing out the Molotovs, throwing out whatever he can, just trying to retreat. But let's not forget, Ty Lu is still hanging out around here, waiting to catch up with whoever wins this firefight and has to leave it. That's going to be, yes, technically double blue zone, but still cannot find this last member of E-Arena, cannot put the bullets into him, as it is just so well defended on this outside area. Make the push in, it's getting risky, problems abounding, these boxes being an issue, but finally
well aware that they are in all kinds of control towards the north. Instantly after, though, E-Arena pushes in from the south side, so Twisted Minds has to react quickly.
They've been defending so well for multiple angles. That nade's gonna land very close, not enough damage, but it does do enough to kind of stave off this push, as KM99 will be the only one to make it in the wall.
Players are prepped and ready. PGS 2 starts right here, right now.
Welcome back to PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. My name is Toffees. I'm here with Martin. It's time to get down to brass tacks with 12 games left to play. Martin, you brought it up in the pre-show. I want to go right back to it.
Sure.
It's still open season for just about anybody on that rankings list.
It is. It is extremely close here, and I am really hoping to see we're going to be seeing a little bit of a separation, because otherwise nobody's going to be able to run away with it until we hit the last day. So this is really the time for you to put that points ahead of everyone else, right? If you can build a little bit of a buffer, build a foundation for the final day, that's really going to be today.
Now, from a purely selfish perspective, I hope nobody runs away with it, because I do like watching what we had in the last couple of groups, actually, where it was real nail-biters down to the end. I mean, even when we talked about losers bracket, winners bracket, Gen G getting through unexpectedly, this event has been an absolute wild ride. And as you look at the schedule, you're going to see just how long that wild ride has been. We are on the 19th. So there's only one day left to play after today. Only 12 games left to set your future, to become legends, to get a chance to go to PGC, to establish your story, right, Martin?
Yeah, it's huge for this, of course. We are going to be finding 3 more teams that are going to be going to PGC, of course, from this, as we're going to see later in the leaderboard. And it's really down to anyone. You're basically pulling another slot for PGC home to your home region by guaranteeing that, but also you're fighting for $2 million here, right? $600,000 for first place, and it's really where the big bucks begins in the top 5 for $100,000.
Absolutely. Walk away with that big cash. Now, here's the format, the journey to get to the grand finals. For those of you who might have missed it, it has been a slugfest. We started in the group stages, worked our way through winners bracket. If you couldn't cut the mustard there, you had to go to the losers bracket and try to grind your way out. For some of these teams, it has been a lot of PUBG. Are they getting tired yet? I mean, you got to wonder about that.
No chance. They're you know, they had a rest day as well, and they're coming into this. And I would say, and as we've been talking about a few times, is that the benefit of being able to play both winners and losers, it's going to have you more competitive games. And of course, our teams here, total point number 1 champion is going to go in there. And we are on the second day here, total of 18 matches. And as you said, it's very likely that it's going to come down to the very end of it. And I think not until the very last game, potentially, where we're going to find our champion.
I hope so. And you guys see the losers bracket teams there on the bottom. Those are the ones who had to fight through those 12 extra games to get themselves to this stage. A lot of them unexpectedly so. But the reason they're battling so hard, the reason they'll put it all on the line, is the road to PGC. That's the big show. To be crowned the champion of the world is every pro player's ultimate goal. Here is the PGS point. So that does mean the team that wins here essentially is signing a bid to get to go to PGC, right, Martin?
Yeah, exactly. Guaranteed for that. Of course, you see the total leaderboard for that. We have a tie in the top, with Sonic's tie breaking that with the most placement points, with Navi second, Twisted Minds 44, another tie with T5 for them. Again, 1 point ahead in placement points, but it's just extremely close. And as I said here, Christian Markdanova also still kind of close in that 40 points, but it's just one good game, one win. Even if you look all the way down to If You Mind Team GP, of course, in a case where one good game with a win, you're into the top 5. But here, the guys to watch.
Let's take a look at the players to watch, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear. It is Example versus Tiggleton. Both of these players put in some serious work, and a little bit of a different story in the sense of we've got a higher kill count on Tiggleton, but Example's damage, he just seemed like he was contributing in every single fight nonstop.
Dude, he had 1,000 more damage than second place in most damage done yesterday. Insane. 27 kills for Navi. He'll cost 2 more here than Sonic, but Sonic's won 2 games.
Yeah.
One of the games with a really greedy 2-2 split in a compound that H-Man, when he called it, said, it's 3 guys. Another guy said, no way, it can't be. And they went in and took it.
They went and took it, and they're going to get a chance to again. Now, today we're going to be playing our 6 matches. We're switching it up a little bit. We're going to start in the grassy patches of Erangel and finish on the dusty dunes of Miramar. But for those of you who may be joining us for the first time, right smack in the middle, we're going back over to Tego, where we have had incredible chaos. But the players don't seem mad about it. It seems like a lot of them have said, we got to study the map better. We'll tell you that when we go home. But we like the map's been fun.
The map's been super fun. It's like controlled chaos for some, right? It's in some situations where we see some of these emergency becomes like, that's fantastic. And they're learning as they go, right? This is some players have said, this is a map I've never, like part of the map, I've never played an ending before. And I was like learning it as I went, playing uphill, playing in some really interesting areas.
And a lot of them have been working to figure it out. They got to learn at home. They've been doing that on their high honor device. You can go check check those out at highhonor.com. And while you're using them, you can also listen to our Gamers 8 Anthem over on Spotify. Go to spotify.com and download that right now. It is a very catchy tune. And I do know, I've seen the players in the dining hall, I've seen them in the cafeteria, they're humming it to themselves, they're having a good time. But that good time, I think it feels almost like it's a veneer because the stress of this grand final has been incredible. Let's talk about some of the top teams. We touched a little bit on, say, Sonics and their performance. When you look at the top of this list, what's your takeaway?
Yeah, in general, of course, it is, as we said here, extremely tight, but the consistent teams, they're constantly putting the points on the board. They're getting these good games, but it is not until we see these teams that are both going to be winning and getting these consistent 4 or 5 points in their bad games. And I talked to Sonics yesterday, and Adrian was like, all right, if we make this play, we can guarantee ourselves 4 or 5 points, but if we try to play for the win, we might get 0. So let's guarantee ourselves 4 or 5 points first, right? That's the kind of mentality that we're talking about so often, that we want to see these teams kind of realize, the earlier they realize, can we get more points out of this game, or can we win it? And that's kind of the chances, like what are we taking it? And the sooner they realize that they can't win and the points they're able to get, that's the better time.
They'll be trying to find points. Our bottom team surprised a lot of people. They'll be searching for points. 4am Falcons, Cerberus going to have a big day, hopefully. But that big day is about to start in just a couple of minutes. It's time for game number 1 of day 2 here at PGS.
And we cannot wait to see what they all bring, because we know it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
If we are able to perform like we have up until now, I think we can easily win. We have no mercy and no worries. All we have is victory.
We only have one wish this time. And that's for our competitors to watch us lift the trophy.
Question Mark has the strongest mentality and no one can stop us.
PGS2는 저희만 봐도 충분해요. 어차피 저희 팀만 나올 거기 때문에.
The grand finals will start with FaZe Clan and end with FaZe Clan.
มีคนอวยพรเราเยอะครับ พวกผมก็ตื่นเต้นที่จะแบกรับความคาดหวังของเรานี้เอาไว้ครับ
Xin lỗi nhưng mà chúng tôi quá mạnh ở PGS2 lần này nên kết thúc quá dễ dàng đối với chúng tôi.
Guardamos nuestro verdadero nivel para la gran final. Así que nadie va a poder detenernos cuando estemos en el máximo nivel.
이전 순위는 신경 쓰지 않습니다. 진짜 시작은 지금부터니까요.
Don't forget that we're still here too. We are not gonna let anyone win this tournament.
虽然我们掉入了败者组，但是无所谓，我们会逆转乾坤。
phối hợp会把你们逐个击破。
Chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra bất ngờ bằng cách giành chức vô địch.
หลบหลีกพวกเราให้ดี ถ้าไม่อยากโดนหมาจนตอกล้อมกลับ
로얄 로더가 되기 위한 시나리오는 완성된 것 같고요. 마무리까지 잘 해보겠습니다.
The team that will stay eventually in front of the trophy is Navi.
我们就是奔着卫冕冠军来的。
بطل الرياض لم يحدد بعد.
Day one was all about trying to figure out how you were going to navigate these next 2 days. There is no more chances. You can't start just hoping the fact that you'll get that third day. Today is the day you've got to make it happen. I'm Matcham, and joined by Godspeed, we'll be taking you through all of today's action.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Matt, for that nice little introduction. But you are 100% correct. This is going to be a massive day, the middle day in Grand Finals. And for some of the teams that have struggled in the previous day, an opportunity for them to really start to build some momentum that they desperately need. Because I can tell you right now, from watching the games yesterday while you and Toby were I'm a little jealous. Those circles are out of control, specifically that ending that we saw in the city of Hosanna. It was a wild day of shifts.
Hey, look, you got 2 school games.
I would gladly give you 2 school games for the circles that we saw yesterday. Even game 1, when we went all the way to the southwest of Miramar, that was absolutely ridiculous.
We're starting ourselves on Erangel today, then on to Tego. 3 Miramars to round it out, as this is a very interesting situation. The leaderboard's still fairly compacted in different aspects of it, but also tied for first place right now.
Yeah, so Sonics and Navi are tied as we head into our first game here of the day, the second day of Grand Finals here at PGS 2, and it is a wrangle, as you said. So for a lot of these teams, starting with something, again, familiar before we head into Tego, and then we go back to Miramar, which has been more of a bloodbath than I feel like in previous events. I mean, Miramar has been ridiculous to watch.
That says something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Miramar is always one of my favorites because of the capabilities for foot pushing, everything. It is going to be something we're gonna end on dessert, to say the least. Plane Path's gonna be coming in over George Pool, ending up around Milta Power itself. So, highest likelihood, we should be in for a bit more of a comfortable first game.
Well, I mean, you say that. We'll see what the circles do. But, I mean, that's even a really great topic of conversation as well, Matt, is like a lot of the rotations that we normally see from, you know, Cerberus or even Falcom's 4 a.m. FaZe, for instance, were just so skewed because of the circles and how disgusting those shifts really were. And we saw a lot of edge fights between teams that normally would like to be more center or even just try to avoid that early game commotion when it comes to the rotation. So we'll see if that comes into play again. Obviously, some of the teams have had to rotate with little confidence.
And that is a big thing that we're going to be looking at, is specifically the teams that are figuring out how to handle some very odd shifts inside of circles, managing to kind of use the train itself to get into that later game situation, rather the ones that are going for more...
Oh my god! Little ghost! Sorry, you were making a point.
No, you're fine. My brain just shut down entirely. It's... I guess 777. This is not... do the big spins! Do the big spins! Dodge the headshots!
Anyways, you were saying?
Early game fighting, not necessarily something that's the most rewarded so far this event. And hey, you know, you wanted some water inside of circles. Now you got some water inside.
This one's very north, though, you know, touching Zarky there on the west. But we've seen circles actually come up here, not only in group stages, but even in losers brackets as well. There's a lot to play here. The terrain is very much conducive to foot pushing. Obviously, there's little dips and valleys, as well as just a nice elevation going towards crashed out plane. And Mime finally actually landing here, and he's going to get a nice little dossier.
We've had somebody already run over, and Sonic still haven't even put their feet down on the map. That is the way I want my Grand Finals to be.
I mean, that was a very quick runner there just to the northwest of Pachinki. A little bit of a, I don't want to say a risk, but I mean, obviously, with that wide split that we actually see coming out of the Expendables, it is very unfortunate they've already lost a player just going for a bike.
This is around the center of the circle, and it is going to be GP trying to navigate, make sure that they're getting their vehicles in order. Looks like they are also going to step over, send a couple of members over into Severny, as well as keeping them around shooting range. Very strong split for this type of circle. You do have to be careful of the chaos that will kick off inside of it. One of your favorite teams, because they dropped one of your favorite places over in Zarky, was going to be Forest, also going to have an inside track, and T5 not having to use an emergency pickup to get in the circle.
Yeah, for the time being, obviously we've seen T5 utilize those emergency pickups pretty much better than any team at this event. They've gotten multiple central positions off that. They've been able to actually land on top of other teams and catch it by surprise. And T5 has just looked so good. I mean, a team that I wasn't really looking at, I'll be honest about that, really coming in and just quiet consistency, right? We talk about it quite a bit, but they've really been racking up the points. They did have a win yesterday as well as a second place, but they've just made sure that even in those bad games with those ridiculous circle shifts, they've been able to kind of utilize salvaging those points in very dire situations.
And one of my complaints about T5 was, okay, they were kind of sneaking into the circles using the emergency pickups beforehand, right?
Right.
And their kill counts weren't the highest, but now they've kind of remedied that. They're at a pretty decent chunk, sitting at 25 at the time, and then just actually ahead of several of the other teams that are known for their fragging capabilities. Whenever we're looking through teams such as like Danoa, per se.
Yeah, I mean, when we even look at one of the games that ended in this area, T5 was able to come out of the bunker that they were pinned down against Sonics and found a window of opportunity there to get some damage, and Olympus will fall. But yeah, T5, again, just been so impressive this whole event, and there's no surprise to me that they currently find themselves in 4th place.
Jinji was making a pathing up into here. Tai Lu's going to go ahead and get the inside track onto him, force them away from that area. This is more of what we were looking at for the fight for the compound, as reinforcements coming in from both sides. It is going to be Forest that does get reinforced first. The issue with that one, though, is it does feel like If You Mine has more angles to really play around inside this one, most notably because they have more members.
Yeah, and so the 2 members there at Forest are stuck in that Prio 2 story, and Bob Zenghead, by the way, has just been so impressive this entire event for a game PT. So it's a nice angle, though, for Scappy, is being on top of these. He can feed a lot of information. Obviously, we do see Master there on the north side rotating around to try to get a different angle as well. So I like this setup and counterplay here from GP, but also from Forest.
And it's kind of weird with the repositions coming out. That's allowed Danoa to kind of sneak into that Severny line. Blue Zone nade's going to come out, and yes, it is going to force them away. Scappy reveals himself, takes the shots. He's going to receive some damage as well. And If You Mind, just not really having to put too much, I guess, danger in their approach. This is just very slow, very methodical. They know exactly where everybody is that they're wanting to take down. Now, can Daku get around into this flank position? But he's got to be careful with Master, with straight up beating off.
Oh, he missed. Master actually with an opportunity to go for a knock there, and finally does find it, so that's going to be a nice trade. Awkward fight here, though, Matt, especially fighting on the backside of this 2-story with the angles that Master is holding as well. So GP needs to push forward, and they need to find the knock, but they don't. Scappy will find 2.
Can Scappy make the miracle happen? If You Mind pushes straight into a doorway, and he reads it. Hush, the last one up. As now, Scappy navigating this very slowly, trying to change the tempo back around. You can see a couple of other things that are starting to brew out here. But Scappy, dude, as far as Forest is going, he's been kind of their go-to guy.
Scappy and Olympus specifically have been the 2. I mean, Olympus, unfortunately for them, has fallen. But yeah, Scappy has been really impressive. Even in group stages, actually, he looked very good. And watching them even kind of scrim a little bit, I've been most impressed with him on this team as well, again, with Olympus. But he's not coming in. They did manage to recover here. So because of that beautiful double there from Scappy, it's just going to be Hush now upstairs with Hella on the bottom.
They're trying to stall this one out a bit more. You can see smokes now coming into play. They did, they're kind of hanging around that stairwell in and of itself, and shotguns now going to start to come out. Close-range fights, always going to have some strength added to them. And of course, Pio's over here.
Just
why wouldn't Pio?
Look how far he is for the rest of his team, but look how much space he's also been able to buy for the rest of his team, right? He now knows that that space in between himself and his teammates is going to be clean, so he's feeding all this information back while also just trying to get an angle and beat on this fight. Maybe he can get a cheeky little point here or there.
Dano was also shifted out of Severny and moved into the north in a 2-2 split of their own, so they might be able to get a piece of this as well if not careful. Pio got his couple of shots and is content. He's like, you now know that this area is mine. Looks like he's going to regroup just a bit more. T5 also around the same vector as they do have a 2-2 split of their own. This is very far into the north as everybody's trying to pick up that early game point here or there.
It is, but the thing I'm not worried about T5 is they've been doing splits like this, and their main advantage here is they actually know when to consolidate. They know when to pull back, and they really haven't had many issues losing players early. So I'm okay with this. I like this a lot from T5. They've shown great restraint in their splits and knowing when to kind of pull off. So they actually also have so much control on the west side of the circle, Matt.
If you mind, this is just become a standoff. Nobody can really do anything. I get a bit nervous when you see people leaning their heads into a very held angle by a teammate, because I feel like, you know, you might accidentally do that here in a second.
One specific situation I can think of is yesterday in Miramar, one of the games Sonics won. I think it was Shrimsy that ran in front of Win. Fortunately, Tig clutched that one up for them, but yeah, it happens. I have unfortunately been knocked as well as knocked my teammates in comp. It definitely doesn't feel good, especially when it can cost you a game. But yeah, so far we actually have we haven't had too many egregious examples of that happening as PO now, again, finding more members here, the Expendables. Remember, they did lose one earlier. Mattis shots are going to go into the side of Tanvu. One will be found, but nice return there. It's going to make PO think twice of it.
Just PO scouting with bullets. He's prone to do it. He is pretty defended in, and it's more just to actually discourage. We see TE that was looking at coming into the plane wreckage itself. They're going to now have to shift away from this position. They're going to go to the south. Pretty open. Tai Lu was around here. It might take a couple of pot shots at them. Most teams already navigated this, got into the circle. Sonic's going to be down to the south, one of our tail-end teams to actually move into this. But, I mean, most of our action is really hinged around that Forest If You Mind compound, and even with that now settling down, Dano has shifted to the east, and T5 has shifted to the west, so it's kind of became its own contained, awkward thing.
Even looking at some of the teams on the south, right, I'm specifically talking about Sonics that we see all the way here on the southwest side, as they're going to be right up on this hill, and I believe we actually have a little interview with one of the members of the Sonics. I think it's Mai, Huin.
In the driver's seat, but, I mean, we're going to treat day 2 and day 3 like it's a brand new day. We'll put in a little bit of review tonight, but for the most part, just try to stay relaxed and confident. I'd like to say we're our own worst enemy, but I think all the teams here are very strong. I'm kind of glad Cerberus didn't get a hot start. Those guys are insane. Daniel is also very talented, as well as Navi, who's tied for first with us, I think. Yeah, to all the fans watching, friends and family, keep supporting. Hopefully it's the Sonic show.
I agree with that in a certain regards, that Sonics have been their
own worst enemy
several
100%.
times in the past. Mental has been something that's been a problem for them in different LAN events, specifically when we get to the international stage and the pressure.
After PGIS, yeah. After PGIS, they definitely did struggle a little bit. Again, they've been riding that ship. PGS 1 was a much better outing for them, and now coming into PGS 2, they've been amazing. And again, we have to attribute Gunnar a lot of that credit, I believe.
And it's an entirely different environment. Whenever you'd see them at LAN beforehand, you could see
oh my goodness,
mounting onto them. But now it's going to be a lot more of the fact of Smiles feeling good, feeling confident.
Man.
But circles, what are you going to even do? Still 50%, 60% watering, depending on how you see it. Dano already on the move. Everybody to the southeast just going to be shifting in. Keep in mind, shooting range Hillside is still inside the circle. Jimji, where we saw them a moment ago in that wreckage, going to be in a gatekeeping position in a circle? What?
That's pretty good. And then I'm really specifically looking at T5 as well. They held this same split when the circle came here, and they managed to get second or third place with a high amount of kills. Batulins is actually going to find Mel here early, and possibly even Uma, as he just, no, he doesn't skate by. That's going to be 3 members down for Navi.
Navi in a world of hurt, just trying to get away. If they manage to pass through this one, it's going to be the next compound where we can see Forest kind of cemented in. Cerberus going to use that opportunity and just run right by what was going on with Jinji on the opposing side of that hill. FaZe can't find a pathing into this one, as we can see Example just trying to find somewhere to stop. He's got himself a shack. Wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be where he goes. We've got Tai Lu that needs to find a path into this one. Falcons and 4 AM all to the east.
Yeah, and the trend of disgusting shifts continues here as we go all the way to the northwest. I still can't believe it. There's still a corner of Zarky still in the circles. We see Question Mark, another team that if we're going to talk about, actually we'll get back there in a second as T5 is now shredding the rotation of Cerberus as they're coming in on the north coast.
Ross is just going to go ahead and pick up those. You can see Cerberus in their pathing, having some issues. Got a couple of throwables coming out on both sides, but Fendal's going to go ahead and move down, see if we can get a bit lower into this one. Regroup's going to be coming out. Cerberus doesn't mind trying to hold it, but can't find the angle. That's going to be all she wrote for Cerberus, and early game aggression. Karma coming back after them.
And this has just been the problem for Cerberus, though. I mean, we saw them in group stages, winners bracket, basically winning every fight, whether it was in rotation, on the edge, or whether they had a central position. That has not been the case here for Cerberus at all. They have been getting so many first out games where they're going in 16th, 13th, 16th, 13th, 16th, again in 16th. I mean, it's not the start that we thought, and you heard Huynh talking about it. He said, thank goodness they haven't had a good start, because that team is really insane, but they haven't been able to show it in grand finals so far.
I want to point out T5 is running, I believe, a 3-1 split, and with the reinforcements had come in, centered inside the circle along the coastline, so back's pretty safe at the time.
They're going to send one back there, too.
Yeah, I like this. They've already managed to cement in position with car wreckage being around the outside of this. Ton of cars, also a very big thing that teams look at as they're going to be rotating. If this shifts one way or the other and go, oh, there's like 5 cars there. One crash has already happened, which means the fact that either they're weakened or we just want to avoid whatever the hell's going on.
Or even if they lose a car, right? Someone trying to shoot on tires, guess what? There's a couple more cars there that were actually just delivered. So they'll be able to potentially use those for rotations, as you were talking about later. But we also see Falcons flying in, and they're actually getting very close to the hillside that we see Sonics playing on. This is a strong hill to play. There's a lot of sight lines to be had, but it also is, it's pretty easy to fight on that from multiple angles. So Sonics have to be careful not to let them in too easy, but it looks like all 4 members of Falcons will be landing.
This is very well read on their approach. QM does see this. Looks like they're going to send a Doozy and Phil first to do some harassment. Sonic's also going to collapse in a bit more, not too comfortable about the fact that they've got somebody right on top of them. New Circle's going to pop.
I don't even know what to think with these shifts, Matt.
I mean, do you want some fields in play? Do you want the hillside?
I kind of want it to go north.
Range?
I kind of want it to go north.
You want it to go north?
I'm feeling a little sadistic today, Matt. But yeah, so they're going to get a little bit more of an even split. And this is amazing for Question Mark because, as you said, they control the entirety of the West. They have they can pick whatever position they want to play at this point, and they have a Doozy there with a nice forward angle, getting a lot of damage and peeking at what's happening between this fight with the Sonics and Falcons.
Death Funnel is going to be starting to pop off. As you can see, there's not a lot of options for these teams and how they're going to navigate it. 4 Angry Men's like, hey, there's a lot that's been going down over here. Doors open, crates all over the place, trying to figure out how they're wanting to make a move into this one. We do also have Twisted Minds that are going to be moving in along the same path and where Gen G and Tyloo are at. See, one of their members for Twisted Minds already down, one of the members for Tyloo down right now as well. FaZe also hearing this, and it looks like they're kind of lining up to see if they can get some harassing shots in.
Yeah, and Tyloo coming out of losers has actually really started to find their footing in grand finals. They started fairly hot as well with a couple kills in a 10th place, and they really started to bounce off that, and they're taking the fight right now to Twisted quite well. The rotation has been on point, obviously fighting on the east edge now, but they will have to contend with Gen G, which I worry about.
Bro, Forest, what is going on? They are just defending the absolute hell out of this compound. Nobody can come in here. They are, sure, they've got one of their members down, but you can see it's also going to be, if you mind, seeing if they can get the opportunity with it. They want to push in. I don't even know. They do get the flush, but it's going to come at the cost of a knock. I don't know. Hush, do you even want to come in here anymore?
It's just down to Hush now, and they've been able to defend from 4EM as well as GP. They've held them back for this long as Master and Muto are still on the bottom floor, actually going for... He's just trying to find something, but again, what a hold. I can tell you, these are not easy buildings to hold as well.
If you mind, you can see.
For multiple teams.
Yeah, there is some harassment. There's also a couple of those smaller fights that we were looking at. You can see that's going to be down in the bottom right. Gen G, Tyloo also getting involved. This is where Twisted Minds were trying to make a move into Tyloo. They got pounced upon by Gen G. It's kind of the roaming tiger over here into the east right now. I do also want to point out Forest Compound. It's not even in the circle.
It's not in the circle anymore. Yeah, it's just edge. And you do see Danawa starting to set up for that. They know the fight is coming. As long as it's going to go down, Gen G will find an easy point there, eliminate Tyloo. They'll go out in 13th. And so all of a sudden, the east side is very much open for Gen G to start working their magic.
Oh, he wants
this. Has been going on for so long.
This has been from circle 1 and back upstairs. Upstairs is my safe place.
There's nothing up there. Gosh.
Yeah, no, I think that it's just trying to get some recovery. See if maybe he can jump in back behind them. But no matter how this goes, let's be real. Gen G and Danawa both are just waiting for this fight.
Yeah, and in between all that, you still have Example the solo. We saw them get shredded in rotation by Twisted Minds earlier, and he's just hoping and praying that nobody comes towards him. Again, Gen G is setting up for quite a bit of control here in the east. And the only team that really would contest them is going to be on their south. It'd be the Expendables at this point. 17 as well, though. They've been a little quiet, but they have a strong position and a foothold in the circle. Is this going to shift, and they're going to get that position?
No big surprise on the circle, to say the least. As we're looking out, we do have FaZe that's going to need to move in from the south. They've got a couple of options. They could potentially try to wrap in a long wrap over to the west. Gen G looks like they're just trying to get rid of what's going on with Navi at the time. Last member up an Example, realizing the fact that he's got some potential problems that are going to be brewing around him. And this is, I mean, the only thing that's really helping out Example right here is the fact that Danawa is up to the north of them taking some shots, and that means that Gen G doesn't want to move too aggressively.
And question mark now, I am curious what they're going to do here, because they do have a Doozy in the field, but Sonics and Falcons are both very aware of that position and the rotation coming out from the west side. So they are going to have to do a little bit of work here, probably fight fairly soon, as, again, both Sonics and Falcons are staring at their position, and they're starting to take shots that way.
If anything, the If You Mind game PT fight with Forest has stalled a lot of these teams as they want to pick up some of these kills. They just want to try to push their points per game decently. But the issue is it's just not ending. And so you can't pick up those kills. Nobody's rotating out, and so you've got multiple teams just kind of stacked in here. And that's causing a big problem, for example, in and of himself, because he can't sneak past until the dominoes start to fall over here with If You Mind and Forest.
Well, at this point, too, I feel like some of those teams need to actually start really looking ahead in the circle and see what they're going to play, because even though the center does have quite a few different elevations, dips, and things for these teams to kind of find themselves in, it's actually going to be not as open on the east side. We do see Delwyn on that road actually starting to flex towards Gen G, and I do worry about this. I mean, this has been ridiculous how long this has been going on as well between Hush. Hush has been alive forever.
FaZe is making crash into 17. Compound hits a bit of a weird landing on it, but now it's going to be reinforcements coming out from it as well. 17 Gaming just coming in with full-on firefighting, but down to just one member. FaZe does a good job on making landfall. You can see it's going to be Xiaowu that has to retreat back. Jim's going to be the man on the outside, seeing if maybe he can provide some type of safety for his squad, but I think it's going to be Xiaowu having an idea on where that's going to go for.
He's going to fall out of this, but he falls into the mall. He's going to take half health damage, and now he's going to recover there. But I'm not sure if they know that he actually jumped out. So Xiaowu could potentially backstab FaZe here in a pretty ridiculous play.
He's going to be moving in.
He flushes one. Okay, they're aware now.
They should know where he is going to be at. Shifted defending positions. Now, good spray, going to hit some, but not get the flush that he wants right now. You can see that the Forest fight going on over there finally starting to come to a conclusion. That's been, what, 3 circles now?
Yeah, at this point, and Gustav now would love to recover Fex, but still Xiaowu being a thorn in their side. And this is a nice little compound here on the southeast side. They should be able to wrap to the east, go up the hill, and maybe get something there, especially as the 3-man, but Xiaowu does not want to let that happen. He'd love to get some more points as well himself.
Trying to go for that cheeky little bounce on the utility. Xiaowu reads it, but numbers now becoming a big problem for him. He just really has nothing that he can work with right now. He's got this outer wall. Circle's not even going to favor this position. Another Molotov.
Nice Molly.
This is just going to absolutely ruin his day. That is going to be FaZe Clan finding more kills in the mid game, and it looks like they're starting to find their synergy and momentum.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their results so far, 28 points. You know, they had a 11th, a 15th, a 10th. They did struggle a little bit, but then they found that 9-kill win and then got some more kills in the games following. So FaZe starting off the 4 here, 3 alive is very important, but now they're going to have to come into this shift because the East is no longer an option. They have to go right into Falcons, Matt.
I want to point out, as we're jumping in with Danoa, they picked up some kills based off of the fights that were going on in the East. We still have Master alive for Forest. He's out in the blue zone right now, as well as Example. Most of the fight kind of let's be honest, it went pretty heavily in Danoa's favor with a lot of the exchanges. Circle is going to shift over into the west. Sonics did retreat out of this hillside as well and are playing more to the west to try to contain what QM was trying to do.
Yeah, and they left Hwin at that wizard tower, and he's looking at that position. The other members there are also at an off angle where they can cover the approach onto Hwin's position quite well, but I still do worry about the split, especially if Hwin gets knocked. He knows he cannot get knocked here, and he's playing a safe side of the tower on the east. And look at the circle. T5 once again utilizing the split that we saw them use in the circle before. I believe it was in the winner's side. Were able to pretty much guarantee themselves a 3rd place, and they might just even get more off of this, as we see an Ob now in the hands of the FaZe members, I believe.
Falcons need to be careful. They're getting surrounded, and this is not going to be the easiest way to go through. Forest going to go down. Finally, Danoa finishing out that. Danoa now has a pretty clean path, all considered, into this one. The hillside's going to provide some opportunities for him, but that does mean that they can funnel down into the thick of what's going on with this Falcons and FaZe firefight.
Yeah, Jeem's going to find a nice kill there, and Gustav is just continuing to be an absolute menace in the server. I think back in the game that he was able to hold off Genji by himself in Millie Island, so FaZe really starting to again find their footing and really start to put the pieces together, especially when it comes to these team fights. They are really starting to dictate the pace.
My man brought a metal chair into his walkout. I think that says something, right? Hard hat one time, metal chair for the other one. He's like, we got goals, and that goal is popping off this time. They are sitting at 6 kills right now. They are about to be getting into that sight line of Danoa. As Danoa is moving up the hill, Fex is going to go down. It's going to be Anonix finding that one quick.
Yeah, that's going to be a 2nd bleed. Fex will be all but gone. So duo left on the side of FaZe, and they're still also going to have to contest with Sonics now that have spread out and come on the south, so they will be sandwiched. It is just down to Gustav, as Sonics, though, need to be careful of question mark, and as you see, they're actually starting to pivot back towards Hwin.
Don't want to leave him too much by his lonesome. T5 also making a push down the hillside. It's going to be Falcons that spots that out. We have a cluster of teams. QM getting the center of the circle, but now look like they have their eyes set more into the east. Where Falcons, where T5, and where Danawa are all at.
But look how much of a position QM has actually been able to take while all of this fighting has happened. As Phil First is now going to find a member of Falcons, and they're starting to spread their control, even looking at T5.
Question Mark has just been slow in their approach into this. They have so much information they've been able to collect in. They know that a lot of these teams, specifically in the East, are coming in weakened. Falcons are going to get eliminated as Nonix going to find yet another one. Danoa coming alive, though. That firefighting over there in the East, if anything, just feels like it woke them up, and they've got some goals in the circle.
Yeah, and there's some points for them to get in between question marks and themselves, with T5 still at that position, Sonic's Win still at that Wizard Tower, and even the other two members there, Tiggleton and Shrimsy, should be able to come up. This is going to be a potentially tough fight unless question mark actually rallies and makes sure they focus on Sonics first. Then at that point, they pretty much have all the control they want, as T5 isn't going to be pushing out of that anytime soon.
Danimal wrapping the south. Bad news for Gustav as he's about to find himself very, very outnumbered. Sonic still playing that hillside as it's... I like what Danoa is trying to do, but if they take these shots into Gustav, that's going to reveal their position. Sonics is going to know where they are, and now that means that Sonic's defensive line is just going to be waiting for this approach.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking at this, and unfortunately for Danoa, this is actually a fairly open bowl that they're about to rotate into, and so I think they're probably going to go for the east side wrap. That's actually a much better position. Plus, they really only have to deal with T5 sitting in that bunker. So yeah, this is much more beneficial. And Danoa, as you said, have been finding quite a few kills already in this first game.
Hey, they're trying to creep up there. Remember, we started this thing off with the tie for first place. Danoa is trying to see if maybe they can just take all of that away from everybody, getting closer by the second. T5, yeah, you're defended. You got yourself a position. And remember, we did actually see them break out of one of these.
Which is crazy because I remember when I was calling that, I had no expectations they were going to be able to push out of that smoke and kill Sonics on top of them. They found the window, and again, they've utilized this split even before that happened in that game to great effect, already guaranteeing themselves a top 4 finish. So another great decision made by Theraton 5.
The big benefit right now for QM is that T5 is so entrenched in position, so they don't have to worry about their east as much. It's just going to be Sonics who keeps trying to do a couple of feelers over here. They do have their backs up against Blue Zone. We're still only at phase number 6, so no big rush is going to be coming out. Well, I say that. Loki apparently has decided, I'm going to go back this direction. You were expecting us to go back to the east, so let's see if we can find a way to make this one work. Sonics, the shots!
I don't know if they know that Loki is so close to Shrimsy and Tig, and he might be able to get a surprise knock, maybe even a double, which would ruin Sonics, as Huynh is already focused on question mark on the northwest, and so they have to be careful. They have to realize that someone is going to be close, right?
This is what we call a target-rich environment, to say the least. Tiggleton, I think he knows. He's creeping in. Oh, doesn't matter. Loki just hits the shots. Headshot going to take him down. Loki, are you going to be able to pick up more? Shrimsy steps back. Going to go ahead and throw the Molotov. Circle is going to pop. Heavily favor QM. No big surprise there. QM now making a shift down into the west. Think maybe they can harass out Win in his position.
And Huynh now has to be just as big as Gustav was against Genji, as he is pretty much the only thing holding back QM as they hear this fight, and they would love to get the points and get that third party rolling. You even see Bestalok and Phil First trying to look for the angles on top of the hill.
While this is going on, Danoa also shifted all of their members into that Sonics line. They know they're playing the recess down the hillside. They want to try to pick this one up. Soul looks like he was trying to venture a bit more into the south, but they realize they've got circle control, and that bowl is just going to be a death trap. That means that they either have to push in Sonics into Danoa or Sonics into QM. Neither a good option.
Neither of those, yeah, neither of those choices are very good, Matt, as they're going to have to go for that southern wrap. But now Soul is also, as you said, a nice position there to hold on the south side. And so Sonics, all of a sudden, with all that position on the west, now they're actually pinched between two teams who are very much in a position to capitalize.
And T5 using this. They've stepped out of their bunker. They're now starting to look around.
So smart.
They can creep out off of this one. They know that QM's going to be distracted, and they can navigate a much freer circle in what was going to be a catastrophe and them trying to get out. Now suddenly is an opportunity.
Again, the windows of opportunity that T5 has been able to capitalize on all event has just been nothing short of amazing. These boys are really on top of it when it comes to utilizing the position that are in. Even if they're at a disadvantage, even if they're inside of a bunker, they still find a way to come out and get some more points or even survive completely as a team. So with 3 members up, they can still do a lot of damage in the north as they're slowly starting to take control, as Soul now will take damage from a grenade.
Trying to step away from it. Looks like that's going to be the go sign for the Sonics. Seeing if they can spot something. They need a knock here, and they know it. But look at how entrenched Indanawa is. They are just waiting for those heads to pop up over the top of that hillside and just unload. H1 has shifted away from his position in QM. Numbers now stacked up over here. Loki just waiting, spotting him out. Goes for the spray, does get taken, but he's going to go down. Exchange happening now. Just Shrimsy fighting this one through. Soul going to get the knock, but it came at the cost of 1.
And it also came at the cost of the alerting question mark that fight has now concluded. Only 2 members left. A nade from Phil first will find Soul, and it's just down to Anonix. He has a P90, but how much can he do against a 4-up full strong question mark who has taken no damage?
Stepping in, they spot this one out. They're going to go for the flush. Anonix, man, now finds himself pinched and unhappy. T5 is stepping out. Dante has had to make his move up into the north to make sure to contain anything that T5 is doing, as finally we're getting into phase number 8.
Dante being the anchor there, and question mark has actually realized it's probably not worth to go hunting, especially outside of the circle, especially with T5 now on the east side with 3 members up and a decent amount of control. So they will pull back, and this has been question mark's MO, and I love it. They are very aware of what is happening in these final circles, which is how they've been able to navigate them so effectively.
They came in, they moved into that Zarki area, they slowly progressed into the east with the circles. They realized where everybody was going to be playing around them. Anonix, that's all she wrote for you. Not too much that more you can do there. T5, you've been able to navigate the circles well. You've been able to get in positions. You've been able to climb the leaderboard. But now you're going to have to go up against QM that has a very centered position. They have the hillside, and they have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, T5 now is going to have to make some sort of miracle happen, as a doozy will find Rosseted. Only 2 members left for T5. As you said, they are at a big disadvantage here on the bottom of the slope. And question mark slowly starting to close this one out, spreading out throughout this hill.
And there might be a slight firepower difference whenever we're looking at QM. These guys have been these guys have been unloading in the later stages of it. Pathapong says no.
Smart. Deny it. Yep.
Just go ahead. We're comfortable in our position on the leaderboard. We're just going to go ahead and feed this one over the blue. We're not even going to give you a point. We'll let you climb because we know that you haven't picked up very many kills. You get the placement points. That's it.
Especially because, yeah, they also know question mark is the team that is on the top of that leaderboard as well. So there is nothing wrong with that decision, as well as question mark will win their first game of the day. It is the first game of the day, and they will come out with 5 kills. Not that many, but still 15 points.
But a lot of control, and it's one of those things that
and confidence.
We were watching a lot of the fights that were happening over into the east, and while it does seem like before everybody gets in and be like, oh, question mark got circle look or whatever else, like, no, that's not the case. They navigated this and they controlled the territory. They got control over the hillside. They forced Sonics to play from some disadvantaged positions, because remember, Sonics still had that hillside to start with and had to move down to deal with them.
But that's also the issue of holding that hillside so early, right?
Yeah.
So it can become a problem. Obviously, we saw that with the wrap coming in on the south as well as Danawa. Na'Vi, I mean, you see, they look a little dejected. They got shredded in rotation.
I mean, by like a whole bunch of teams. Let's be real. The East, if you died in the East, I wouldn't be too sad. There's not like a lot that you really need to change on that, instead of, man, I hope that I don't have a whole bunch of Western hardships happen in a row, right?
All right, game number 1 is done, and it comes out with a big win. Answers for question mark as they get the first chicken dinner of the day, Martin.
Yeah, good to see. Back-to-back effectively. They won the last game yesterday, right? So coming into this, so good to see that they're able to step up. And that's exactly what we were talking about. If any of these top 5 teams are able to come in and have a great start of the day, they're going to be pushing themselves off there. It's only 5 kills, of course, so 15 points coming their way, Tuffy. So it's obviously the case for them there. You know, as the only 4-man team alive towards the end, they played it cleverly. The third party on Sonics and Danawa, it wasn't really the third party. Sonics already is dead because of Danawa shredded them, right? But still, what are you going to do against a P90, right?
I was going to say, the P90 really has sort of shown itself to be this incredible weapon. And we saw that in that showdown with Sonics, how much work they were able to put in even before going down. But a big shout out to question mark as they come away with the chicken dinner. The back-to-backs, you said, as they ended yesterday, they bookend the break, and they start with such a strong momentum. This team looks good. I know they talked in the earlier earlier stages, they replaced Hobbits to sort of put Bestaloch onto this team.
Right.
I think Doozy said he wanted someone who could help with these macro calls, knew he could do damage. He seems like he's fitting in perfectly.
Yeah, I think Bestaloch is one of the best pickups we've seen from some of the media teams for this year, honestly. He's a great player. It's a huge loss for Wu, who hasn't made it to any of these global teams just yet. But yeah, Bestaloch, great damage dealer, great co-IGLing, and also like whenever Besto is going to be in a front spot, he's going to be able to make both like the big macro decision calls if a Doozy isn't there to kind of support it, right? So it's good, and yeah, they're playing it cleverly, right? It's a situation for them where, you know, they're in a stronger position. 4 guys alive. Of course, they're going to wait until they can third party rather than kind of make it a too aggressive push, right? Because if you can guarantee the win, then they don't care about those 2-3 extra kill points they've gotten.
Well, I think something else that you just brought up that I find fascinating is this idea of, you know, when he's in the front, he can make the calls. Right. And then everyone trusts him, including his established IGL. I feel like I don't always see that with teams.
It's very often they don't have yes, of course, some teams will be able, like, this compound is free, but the macro, like the big calls is obviously a huge thing. The top 4 here, as you see, Dano is actually going to be able to get the most points out of it from that 11 kills. And also having lost their first player at 15 minutes, quite impressive that they're able to frag out like they were. A lot of utility, of course, used throughout for them. But in general, it's good to see here for Question Mark, of course, Phil First, a guy that I have on my fantasy team. That I am really satisfied with fragging out like this here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Kyle Lars had gone into politics when he got here because he was campaigning for Phil First. He was singing his praises across the back. You were telling me about how good this guy is. 19 years old, absolutely dominant. And it feels like this roster has put together something beautiful in, like you said, that sort of teamwork, leadership, but also this young, powerful shooter who seems like he is feeling very, very good right now. In fact, he is going to be the man of the match, brought to you by Kadia. 662 damage, 3 kills. And this is one of his smaller performances here.
Yeah, of course. It's just a situation for him to come in and say, all right, guys, I'm going to put up damage. He also had an MK, so not much you can do to go against that, of course. It is going to be Dano, though. That's going to be on the top. 16 points for them going there with that 3rd place and 11 kills. Question Mark getting in 2nd there, but still very, very top heavy here. T5 9, FaZe Clan 9, Forest 9 points. They're able to frag out and get 8 kills, Stuff. It's good to see from them.
That 16 points is going to push Dano up to the top of this leaderboard. They had a very up and down day yesterday. Some finishes in the teens, but also some top ones.
So close.
They're going to climb to 3rd. Sonics will just barely maintain their 1st place by going up to 58. Question Mark closes the gap by 57, and Na'Vi does let that slack slide just a little. T5, though, despite the fact they got 2nd place there, are sort of still stagnating.
It is, yeah, but I can't believe how close it is. 58, 57, 56, 54, 53. Super, super close. And it could be really cool to see if these guys are able to kind of make this the leading pack, right? That these guys are leading the charge, like making like the top tier or higher pack here for them, leading the charge with the top 5, and then separating themselves a little bit from the mid pack.
Absolutely. And I think that's what we're going to be looking for today is sort of how does this race fall out? Do we still have that situation we had in the earlier rounds? We're down to the very final day, 1 team away, 1 win away from getting yourself into the top 5. But here, you want to sort of push that lead, right? I mean, the drop off in pay alone, if we talk about money, $600,000 for 1st is like $260 for 2nd. So do what you got to do now to get that cash.
Yeah, and as we've been saying all the time, right, that's a huge change just from that extra placement point. And as we saw T5 do here with this case, that 1 point denial could effectively have been the tiebreaker for Question Mark and T5 later on, right? So that's something that's caused in a situation where you're 4 versus 1, you don't have too much cover, and they're still throwing utility at you. Of course you're going to go out and deny that 1 point.
Now, we did see this in the leaderboard. We saw the big jump up 3 positions for Dano and Question Mark, but another team that walked away with some extra points there, FaZe, they picked up 3 positions on that game as well. They seem to be working really well as a team with this sort of new IGL setup they've got going on.
Yeah, for sure. Team's coming in there, even though he's not feeling completely. He's feeling a little bit under the weather. He's not feeling. He asked me for some meds and stuff. Okay. I'm like, I'll get 12 hours of sleep tonight, he said yesterday. So it's good to see that he's able to come in here and still perform at this level here.
And still be himself. I mean, you saw those walkouts, the hard helmet, the chair, goofing off. It's like James seems to play best when he's comfortable and he's happy, and they seem like they are that team right now.
Yeah, he's just providing such a good atmosphere for the rest of the team, right? He's a fun guy, he's a nice guy, he's a super clever guy, one of the most experienced guys we've had.
Absolutely.
And of course, he's been, through the years at most of these global events here. So he has so much experience, and these guys can rely on. That's also why they're going to be trusting his IGLing once they get into this.
Well, let's see if they trust him. It's our last game for today in the grassy patches of Erangel. Let's get in to game number 2.
Give me more. I want all of what's been happening inside these games so far, as it has been an absolute feast to watch these games.
Dude, the circles, again, I know we keep talking about it, but all event have just been absolutely wild. The shifts, I mean, even circles that we look at normally that tend to lean towards, you know, like a more central position, even those shifts have been just something ridiculous. And so a lot of these teams, we've been seeing some of the best minds, though, adapt to these in ways that, you know, have been most impressive.
Looking out is, I'm not even going to make any comments about where circles can go, because Lord only knows at the stage anymore. I do want to say, though, that following up what you're talking about, navigating the circles, I think has been a big thing for it. With the amount of hardships that we've had come into play, edge play has been very, very difficult to play, just because it feels like you want to take a fight against one squad on the edge and pick up a couple points. It feels good. When it's like 8, like in that last game, you just can't really survive the meat grinder in a way that you can go on to win the game after.
But that problem is exacerbated by the fact that a lot of the teams here do prefer to play edge, right? And so when you have so many of those teams stack up on a specific edge, especially with the way that the shifts have been going and putting teams that don't even like to play edge in that position. Oh no, look at this, Matt.
Oh,
777 is back for more. He doesn't get the vehicle, but he does find himself inside, and this, good, get behind a tree. Fortunately, the UAZ does not have a great turning radius, so he'll be able to survive for now. But the problem now becomes is the rest of 17 is probably going to loot and try to send someone over here.
I mean, just essentially whip out the red cape, right, and just do a little bit of.
Oh, he backed him into it. This is bad, though. I mean, we laugh, but this is the second time a member of the Expendables has thrown away a life this early. I mean, I understand how important vehicles are, but it's not worth a player dying 2 games in a row.
I'm kind of surprised he left the safety of the tree at that stage.
Well, he had to, because he knew that the other members of 17, specifically like Sha Wu, came here with a weapon that he didn't have long. So, I mean, 2 games in a row, I would really hope that 777 actually just backs off.
You can have it. They're learning the lesson that I believe that many have learned about don't go to Pachinki until
get away from 17 early.
Yeah, they are very, very selfish. This is mine. This is also mine. This other location, also mine.
Also good pivots, though, from 17 to like recognize that, right? Yeah. And try to punish, and not only try, they've punished now the Expendables twice. As we look at the circle, so this is going to be centered up on Ruins. We've seen quite a few of these so far. Obviously, Everest will be in for a team like Genji, who already sent EJ to the top, getting a lot of vision as well as a lot of control as far as what's happening there on the northwest side. And then all the other teams already pretty comfortable in this. We see Question Mark, the winners of the last game on the west coast as well. No surprise there. So yeah, this one can be quite troublesome, though, especially when we start getting those shifts towards the center of Ruins map, because we also have Gatka Fields in, which is very open.
I mean, we saw yesterday, Sunken City became a firefight location very early.
It did.
But that might not be the case this time around, given the fact that the circle is a bit more to the south. That said, it's still a very strong position inside the compound. It just feels a bit more defendable than what can kind of happen inside of Ruins. It's one of the reasons why a lot of these teams like to go into it. And the pathing options out of it with those northern roads feel a lot better.
You say that, though, as if we didn't see a circle completely shift into that, what was it Toby called it, the Bermuda section there, the bridge between Watertown and Cube. This could go north, right? It wouldn't even surprise me at this point of the event if it went all the way north. So a lot of these teams obviously centering up below Ruins. There's quite a bit to play in that area, especially like that nice L area that you see 755 in. We'll see.
I'd almost be more surprised if it didn't go north at this stage.
Same.
If I was an IG, I'd almost go, okay, what is the absolute worst thing that can happen?
Let's plan for it.
Let's just go ahead and start. Let's assume that that's our plan 1, and then our plan 2 is if the worst doesn't happen.
But even looking at some of the teams on the southeast side, right? Like, so looking at FaZe, looking at a team like Cerberus, which, by the way, when we're looking at their player cams, we're still laughing and carrying on, which is a good sign. I don't think it's not them not taking it seriously, but I think it's them realizing, look, guys, we've had some really bad games. Fortunately, we do have quite a few games to still get some points, and especially with how strong they know they are. I like that they've not completely dejected and they still have, you know, looks like they're having some fun, but I do hope they start bringing it together quite soon, because they can't let too many games slip through their fingers.
You did not want to go and look in the player cams of those guys and then be hyper serious, not talking to each other, anything else like that. That is one of the worst signs.
From experience, that's not the play. I tell you that right now as a former player. That is, having your team in that mindset can be basically the end of your tournament before you even get there.
We do see a 2-2 split come out from Navi. They're holding down Potato itself, as well as getting a foothold down in that Pachinki line. Most of our teams not having too much worried about inside this rotation. Daniel holding down a ridiculously wide, Rajak, Yasnaya, and then east of Yasnaya, 1-1-2.
Salute was coming in, yeah. So, I mean, they loot Yas, and in this lobby, fortunately, they don't have to contest, or they didn't have to contest the 4 AM very much, and so, yeah, they have quite a bit of that open. Obviously, you see Sol in Razak by himself, feeding all that information back to the team. So their rotation, as you said, is going to be very carefree as we now look at the Sonics as well, coming on the south side of this, just to the south of Pachinki Hill.
I also want to point out, both, if you mind, Game PT, as well as Forest, very scouty in their rotations this time around. I don't know why. Why would they be so scouty?
Would possibly, it's not that they were embroiled in a fight for 4 circles last time, right?
No, not
definitely
in the
could be, especially because both of those teams are aware of their drops, right? So they know there's going to be someone pretty close. As we look at T5 as well, getting a nice central position here, even going to send it to Ruins proper here, as we see Path and Pong just having a little bit of troubles with Audacia. Driving in this area is not easy, so I'm not going to judge him at all.
I mean, it's called Badlands for a reason, right? It's just, if you kind of go over there, you expect to catch some airtime. Specifically, if you got pedal to the metal.
And it's not the good airtime either.
No, it's that scary, like the hood's being faced straight at the ground and expect to, like, I don't know, do a couple of 360s kind of.
The amount of times I flipped a vehicle in the area, I'm not super pleased to share, but it has happened.
There's nothing better than a tire getting popped right as you're cresting the hill, right?
There really is nothing better than that. It's the best feeling ever.
It is.
Zhao Panda 4AM are starting to come to the circle a little as well, and they're going to be on the south. They actually might benefit from this rotation, especially if this does hard shift to the south. They'll have a lot more to play, and they'll have some easier decisions to make on their rotation. Is Question Mark really the only team not in this one, with Falcons as well coming in late from Novo as well as Melta Power?
The amount of time that Falcons has kind of hung out on this one, I wouldn't be surprised if we're probably seeing an emergency pickup come from them. Yeah. QM might be similar, but they're so close to the circle. Like, the meta for when to use an emergency pickup for different teams is still kind of developing. I think that they're so close at this, just don't yet, right? Do you think it's better to use it earlier and maybe jump into a safer environment where everybody's not as compacted? Or hold it for, oh my God, we have got to get somewhere, and then try to use it then?
I think around Circle 3 or Circle 4 is probably the most ideal time, because remember, when you use an emergency pickup, you essentially throw away the ability to use vehicles.
Right.
You won't have vehicles, and so coming into a circle this early, especially with the way that we've been seeing shifts go, is it's not the best decision. I feel like it has trapped some teams as well. We've seen some teams win off it. Tyloo, obviously T5, 2 teams that have used them pretty much in Circle 1 and 2 and found themselves in a position to win the game, but we've also seen it, been to the detriment of some of these teams using it too early. So I feel like somewhere midpoint of the game, when you start to see that, hey, these rotations are going to be much more difficult than we want them to be, I think that's where the emergency pickup will really come into play.
Question Mark making their rotation into the zone. They're not going to have anybody really near them. The closest team's going to be, what, Chopsticks and Sonics? Tickleton is moving more into the north, and Gen G running this very wide split from Everest down in to get some sight lines onto Ruins. I think that that's going to be Sonics exploiting that, just kind of creeping a bit closer in. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and get this control point. And getting this early, I think, is just a scouting point, because if they commit into this, this is a peculiar stage to decide to stay here.
Especially with Question Mark now starting to come in right behind them, right? So they should be able to scout this, as Phil First is going to get on the roof. He's going to try to get as much information as he can, specifically looking at Gaka proper. But yeah, that split coming out from Sonics, beneficial, but also problematic if they are crashed, right? So we do see Mime there on the bottom side. Shrimzy as well split on the top side of that, just to the east of Gatka. And those nice yellows, we've seen quite a few fights there, and quite a few circles kind of favor that position. So I am worried about consolidation for Sonics, but we'll see what happens.
This is a prime example of what I'm talking about the change in meta, and moving from a much more edge, scrap, team fight kind of situation into a, no, we're playing geometry, we're going in, we're getting center, we're going to get those territories early, because the teams that are fighting, like, and trying to go for some edge combat in some fashion, in the later stages, have to walk into the thick of this, where there's still like 14 teams stacked up in a gauntlet waiting to pick you apart as you drive in.
But also look at the strength of the teams in this lobby. Right? Regionally, we see edge play is obviously a lot more popular, and it does tend to work out more because the level of play, and I'm not putting any region down, it happens in NA, EMEA, everywhere, APAC. you are going to have some teams that aren't going to be able to hold those edges as effectively. So if you are one of the stronger teams, you can kind of come in, start rolling the edge, take control, and then really start to dictate the pace of the game from where you're playing. It's really hard to do that when you're going against, let's say you run into Gen.G on the edge, and then right after you have to run into FaZe, and then right after you have to run into 17 or Danawa, right? So like, it's just armor as well as, you know, ammo, utility is not going to survive multiple team fights on the edge that much, really, when you look at a lobby this strong.
See, Na'Vi was kind of stretching their legs out a bit and do bump into Cerberus. Center
Ooh, I like this.
circle, just gonna be pretty friendly for everybody that was playing Center a second ago.
Baby.
I know, get some Sunken City
I don't
in
even
here.
remember the last time we went Ruins, or yeah, even like the Sunken City, Venice, whatever you want to call it. It's Pachinki. Pachinki is actually going to be very interesting. I'm glad you brought that up because of how many teams have stacked up and basically bet that it's probably going to go this way. Rotating out of that now is going to be somewhat difficult. FaZe will probably wrap somewhere or take their time, but 17, specifically even Na'Vi, are in a position to gatekeep the north side of Pachinki.
This is like, I don't know.
As I say that, Mel is completely alone.
This is a taste of the entirety of PUBG. What we've got Rajak, we've got School, we've got Everest, a bit of everything that you could want. Mel is going to get spun out by Tycon. That's no surprise given the amount of Cerberus players that were just on top of him. And so now they're going to be playing down to the southeastern area. Closest team to them is going to be Twisted Minds, but that's going to be about it. Falcon's going to have to make their rotation, and Question Mark going to have to collapse in a bit, but that's kind of all that's going on with it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Question Mark is going to have that chopstick area. So we did see Sonics consolidate early, and I really like the position they've taken to hold here. The only problem for them really is going to be Gen.G in the west.
Forrest decides that they were going to move more into that Rajak line, and Danawa says, no, we're going to go ahead and own this one up. Forrest now going to have to play backs up against the blue zone as Anonix down in School, and the rest of the members playing that very strong hillside. And if Danawa can hold this, this is a feature point with a ton of information.
Yeah, this is a really strong position to circle because they can pretty much see all the way into Sunken City on top of some of the waves surrounding that area. So their rotation should be fairly uncontested, especially if they clear out the teams behind them, being Forest and then maybe Cerberus if they're going to go for a wrap, because otherwise they'd have to run pretty much into Twisted. As we now look at a nice rotation as well coming out from Game PT as they come from the northwest, and they're going to come on the bottom side of Everest, but they will have to contend with a few members of Gen.G as they're also going to be able to see that there's a team driving up the hill.
Yeah, and that is also going to distract them just a bit. I'll allow more movement for Question Mark on that lower area to the south. We can also see Falcons, they're trying to break their way into this 4 Angry Men line, but it is a very wide hold, and this was expected. 4 Angry Men in this position that they're playing, they were exploiting people trying to drive across this fields, and they were wanting to pick up some kill points off of it, but you got to kind of give it good on Falcons for navigating and at least getting away.
Yeah, they do get away, but here's my issue with Falcons, Matt, and here's my problem with them, right? It's currently sitting at 15th place, right? What did we just talk about? The edge. Falcons have been coming in late almost every single circle, and it has not been working for them, right? Because they've been running into a lot of these teams who are also having issues with rotations, or they're just running into teams that want to hold that edge, and coming in this late, again, with the strength of this lobby, it's just not been working out for the Falcons so far.
And this is how Sonics lost.
It's also not working out for Sonics, yeah.
They have regrouped, so they do manage to get the rest of the way through. Did come at a cost of Mime. And they're also going to be pretty close to T5, who's navigated the circle and Ruins in a, yet again, strong position. You got to give it to them. You read the circles, you play the circles, and that's what they do.
It's also crazy that we have a 3-way tie for first right now between Sonics, Danawa, and Question Mark, and then only 4 points behind is then Na'Vi, and 1 point is T5. This has been such a tight race grand finals so far. It's been wonderful, Matt. This is some of the best PUBG we've ever seen.
Okay, what can we do? Falcons now, they've got to the hillside. They're now harassing 4 Angry Men, who are just going to go ahead and send down into the ditch itself, waiting for the circle to pop. And we are going Pachinki side. It's still keeping the Badlands in. And we're also going to keep a bit of Sunken City, a bit of Ruins. But let's be honest, look at the way everybody's moving.
The problem, though, is the amount of space, Matt, that was just cut off from so many of the teams, specifically in the Northwest, as they're going to have to make rotations now into Ruins, into Badlands. Question Mark actually got a free window on the side of Pachinki Hill, which still blows my mind.
And here we go. Forest trying to make sure that they can cement in. They have a pathing into the church, and they're going to be able to get a Question Mark. Going ahead, hopping into the vehicles. They're going to be moving into that southern Pachinki hillside. Falcons trying to use the opportunity and the covering fire that has been presented to send it in, while at the same time, it's going to be the Expendables rolling right by 4 Angry Men, who we saw just have a couple shots hit them from Falcons a moment ago. And that is going to lead into a drop-off. And yes, TE just jumps right down into the thick, but this feels like nobody's going to come out of this one clean. HSMM also going to have to move over. At least you've managed to get away from the Pachinki hillsides, but TE just sent it in desperation, and it do be like that.
Sometimes it do be. I was actually remember we were talking about FaZe. I was a little worried about them rotating out of Pochinki because of the way this might have shifted north, but no, they're actually now in a great position to capitalize as they heard the fight between 4AM and the Expendables, and they are going to try to get every point out of that one as Gustav will find the flush.
If you mind, seems like they're going to be set into this dip just on the outside of Church itself. 17 Gaming going to be harassing that for now. Gen G did see that pathing. They wanted to take that. They're going to retreat away. They're going to move more into that northern line. That means that Sonic could spot them out a moment ago. Tai Lu also still holding down those compounds just south of Ruins, Yellows, whatever you want to call them, the ones that overlook the Badlands.
They're still Yellows to me.
We all know them, but Sonic's going to be gate kept out there, and this is very intriguing to look at. The impact is now question mark on the edge of the zone. Sonic's on the edge of the zone. Danawa, the only team in our three-way tie that has a compound, and they're still kind of edge-based.
Yeah, they're still edge, but again, they don't have to do much, Matt. They're pretty much chilling on the east side. I am looking at that, what you were talking about, the fight between maybe the Sonics and Gen G, as Gen G has a wide split looking at two different positions, maybe going through Sonics. Also eyeing the position that we see question mark on is that Southwest Hill is really good because of the fact that they can hide from all the action in Pochinki and clear the west side.
So we've got the fields that are going to be east of Pochinki. Nobody's going to be playing. That's a no man's land. Badlands is a no man's land. We also kind of have the fields to the south and this western area around Pochinki that are also nobody's wanting to go into just due to the hillside and what could happen in that. So this is a very unplayable circle in a lot of areas. If you look at the hillside still being in play, really negate out a lot of areas you want to move into.
Yeah, even that like spine just to the south of Pathampong, it does split waves a little bit, but the problem is Tai Lu has an angle on that on the west, and then Twisted Minds has an angle on it on the east. So as you said, a lot of the central position here that we have in the circle is pretty much unplayable as we now head to the shift, but T5 again, not surprisingly, in a great position to capitalize from the north. That, however, is not great for them.
Yeah, this is going to lead into some bad games for a couple of teams, as skirmishing along the Badlands going to be pretty rough. Also, due to the way that the train is kind of lined up, that's why we've seen such commitment into Pochinki at the stage. If you're wondering, hey, why are there so many teams in Pochinki at Circle 4? Well, it's just making the best of a bad situation. Cerberus look like they're going to be wrapping in. They might have their eyes set on that line. Most of our teams already playing much more centered inside of Pochinki itself, leading into the strengths that provides. Cerberus might find some paths. The question mark, though, isn't going to find the easiest of paths, as it's going to be PO getting the knock onto a doozy to kick this one off.
Remember, Gen G was actually so far split north and south, kind of eyeing as well the Sonics. They did find a knock on the question mark. I don't know if they'll be able to recover a doozy. He's so far out, so actually, I don't know. It might be possible, but Gen G still have a big problem in Tai Lu now coming from the north side.
Yeah, and this has just led to a...
they will go for a doozy.
Nobody really wants to commit in just too much weight quite yet. Now, finally, PO turning around, taking care of what's going on with the Longs, opens up the opportunity to go for question mark, and question mark might have just put themselves in a trapped position.
They might have.
With PO now coming back into this angle, he might be able to harass them and move just a bit closer. Beneficiaries of this are going to be Sonics, though, who managed to move into the north and get away from it all.
Yeah, Sonics were able to actually kind of get behind the position there of Tai Lu, so they might hear this fight and start to find their window of opportunity to start pushing in, but Gen G playing with a lot of confidence here, going back and forth between the fight of question mark and Tai Lu, and it's now starting to cost them a little bit, but Pio is relentless. He'll find another one in a trade onto question mark, but best of luck will find Taman.
Pio moved into this position aggressively, now having to deal with Shin. 755 that are coming up back behind him. He's going to go down. EJ, the last one up for his squad, seeing if maybe he can get a knockback onto a doozy again, but this has just come apart for anything that Gen G was trying to set up. This Tai Lu reposition just coming in is just going to demolish.
Yep, and that is it. And this is, again, what I was worried about when it comes to Gen G. They were trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew, trying to fight two teams at once. It looked good momentarily, but eventually it was going to come all crashing down as Tai Lu now on the backside will start to look for a position here. They find a little bit of a foothold on the north side of the road, which will give them an angle to be safe for now.
And don't forget that Tai Lu has to play the lower side of this hill, because it's going to be 17 Gaming that gets some vision in. A couple of our Pochinki teams also have some sight lines. So now Tai Lu is having to shift back into the north in the exact same area that Sonics are going to be trying to come in from, because Sonics have been held back by what's going on with T5.
Yep. T5. Actually, again, that angle from Rossadin, who has been so good for T5, and now starting to dictate a little bit of the rotation there for Sonics, but they're going to find Zhao Yang. And look, Twisted Minds now will try to extend their control in the east as they're going to shred members of Danawa in that rotation.
Comes at a cost of 1, but Danawa does manage to at least get past the lineup that we can see coming from Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, let's pop back over to this. Tickleton is going to go down. Tai Lu just trying to defend this one up. Question Mark, here's this firefight, and they're moving in aggressively. T5 actually taking some shots into what's going on with Question Mark coming in. Tai Lu is going to go down, but that doesn't help out. Sonic still caught outside, and the blue is they've just replaced one team that they wanted to deal with 2 teams that are now going to gatekeep them.
Yeah, on top of that, Question Mark looking so good. Phil First has been such an effective and impactful fragger on the field. 6 kills. QM really slow rolling this into perfection. The way that they've been playing has been astoundingly good.
I mean, what do you even do in a situation like this? Shrimsy, the last one up. He's just a couple of meters away from Question Mark. T5 now moved into a gatekeeping position, just waiting to see what's all going to happen in the movement. Question Mark leaning into much more of a wolf pack strategy, and that could be a problem as we do see the nade come out. Ends up a bit short. Shrimsy is at least going to get one. Tries to go for more. He's going to go down. Sonic's going to eliminate it, and now Question Mark going to get control at the top of the leaderboard with both Sonics and Danawa out.
Their problem, though, Matt, again, is T5. Theraton has been slowly pushing there from the north to the west side, and they realize that Question Mark now has to come in on this edge, and so they're going to try to hold that one out as Na'Vi now putting a little bit of pressure on FaZe in the center of the city, but they should be able to recover that knock. As Pachinki is getting very crowded here, Matt.
Oh yeah, it's about to go down. We got 4 angry men. We've got Falcons, Na'Vi, Cerberus you saw just a moment ago. Let's not forget about Forest holding down Church. If you mind, going to be just to the north of them. 17 Gaming going to be playing the Barns that are just to the west of it. Meanwhile, our other 3 teams just kind of hunkering into the north. You can see T5 trying to figure out how they're going to deal with a very you can't call them aggressive, just a very solid, clean firefighting Question Mark right now.
They've been aggressive when they need to, and they've also realized when they need to pull back, and so the decision-making coming out from T5, again, has been awesome to watch, and so as they now slowly back off, actually, they're giving Question Mark a lot of room here. In fact, they're going to find a foothold in the circle.
And so that's going to force T5 play into the north. They do have to be careful as now they've set up the potential of a crossfire situation for themselves. Twisted Minds already taking some pot shots at him, but QM getting control over this position. They had their eyes set very firmly into what was going on with T5. 17 wanted to try to exploit that, send a couple of members over there, and the fight didn't ever really break out in the way that 17 wanted Question Mark and T5 to fight, so instead this has just moved more into a defensive line.
17 now, though, on that defensive line you were talking about, Matt. We'll be able to find some angles here and pretty much hold away Question Mark from the south. And so they're going to be stuck on the north side dealing with T5, who we were just talking about. And even GP trying to spread out a little bit. As you see Bobsing ahead, slowly starting to cross towards that that hill on the road so that he can get angles on both 17 as well as QM. Even T5.
We've got 40 players alive in this circle, and that should give a testament to the skill.
This cuts out Pachinki. Sorry to interrupt you, Matt. Yeah. This is going to be a bloodbath, and it kind of does.
Yeah. All right, so now what do we do as Church becomes center, and everybody's going to start setting their eyes, trying to avoid out the hillsides of what that could present. Cerberus in a good gatekeeping position. 4 angry men, though, have to contend with the fact that they've got Falcons right up on top of them. FaZe in a very strong defended position, just waiting to catch out whatever's going to be happening with the remnants of Pachinki limping their way into their sight line.
Well, it's not even the remnants of Pachinki, even though you are right. It's also the north side, Matt. All these teams are going to have to rotate into the north, and there's really not that much space to play. There is a little bit of a pocket here just to the east of where Hella is from GP that Twisted Minds might be able to slip in, but the problem for them then becomes Na'Vi.
If Na'Vi can get in clean, as I think that Na'Vi is going to take that one first. They're going to go ahead and move in just to the north of FaZe's position. Question Mark, though, you can see they want to move, but they've got T5 that's next to them. They've got Twisted Minds. Yeah. This is just a game of chicken. Whoever moves first going to be the one that loses. And in this situation, it looks like it's going to have to be T5. They're mobilizing, hopping the vehicles. Where's the cover? What do? You've got to get the vehicles into position, but look at how much damage he's taking just trying to get a foothold for his team.
But this is so smart smart from Twisted. They realize that there's not much to play, and although they can exist on the north side, they need to make sure they're the last team in, and so they're going to harass T5 as much as they can, cripple them as much as they can, so that when they do come in the circle, there's pretty much no one else to contest on the north. Meanwhile, the fight in Pachinki is starting to heat up as we see Na'Vi trying to cross, but they're going to eat a knock there as well.
QM also having the exact same idea, Twisted Minds. This is our moment to push into what's going on with T5, and T5 just in absolute ruins. Now, yeah, I know ruins to the north of where they're at, but they're in a ruined position because you can see Smoke's already down. Two squads that realize we can't go into the circle until you're dead. And unfortunately, that's going to mean the fact that T5 does not have much more life that they can breathe.
Yeah, all these teams in the north, I think you said it, playing chicken basically to see who was going to go first. And so T5 was the one that went first. Now Nate's utility coming their way.
If you mind.
But also if you mind, and even QM now starting to get in this fight as QM goes for the knock and Phil is going to fall.
We can see the fact that if you mind wanted to go for gatekeep, they heard the firefight up here. They weren't expecting so many strong squads to be holding down this line. Question mark just stops them in their tracks. And so with that, if you mind, Game PT is going to have to deal with 17 Gaming now coming in from the south, just down below them. Question mark already put a finish to whatever's going on over there. T5 though now has to deal with a very close range Twisted Minds that's just rolling right up on top of him. A doozy does manage to spot out this third on 5 is going to go down, but now the continued firefight, it's not done yet. It's going to be Question mark versus Twisted Minds.
And 13 kills the side of Question mark as they finally start to fall. The pressure from Twisted just too much as they've been fighting team after team after team on the north edge, and they've still managed to get 13 kills, and they're not even done. Dante and Bestlock will still be alive, but now I look at 17 as they're starting to come into this.
This is a big problem for Question mark. They need to finish off this fight really quickly. Nade's now starting to come in. This is all that you could potentially want for 17. They've got the high ground looking right down into this bowl. While this is happening, Na'Vi though is sweeping in on the opposing front. They're looking at a Twisted Mind. They want to do the same thing.
And they know if they get rid of Twisted, they have so much more area to play, and so they will push out, but Uba will get knocked from 17, and now all these angles actually opening up on this fight. Twisted have found a reprieve.
Everybody having the exact same idea. If I could be the one to win the North, I can have some control. The problem with it is we're at what, 6 teams having the exact same idea right now. Hush trying to get some shots into the backside. What's going on with Na'Vi, but it's not going to matter. Just that last little bit of pickup coming up with Spyro finishes them out, and K, Twisted Minds, you win the North, but 17 Gaming has your gate kept.
And the dangerous thing about that is the reason Na'Vi went for that North shift is because this shift pushed them out. There's nothing to hold in the East, especially with Falcons, especially with FaZe already on that south side. We also see now that Cerberus has been fairly quiet, but they're in a foothold position right below the church to start capitalizing on some of these fights happening.
Bro, we had a Pachinki firefights that were going down, and it wasn't even the most important thing that was happening inside the circle, nor the coolest, with this 4 angry men using smokes, now trying to make their way out of it, but you can see crossfires galore. Cerberus got themselves a foothold in. Falcons just to the north. Man? This is absolutely popping off over here. So much smoke down right now as DraftKings is going to spot out the line that 4M's going from. Oh, is that a transpouse? Oh, go get it.
Oh, it's just a nade, so 4M will fall. Falcons, though, find themselves with 4 members here and the ability to make a massive impact on the circle. If they can just get rid of Gustav, one of the last members, Capitan, will find it, and now they are somewhat safe for the time being, but they still have to deal with Cerberus as well as Forest.
And it's going to be Falcons starting to find more strength to be played from. Let's not forget, we still have Hush alive, or If You Mind, looking into Twisted Minds, trying to get some vengeance as 17 is making a harassing push into him. If You Mind is finally going to get spotted out. They're going to go down. Falcon's going to shift down to the south. Cerberus now moving into the sight lines of 17 Gaming. And those 2 members from Forest, remember that moved in here really early because they had some trouble?
Yeah.
They are still just hunkered down and daring somebody to come into this church.
I don't even remember the last time a circle ended at Pachinki Church, of all places. The terrain around that is really fun to play, but not with this many teams and this many players still alive, as 17 has really taken their time to clear out the circle, and they are been really solid. Even though they only have 4 kills, they've still managed to create so much control for themselves.
Just look at the amount of kills you've managed to pick up inside this. QM already out 13. Twisted Mind sitting at 7. 17 Gaming being more active, jumping on the backside of what's going on with QM sitting at 4. This is where everybody is now starting to get a feel for how they were wanting to navigate the circle. It got messy up here to the north. So many people having a similar idea, but now it's going to be yet again another cluster where Twisted Minds is going to be jumped on.
They've been trying to defend for so long. strong against so many different teams, and they've survived. They've even managed to keep up multiple members now, but Falcons spreading out on the south will try to find a knock here to open up this area for themselves.
Dude, Spiral hopping inside the car to shift over to the other side was so good. The issue is 17 Gaming was waiting on the opposing side of it. Now, are they going to line up? Are we just going to see them separate out? Looks like Falcons realizing, okay, we got what we wanted. Let's shift back into the east. 17's like, okay, we got what we wanted. West is going to be ours. Cerberus is just like, what the hell's going on to the north? And Forest is just like, just don't come in our house, man.
Cerberus, though, have even found 5 kills for themselves, as have Falcons coming in, again, from the south side, from Pachinki, getting here quite early, and now without taking too much damage, Cerberus is really starting to spread out and look for these kills as they know this is an opportunity for them to win the game. Himas will find Shawu, and now 17 find themselves in a much weaker position, forced to go towards the way of Falcons.
I mean, Cerberus keeps setting themselves up in positions to try to gatekeep and pick up kills.
This is what we expect from them.
They were expecting it to be moving out of Pachinki. No. It was the hillside north of Pachinki. Yep. That's where everybody was. As this is led most teams, actually all of our teams, now shifted into a very eastern lane just due to the fact of how open. There's a road that's going over there to the west, but does make the circle a lot smaller as we are going to close in, and the center point of this one is just going to be on the outside of church.
I really love what Cerberus is doing now. They're actually spreading out as 3, maybe leaving an Anka down there on the south in Tycon to just watch the church as they are now starting to hunt these kills. They know there's a few teams that are only down to 1 or 2 as they're spreading out on the west side. Center dot will be on church, Matt, and so we're going to converge up there. Well, guess what? You mentioned it earlier. Forest is just sitting there.
They haven't been able to get kills, but that's not their fault.
They haven't been able to.
They lost poorly, right? And besides, if you had these firefights going on around you and you only had 2 members, would you stick your head out of that building? I sure would.
I would maybe think about it, but that doesn't mean I would act upon those thoughts.
I would go about a couple of peeks to get some information, so that's about it. Cerberus, though, is running a 2-2. They separated out, moved over to the west, see if maybe they can get some vision on what's going on with 17. This hillside and the pathing that each one of these teams has and the options that they can work around does mean the fact that highest likelihood Falcons and the northern part of Falcons, I should say, is going to bump into 17 Gaming, but Cerberus has a very strong control area that they're playing into the south.
And the problem for Falcons and 17 is they're much closer to each other, so once that fight does start to break off, Cerberus will be chomping at the bit to make sure that they're in that area so they can pick up the kills of third party effectively. Asuja will find the first knock, but Capitan will make a return.
And this is exactly what we were expecting. Falcons now have to hunker down. 17 Gaming just going to be to the north of them. Cerberus going to go and spot that one out, finish it, and now it's going to be about getting control over the dot itself.
Though.
Yeah, they just run up into this. They know exactly, okay, there's going to be somebody inside a church. There's a knock over here. Center dot is ours. You come to us.
And all of a sudden, a team that was on the bottom, 7 kills, now 4 strong, in a position to win the game. Falcons are a little bit on the back foot. The nade will find Capitan, but don't forget about Forest Gaming as a second nade will take down Draft.
You can see Falcons just trying to wing their way through this one. They've got smokes down in front of him. Hamas got the bead. He sees out where Emmy's going to be. He's going to get another knock. Falcons just can't even find a way to fight their way back from this one just yet. Silson, though, with that land experience, finally coming in, gets multiple knocks. He's putting the team on his back. He's walking out trying to find it. Isaki's finally going to see him, take him down. But with this, the cost has been big. Forest now walking in. Munto spots it, and Forest gets it.
Forest Gaming gets the win. The knocks were there huge from Silson. He was able to actually trade those out, and he opened the door for Forest as a duo to take that game.
Play patient, right? That's the key to victory for them, and it worked out. Wild game there at the end of it is Cerberus, while they didn't walk away with a strong victory,
10 plus kills and what was it, a second place or third? Yeah, Silson went down first, so 10 kills and a second, maybe even 11. That is dangerous because once Cerberus starts to get the momentum going, we've seen what they've been able to do in these lobbies.
And let's not forget about Question Mark, who went down, what, 2 circles ago with 13 kills? That's just a ludicrous total. Everything that was going on to the north was just destruction incarnate. So Forest making the best of a bad situation is the only way you can really say that one, but choosing to pounce out. Also, respect due, Silson, man.
Yeah, Silson went went huge there for the team of Falcons, but also for the team of Forest.
True.
I mean, he was really there for them. So, yeah, this game, again, 7-7-7. I really didn't like seeing this, but that was a best-case scenario for Forest, and they managed to clinch that victory. So, good on them, man. Even if they had only 2 kills or whatever they ended up walking away with, that was a big, big game for them.
I'm not going to lie. I tend to lean more in favor of Miramar and watching all the craziness that goes on with that, the way that people can navigate the circles. And these Erangel games that we're getting in this, though, they feel a lot more like Miramar games than they do Erangel games.
Well, especially, again, because of the awkward endings that we've had. The hardships are really starting to put a lot of pressure on these rotations from the teams coming out, especially when we're sitting in Pochinki for so long. It looks like it's going to shift off north, but it actually hard shifts back down, which means that all those teams that we had in the north, question mark, Sonics, T5, Twisted, who ended up getting in, how many firefights they were able to survive before they finally went down. And then the double nade there from Himas, but really it was Silzen that was able to clinch it, as we are actually, my friend, going to head to the stage for an interview.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and we are joined by Saul from Danawa Esports. An extremely impressive day 1 and of course day 2 of the grand finals being today. Saul, congratulations so far. You've done very well. Now, one thing that I'd like to basically touch base on is because a lot of questions and a lot of discussion at events like this centers around expectation, and you are considered by many people as one of, if not the best player in the world. So I just want to know how you feel about that, considering how well you guys are playing at the moment.
이제 많은 사람들이 서울 선수를 전 세계 최고 선수 한 명으로 중 한 명으로 여기는데, 본인에게 이 팬분들의 기대치만큼 아니면은 이 타이틀만큼 잘하고 계시는지 본인이 어떤 생각하십니까?
일단 팬분들의 기대치만큼 해주는지는 모르겠는데 전 항상 제 자신이 부족하다고 생각을 하고 있어서 더 앞서 나가야 된다, 발전해야 된다고 생각하고 있습니다.
I'm not so sure if I reached my fans' expectations, but I think I have to improve a lot for the upcoming games, so I will keep developing myself for the upcoming matches.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين باللاعب سول من فريق دانوا اي سبورتس بعد ما حصلوا المركز الثالث بمباراتنا الاولى وقدروا يوصلوا ل 11 اقصاء، فنتيجه قويه جدا خصوصا في اليوم الثاني من نهائيات البي جي اس 2. حبينا نساله، في كثير ناس بتحكي وبتتوقع انه هو يعتبر من افضل اللعيبه اذا مش اقوى لاعب في العالم، فهل هو حاسس انه هو واصل هاي التوقعات ولا كيف رأيه بأدائه في البطولة حاليا؟ رده كان انه يعني هو فكره ما وصل لهذا الأداء ومش حاسس انه هو بأحسن لاعب، ولكن حاسس انه لازم يشتغل على حاله أكثر وأكثر وشوف ايش حيقدر يقدم في باقي المباريات في نهائيات البطولة.
Well, Sol, we've also heard that you've recently stepped into the role of IGL on your team. So can you talk us through what it's been like stepping into that role?
최근에 오더를 맡게 되었는데, 이 오더라는 역할을 맡게 되는 것에 대해서 어떤 소감인지.
일단 이번 연도에 들어서 오더를 하게 됐는데 사실 제가 책임감이 있으면 좀 더 열심히 할 수 있는 사람이라고 감독님께 말씀드렸고, 그래서 IGL에 맡겨주어서 좀 이 성적에 있어서 굉장히 큰 책임감을 가지고 있고, 그리고 제가 판단하고 제가 이끄는 팀이라서 그런지 좀 더 재밌게 임하고 있습니다.
So I've been in-game leader for this year, and then I heard from my coach that I have a biggest responsibility in the team, so I got this role, and I will do my best for being the leader, for having the best results, for leading my team for the best results for the tournament.
سؤالنا الثاني للاعب سول كان بخصوص استلامته للرايه كقائد الفريق والاي جي ال الفريق لهي السنه، فكيف شعوره بعد ما بدا يقيد الفريق في البطولات؟ رده كان انه الكوتش تبعه حكى له انه هو عنده هلا حاليا اكبر مسؤوليه للفريق، وهلا يعني بحس يمكن بشويه ضغط، لكن حيعمل كل اللي بامكانه يعمله عشان يوصل الفريق ويقيد الفريق لنهائيات البطوله ولا المركز الاول برضه بالجراند فاينلز من البطوله. نشكرك يا سول على تواجدك معنا بالمقابله، ونرجع للاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطه.
Thanks so much for joining us in your post-match interview, Sol. Best of luck with the remaining matches for today. And before you make any jokes, Sandstorm, I know I look like Ken, so don't worry about it. And for now, we're going to go back to the desk because we're going to Tago.
No making fun of it here, Banks. I love dressing in pink too. I think he looks good up there. Thank you.
Yeah, you do too. You rock those. Any color, basically, you rock.
I'm good with whatever.
You are.
You too. You
Thanks.
too, my friend. Forrest takes away that victory. And I won't say that it was all peaches and cream. They only got 2 kills. They locked down that sort of chapel and just held it. But that's what you have to do sometimes. You come away and you take the wins that are given to you.
For sure. Like, if you're able to, hunker down and get a win from that, you take those. It's not those that are mostly celebrated, of course, but it's the 12 points that matters, of course, and that's going to be pushing them up through the leaderboard. So that's, of course, fantastic. But, yeah, I love what I saw from servers, though. I got to say their rotations was on point, and here we go for the man of the match, of course. 473 damage, but only 1 kill for Scappy because they did scrap through that win.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Kidia for putting that man of the match up there. Scappy did come away with it, but remember, y'all at home, this comes from the winning team. So man of the match, 1 kill, that is who's going to walk away with it. They only had 2, but the winners of that match is ultimately going to be Cerberus, who got 11 kills and 17 total points, then Falcons, then Question Mark, who got a whopping 13 kills, and then Forrest actually walks away, I guess technically in 4th place, Martin.
Yeah, the winner chicken dinner is not going to matter too much here, of course, but the amount of points that the other teams are getting, this is the first time in a very long time I've seen 6 teams on double digits. Super impressive, of course, 17, and Twisted Minds also fragging out, and it just kind of fell in row there, so it's going to be a very top-heavy, and we're going to see these teams continuously just get these guaranteed points. But Question Mark here, to get into 70 points like this, Steve, is really impressive. 11 points now, it's good.
I mean, at the start of the day, Na'Vi and Sonics were tied for first. Question Mark has overtaking it substantially as they move up to 70, and Forrest off the back of that chicken dinner does manage to get them to 7th place, which I think is a position they are going to be very, very happy with when it comes to expectations going into this thing. Now, this match, Martin, if the last one was a bit of a pull-up palooza, this was all about urban living, right? A lot of teams went to Pachinki, and what I thought was a little bit early, but because the circle went to the chapel, it seemed like a lot of them still got a chance to get out there, be a little frag forward, to get proactive.
Yeah, and in general, like when you are able to get into the city and it obviously ends close to that, you want to be on the edge, and they're able to lock that down early.
Absolutely. And if you want to lock something down, you can go ahead and play bold, win big with Doritos. Go to Instagram.com/Doritos Arabia to get yourself a look at some of those flavors and maybe lock down something delicious. Now, if you want to lock down the best way to play, follow us on Instagram at Razor MENA and check out all the new gear. They got some sweet switches that I think are nice. The click is just right. Now, speaking of clicking, we're back to Question Mark. The fact is, these guys are really, they won the last game when we left yesterday. They won the first game. This one, they went out in 10th and then walked away with 13 kills. Can they be stopped?
Honestly, there's no question about it, that they're going to be super strong throughout today. The question is, are they going to be able to continue to do that, right? They're winning their fights. The confidence is good. And even from the games that they know, okay, and again, we've been talking about this so often, right? The sooner you realize you're not going to be able to win the game from those positions, you start fragging out. And that's what they did. They just cleaned up their entire Northwestern circle, took on a fight with Twisted Minds that they actually ended up having a little bit of a rougher time with, of course, and still going out before the placement points with 13 kills. Super impressive. They took a lot of good decisions. They took a lot of good fights. They ran into a Gen G that got kind of picked apart because of the different angles that they had, and they stayed strong throughout that game. Early game.
You mentioned Twisted Minds. Y'all might have seen Twisted Minds on your screen a second ago. We are giving away codes throughout the day today, so make sure you're watching to get those fingers flying and pick up some of those awesome GPT skins still available for a limited time. Well, our time is limited. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it is time to head to the pleasant peninsula of Tego. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to Tego.
It takes 2 to
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
McKindy, the new flavor to come down the new competitive sports pipeline.
Yeah.
It's going to be happening at PNC, but right now, let's enjoy, I guess, our new dessert that we get inside as Tego.
That's the extra dessert that we'll see starting off at PNC. But yes, we are heading into Tego. Again, a map that's very quickly becoming my favorite. Watching it competitive here specifically in these groups, in the losers and the winners, we've seen some of the best games actually happen on Tego.
Again, Forest, you got to give respect where respect's due. It's not like they had an easy path to make it inside the zone on that last one, and a big come up on side the leaderboard, as you were talking about moving into this game, that was a massive game for Forest.
Even with the low amount of kills, they shot up a couple placements. They're now in 7th place with 46 points, and they are just behind T5 as well as Na'Vi. And then looking at the leaderboard as well, so we have Question Mark in first, 70 points. Great. Sonics at second, 59. Down on third, 58, then Twisted at 57, then Na'Vi and T5 tied at 55. The top of this leaderboard is relentless. It's been going back and forth, and it's so close, and we still have so many games to go.
The lower half of the leaderboard is still just absolutely neck and neck. Specifically, that last game also gave some life to some squads that were really looking for
needed it, yeah.
Squads like Cerberus, and now it's going to be, okay, how good have you been doing navigating what's been going on in Tego? Because Tego, let's be real, has been pretty cruel to our players.
Tego, I mean, that's just kind of the way that it works though, right? With a lot of the different areas that we've played, we've pretty much landed all over Tego, right? There's not an area that I feel like at this point, except for maybe the West Coast and Hapo, we've been all over the map. And a lot of that is due to how difficult it can be to rotate, especially if you're a late rotator, because of the way that the terrain is set up, because of the way that the cities are even set up, because you were kind of mentioning it yesterday with Toby, especially when we had that game kind of end in Songam, the cities are not as dense. So there's not as many buildings. On top of that, there's so many different rooftops you can potentially get to the top of. And that creates just such a dynamic way of play, different from what we normally see in like cities like even Pachinki, even cities that we've seen in Miramar as well.
For such a, I don't want to call it flat, but it is a pretty flat map.
It's fairly flat, yeah.
Just any level of verticality, getting up on top of buildings, those types of things just shift the entirety dynamic of a firefight. And it's one of the reasons why we saw the impacts inside of it in the last game. Just, what is it? I believe it was Alia. It was up on top, got a nade, and then just absolutely destroyed a squad.
Yeah, and so that will definitely come into play here as well, as we're now looking at these drops. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Again, seeing a hot drop at this point, especially in grand finals, is pretty much out of the question for a lot of these teams. As I say that, Na'Vi and Tai Lu very close to each other, but I don't suspect. Okay, Matt, this looks pretty familiar.
Look, you got mad because you didn't get it before, and you might be getting your wish now, as a couple of shots going to be coming out from Uba. It does connect on to him, but Army Base in play, Shipyard, who was the
that game
ruler of
casting
dreams,
that
man.
was pretty wild. Wild is, I think, the perfect word to use there. As we see, speaking of wild, Alia is getting a little wild here, trying to get some damage and maybe a knock here early on to the team of Tai Lu, but they're actually just going to back off here as Na'Vi in a great position on the leaderboard currently find themselves tied in 5th.
Also, a good spot on this map is going to be Danawa. Going in the Yongshang area, that means the fact that they get a lot of good options to work through. The Expendables, not going to have to worry about losing a member early. 17 Gaming didn't kill off one of their members going for a vehicle, but they are going to be pathing up closer to the Yongshang area. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they cut more into the north. Also, Forest, our team from last game, is running a 2-2 split in Shipyard.
I don't even blame them after that. After watching that circle, I don't even think this is a bold play. I mean, anything at this point is possible on this map. As we also see a team coming into the rotation here, just to the center, off to the east is going to be the Expendables, which finally have 4 members up to start the game.
And this is the Fatty River, we need to point out, that's running through this one. And if anything, one of the more bulbous areas inside of it is going to be that area that's just south of Yongshang. And so with that, there's a lot of just very hard to navigate space. We were kind of alluding to this inside of our previous game that kind of went up here. The bridges up to the north of this aren't connected, so you got to make some wild rotations in that one. But even then, there's a bridge that's just right on the cusp down to the southwest that isn't traversable in the easiest of ways either. So this is a very 50-50 circle in behavior, and you have to assume that some of this river is still going to be in play.
And even you and myself and Toby have spoken about how difficult it can be to cross that river, not necessarily because of the depth of the water, but because of the terrain that's on either side of the coast. It's very difficult to play. There's really not much, and then that exacerbates is the problem of so much water and so many bridges already being into play in the circle, Matt.
I'm also getting a bit concerned for TE here, as they're trying to find somewhere to get just comfy, but also looted. This is a very early rotation. Look at what they're working with right now. Everything that they're finding has already been claimed. Forest has gone for more of a regroup just to the north of them on that western side. Army base is open, but this is also kind of one of the bigger hillsides that we're going to be looking at that makes it to where it's harder to traverse up that hill. And so TE kind of caught in this no man's land of awkward positioning that they're trying to work around, as we do have Twisted Minds getting set up, and we've got Perfectix to get an idea on what's going on with their team.
Yeah, we're feeling good. We are confident, but we want to make more points and better results. We have a lot of analyze in other teams and training a lot of our aim. Yeah, I think it's possible. I will try to do my best and I will be confident. Спасибо, ребят, что болеете. Спасибо всем, кто пишет приятные, всем, кто пишет гадости, ай-яй-яй. Вот. Вы лучшие, красавчики.
I mean, how can you not avoid clapping whenever that man appears on camera there?
He's a good dude.
Good dude.
Also disgusting.
Yeah. We did see him go on a bit of a tear on Atego.
Yeah, he had like, what, 2 back-to-back 9-kill games? That was utterly ridiculous. As he said, oh, we just also need to practice our aim. I don't know if Perfectix's aim can get any better.
If he thinks that he hasn't hit the pinnacle, I am scared for this lobby the moment he says, yeah, I think I'm starting to get very happy with where my aim is, right?
And I mean, even where that team is, right? We saw Twisted go into lower bracket, which is something I don't think anyone expected. Everyone was expecting, especially with the mind that Batulin carries on that team, to pretty much just kind of breeze into winners. They went to losers. They qualified very, very handily, and now they find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. So this is what we expect from Twisted Minds.
Man, we got the lovers and the dreamers going on pretty hard right now. Open up your map if you have not, as it is a rainbow connection of teams. Everybody just spattered up. It's like an abstract art thing where it's just throw random colors up into this section. Is what, maybe 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers of this map has near on everybody in it right now.
But here's the interesting thing about pointing that out, Matt. That means that everyone has actually bet on the fact that it's going to go to the big island there just below Army base.
Or not even just make a hard shift into the west.
Yeah, if this shifts south or to the east, it is going to be devastating for the teams that have actually set up in the middle, because getting out of that death trap is going to be hell.
This is where you learn from Friendly Fire inside of what happened to them whenever they used that emergency pickup to get in position. Hold it in this position. No emergency pickups coming in too much, as it is going to be all that's going to go down. It's going to be DG that manages to pick that one up, and that's kind of surprising that is our first death, given how close these teams are to each other.
True, and Na'Vi, this is going to be another start where they're losing a member early. They haven't really been able to find their footing just yet here today as we head into the third game. And I'm really surprised and curious to see if any of the teams are actually going to take a page out of LG's book and maybe just kind of take position just to the middle point of the island there, and maybe have a rotation either to the west or the east, depending on what the circle does.
Looks like FaZe might, yeah. They're kind of moving in from the south. Ty Lu has an eye over into the east, assuming the fact that most people are going to be going over there. QM also doing something similar. Forest, though, they do find themselves the capability of sneaking in and getting themselves a victory inside this last one, but they are going to be shooed away from Shipyard, as this was their home territory. They were in the process of leaving and going west, though.
They were, I think Master stayed a little bit too long, though, so that's going to cost them a player. As you have to know that rotations are coming in from a lot of the other teams, especially with how compacted this is going to be, especially because of how much water, again, is in this circle. There's quite a bit of unplayable terrain as we look at a team like Question Mark just slowly finding their way in. No rush for them, and I really love the approach they've had so far. They've been so patient with all of their rotations, as well as just their decision-making and team fights.
And I'm going to say, look at these circles that we're getting right now. You can't say anybody is just getting gifted circles. You're having to at least do something.
Even
to
teams
get
getting gifted have to defend against like 3 or 4 crashes.
Yeah, this is just absolutely insane. And there's the shots that took him out. And yes, it does look like FaZe is leaning to what you were talking about beforehand. Falcons are kind of navigating this area to the south, not quite inside the zone. Sonics did a wide wrap very far up to the north. They're going to find themselves rewarded with Army base for near on free. I don't even think it's been touched yet.
I don't think so either. But this, in, you know, this in circles like this, it's one of the benefits of actually rotating in late. If you're Question Mark, if you're Falcons, if you're FaZe, if you're Ty Lue, or even Sonics there, as you said, coming in on the north side of Army bases, you're able to see if it is indeed going to commit to that main island that they're all on, or if it's going to shift either south or to the east and cause some sort of a rotational disaster for a lot of the teams that have centered up early. And so if you are one of those teams that centered up early, you definitely want it to come to you. If not, you're going to be dealing with a lot of teams and a lot of chaos.
How much lottery tickets are you about to burn in your future as Ty Lue is committing into the east? They're saying, okay, everybody's probably playing the west. This is our safer approach. They are coming in late.
Which is smart.
For now.
For now.
If it goes east, man, just never again can you purchase anything like a lottery ticket or expect to win a prize. Every single time, you're going to get the worst prize out of the cereal box, right?
Possibly, yeah. I don't really think I got lucky with a lot of those.
I don't either.
So the more I think about it, I think I was
didn't even get lucky with circles. When's that karma going to hit back for us?
No. But, I mean, if you are a team like Ty Lue and you are in the east, you could potentially take a boat. We saw that when the last time the circle was around here, they actually would be able to wrap quite far to the north and pretty much get in on the bottom side of an area like Army Base, or even go all the way to the edge of circle. There's also some crates you're pointing out in the water. I don't think those are going to be a priority, as this one is going to center up. Okay, so nothing really funky here.
I was more pointing it out for the myth of, hey, you know, crates denote circles.
I see.
I was pointing over there. But no, okay, it is going to go over into the hillside. Army Base is going to be in this. So all of our teams still kinda in this. It's going to be FaZe that's going to have to deal with the awkward move, 17, as well as Falcons. If anything, Falcons is a bit late in this rotation, and that might be a problem.
They are, but also it's going to be Jeems that's going to spot out the rotation. Of Question Mark now as a doozy is going to be found, so that's going to be an early kill for FaZe, and they're going to be able to see exactly the type of rotation that Question Mark is interested in. Is Dante now going to try to take some shots at Jeems? He will be okay, and so I imagine they're going to pull back. And when we look at the circle, the center is occupied by Cerberus. This, again, is one of those areas where it looks like it's a massive mountain, but it's really quite gradual on the approach from all directions, and so that's going to be somewhat difficult for teams to hold, especially if you're at the peak. Cerberus has, though, shown us in the previous game that it ended around this area that they're able to fight on multiple fronts.
I do like this from Question Mark. Not a big commit in, just go, okay, let's just go ahead and get out of here.
Lost one,
Circle is a big priority. Let's be honest, if you're rotating from all the way into no man's land into the circle and one is the most you lose, I'd almost consider that value.
It's not the end of the world, as Question Mark will lose. I mean, they will lose a doozy who's been putting in a large amount of work. Is now Thanadol here, T5 just below Twisted, in a position where they're also in between Na'Vi. So if a fight breaks out here, Twisted has to be very aware that a third party might be on the table for them, as Na'Vi is just on their north.
It is just everybody has left Yongxion right now and just trying to make their way into the hillside, realizing that we need to get footholds in early. Question Mark, though, do go for a bit of a stop off, see if they can get some shots into FaZe, slow them down, but FaZe instantly jumps out of their vehicles. Everybody cresting up that hill. Best of luck. Going to regret that one.
And this is good for the rest of the lobby, right, Matt? Because they are a team in first place, and they're actually just eliminated. And so that cushion, that lead that they have, will very quickly start to shorten or start to shrink.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron Gill can give you something, but it feels like Tago's just going to take it away. As now Twisted Mind's having to walk right into a very tangled situation in between Danoa. Navi's going to be up on this hillside. They've got to be careful about that when Nade's getting prepped out. As Flush is going to go ahead, get taken care of, and that is going to go over to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Na'Vi as well, very close to Danoa as they're starting to kind of crunch on the position here of Twisted. T5 still as well. Again, Twisted Minds is in the middle of a lot of teams and pretty much open terrain, and so they have to be very careful with how they approach this. Is now 4 men. Xiao Lu will find a knock onto Danoa, and a lot of teams starting to close on this position here in the center towards the top of the hill.
A butterfly flaps its wings, and it's making the chaos carry down. As now we saw Danoa have to shift away from Na'Vi into Twisted Minds. Now 4 angry men going to get vision on them. Let's not forget it is going to be Jin Ji also coming back behind Danoa right now, and I feel for Danoa. This is probably the worst squads you could potentially want to be surrounding you, right?
Yeah.
And this isn't even a sandwich. This is like, I don't know, like a stuffed crust pizza at this point that they're in the thick of.
Those are actually kind of delicious, though. Eating a pizza backwards is pretty fun, as Danoa is not having any fun at all. Look at how many many grenades as Loki will somehow survive.
I mean, what do you even do? Look at how many people are around you, how many squads, and the aim that is just on every single one of these. The circle does pop, still keeps in a big chunk of army base itself, shifts into the north, has some of the coastline in it as well. But unfortunately, that means that Loki has to move just a bit further forward to be in the zone, but that also is not where you want to stay.
And now just to add to the problems that Danawa is having, Gen G has now started to poke their way into this fight, looking in the direction of 4EM to the south, as well as trying to get around. Taman actually going for a really wide off angle to maybe get some damage onto 4EM and start finding some knocks, as this has just become chaos in the southeast.
As you can see, doing a big wrap. They're going to be coming in. 17 Gaming not wanting to commit into what was going on over there. They're going to wrap up into the north as well. Falcons do have some pathings for them to work with. And this is Loki's life. This is going to be Loki's life until probably somebody sees his feet.
Yeah, or someone pushes up that hill and just sees the whole angle on him. But Gen G still trying to constrict here onto 4EM. And all these teams are eventually going to have to contend with Twisted Minds because they're also the edge. And if we look at even towards the west, we see Falcons coming in. We see FaZe coming in with a little late in the blue, and then 17 have actually taken complete control of the west, Matt.
While this is terrible for what's going on with Danawa, it's also really bad for 4 Angry Men because they can't move forward due to the firefight that was happening over here. Gen G, they have one member that's already inside the zone. They've got the foothold. The other 3 members moving very far down the south. But Taman is way over to the east, just even still trying to make sure that there is no potential for 4 Angry Men to wrap up into the north. He's going to spot out Tyloo, take some shots in, but now 4 Angry Men, their pathing options are near on nil.
No, they're using a lot of utility already. Many smokes out of their pockets as they do have 2 members knocked. Xiaopan is just desperately trying to recover here and maybe go for a reset. But again, with all the angles against them, it's going to be difficult for 4EM to make it up this hill. And this is what I was talking about. That gradual incline is really not that great, especially if you're a team on the back foot.
The only benefit that 4 Angry Men has is going to be Falcons and T5, who are getting pretty close to each other in this. It means that Twisted Minds also has to start keeping an eye on what's happening just to the west. That is where Perfectix has got his sight line into. Falcons, though, they don't want to fight at this stage. They just want to get a bit more information. You can see already shifting away from it. That means that T5 couldn't have pathing in, but that is going to be bad for Twisted Minds as they're going to have a new target right up on top of them while they're still having to deal with 4 Angry Men and potentially some Gen G sightlines.
Yeah, well, 4EM have actually used this kind of distraction there that T5 was able to create with Falcons to start to make it up the hill. In fact, they have. They've made it right on the bottom side here of Twisted Minds. Lou should be able to see this. In fact, Lou is going to be in a lot of danger here as he's taking damage here from Xiaolu.
It's the Lus versus each other right now, and seeing if who's going to be able to shoo the other one away. All pressure, though, all of the problem is going to be going on to the 4 Angry Men side, taking those shots and does stall out his positioning, but that's almost kind of a mixed blessing. Him being stopped there means the fact that he has an angle on what 4 Angry Men is trying to do into their approach into the zone.
Gen G will still hear this, right? The one member of Danawa, Loki, is just surviving as much as he can. This will shift straight up towards the mountaintop terrain as a lot of teams now interested in this fight here as Falcons now taking shots back and forth. It'll be Thanodol, though, that finds DraftKings.
T5, when they're on no cover, instead, they're just going to use their aim. The bullets themselves going to provide them the cover and the way to work with this one. Capitan, though, with that high ground, is going to exploit that. But we do have Hatsawat that's trying to flank in, see if maybe he gets more damage into Capitan. But you can see, where do you go if you're T5? While this is going on, Twisted Minds hears this. They're shifting in, and they want to be right up on top. They realize that they can pounce into it, and they're going to get some damage in as well. Now, Falcons, damage being done onto their side. Sills at least wants to get Capitan, but not going to be able to get it. He's going to go down too.
No chance at all. The time of which Twisted has decided to strike was wonderful as they've been able to not only clean up T5, but now put quite a bit of pressure on the Falcons. They know that they're down members. Emmy has to back off, but he's about to run into Na'Vi.
Man, do you see him pop the brakes on that one instantly? Nope, you can have that one here. Twisted Minds making the shift into the Falcons and T5 line, though, does mean that it's going to be more of an opportunity for 4 Angry Men and what we were talking about beforehand. They did shift more into the northeastern area, still right up on top of Gen G. North also about to pop off as we do, well, actually, with the Gen G situation, we have Tyloo that's also trying to maneuver into that same area, so that could be another potential firefight. While in the north, we do have the Expendables that could be pathing into the Sonics, or potentially, if you mind, Game PT.
Yeah, it's going to be the Sonics that could potentially hold that edge, as you were saying, from the Expendables. But I'm also looking at an open opportunity for 4AM, who have been the ones getting third party and pinned down to start to third party against that fight. You were talking about Tai Lu and Gen G, as now Shen is trying to open up this fight with a knock, but I still worry. Loki could strike, and he does. He finds 755.
Gets the knock at the worst time for Tai Lu. They have to shift all of their attention back this direction. The thorn in the side, see if maybe he can get another point here or there. He's near on doomed. He's going to go out, but that stalls Tai Lu at the worst possible time.
Nice. Genji now with the ability to recover. Maybe DG is the rest of the members here starting to collapse. They realize that it's better to go towards the circle, hold from there rather than fight in the blue for this long. But Pio is now going to be trapped behind the rock. He's going to see Shen just make it behind that tree.
Shen had the angle onto him, though. Tai Lu just running, chasing, and can they catch up to the blue? Pio has to retreat. We know that he's so good at this whole duck and cover strategy. He often finds himself in isolated positions. Can he manage to hold up against Tai Lu that just has no options and has to just push him as hard as possible? Nade's going to be coming out. You can see it is going to finally connect. He's going to go down. Gen G just doesn't have the angles. The building providing the cover for Tai Lu, and they navigated that one so well. EJ, though, can he get vengeance? Gets the knock, but he's going to go down as well.
And a trade, it's just down to DG98. How much damage can he do? He'll finish off Tai Lu, and he might even be able to carry EJ to safety as Gen G with a nice recovery, especially with the good utility usage out of Tai Lu to push Pio out of position and actually get the knock and flush on him. But look, Mel is gonna see this.
High ground vision coming up big. Gen G is going to go out, and that's more control for Na'Vi. They have gotten themselves a nice lockdown position into the southeast. 4 Angry Men, the new potential target that they're going to have to deal with. Looking up into the north, you can see that there's also some big moving factors in TE trying to just get away from what was going on with Sonics. They're going to go ahead and go down. Sonic should have a path into the circle. Forest going to be pretty close to them. Na'Vi's split, though, going to cause a problem for potentially Twisted Minds, 4 Angry Men, and Forest.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold it against all the teams coming at the same time. They might be able to do it for a little bit, but as you said, Twisted Minds on the south side going to start pushing in, and Sonics are going to look for an opportunity in as they have quite an open run, and GP is fully focused on them. But look, you even have Forest as well starting to come on, and 4 AM now on the east side.
4 AM spot out all the crates. They're going to do a quick stopover before they get involved. That's when Sonic's wishing that they would just have made that crash to the back. Forest right now, just a rock, and that's their only real safety that they've got. They don't have too far that they have to move in this zone. Forest does hear this. They've shifted down to the south. Na'Vi is also regrouped over here a bit more, and Sonic's firing lines with I gotta say, Game PT doing a good job of just securing almost everything in the north.
Yeah, they've got a nice spread in the north. They realize they have the majority of the control here as Cerberus now taking the fight to 17. They've been knocked quite a bit on the west side as they came in a little later, and Duck Mai will find the flush on a Zhao Bei.
With this firefight, also Twisted Minds using the opportunity in the south to move in. The other members of 17 Gaming kind of caught out, not realizing, okay, what's our best strategy? We know that Cerberus has got this point on lock. Twisted Minds going to have the south have to contend with. Sonic's going to go ahead and move into a vehicle, and they're going to roll right up next to Forest. They're going to have to just essentially jump out of this directly into a firefight. Scappy's going to go ahead and throw down some of this utility. Blue Zone's going to slow it down just a bit. Also hit the shot on the head. A headshot into this one off the start. Scappy, man, he is a scrappy mid-game fighter, and look at this. Forest just denies anything that Sonics were trying to do.
Just like that, using the momentum there from the last game to continue to fight. We've really seen Forest start to come alive. Like, as you said, Olympus and Scappy have been huge for this squad. As Scappy isn't done, he'll find the knock on the Crazy as well.
4 Angry Men wanting to try to pounce. That fight finished too fast as Forest going to have a ton of nades landing next to them.
Oh, it's Blue Zone, I think.
Yeah. The good read on that. He saw, realized what it was, shifted away from it. 4 Angry Men, though. It does look like they are going to be able to get Crazy back up. But Scappy, man, whenever he doesn't have much ammo to work with. Fortunately, though, Sonic's just delivered a whole bunch.
Yeah, Sonic's delivered a lot of gear. I'm not sure if they should be able to at least loot a little bit here, but as a two-man facing against a strong 4 AM, it's going to still be difficult. Xiaolu looking for the angles. They need to clear out Forest so they can start focusing on the other team there to their west, and that's going to be Na'Vi.
Can't even see the Forest through the trees right now due to the amount of opponents that are coming after him, as it is going to be If You Mind Game PT getting the finishing touches onto him. Circle does shift away from If You Mind's positioning, so now going to be much more down in that Twisted Minds 17 Cerberus line.
And Twisted Minds have been on the south this entire time, slowly rotating back and forth between west and east as they stay on the south side, and they've cleared out pretty much every other team, and they're pretty unencumbered as well. They have good armor still. Their utility probably isn't that bad, and most importantly, they still have 4 members alive.
Considering how wild it's been over into the east, 4 Angry Men still having the members up and navigating that so well, kudos where kudos is due. Twisted Minds, though, also come from that same area, sitting at 7 kills right now, and they have themselves a strong control point. Little Ghost, last one up for 17 Gaming. Looks like they're just trying to scout out where he is right now. Shots are going to come out on Spyro, get him down. Oh, wow, nice angle being held, but it's going to be Perfectix on the other side. Steps in to defend his team when needed.
Potentially dangerous there. Twisted Minds will clean it up, and they will get Spyro back up as well, but Cerberus now aware of what's happened here and not going out, and they will try to push the pace. As example, will find one and do quite a bit of damage to HSMM as they are now on the back foot here, and they're not even in circle as they fight. The grenade will flush Xiaolu.
HSMM just has to retreat away from that one. Crazy. Javion also has some angle down into this, but yes, we do have Game PT making their way. His car is just not going to be there for cover anymore. It's decided it wants to go down that hillside. Na'Vi also has to deal with this as they're back behind what's going on with 4 Angry Men, and all of this, they still need to make a path into the zone, and there is just nothing that they can find to work with. Oddly enough, it's going to be Lou at range that spots out 4 Angry Men across the circle, doing some decent work.
And I really like the aggression here. Game PT with a beautiful nade there will clean up 4 AM, but again, they've been the benefactors of the circle in the north, and they have really start to spread out and control all of this circle, especially on the east side, and all they have to do now is just get rid of Na'Vi.
Just look at how Game PT is shooting up that leaderboard right now. Every single kill just massive for them. Sitting at 7 right now, and eyes on the prize. It's going to be even higher, so they still have so much of the circle that they're controlling. They know that Na'Vi is going to be weakened over here, but it's going to be a hard area to start to push into. Remember, Twisted Minds up on that hillside does have some vision on this pathing.
The problem is though, they can't get as aggressive as they want because of Cerberus's position, and they know as soon as they start to step out, Cerberus will come in and try to go for a backstab, and so for the time being, they will just hold on the south and control as much as they can while trying to dictate the fight between GP and the last 2 members of Na'Vi. But again, Cerberus, a big threat still.
Things kind of slowing down a bit.
They've actually backed off, though, a lot more than I thought they would.
And I feel like this is a, okay, realize that this could be our game kind of moment, right? They are in the west. They don't have to deal with a lot of what's been going on over into the east. Twisted Mind's going to be down to the south of them, has been creating some problems. But instead, really, it's going to be, if you mind, Game PT that's been the big moving factor in this.
Yeah, then they've dictated a lot of the control here in the circle, especially in the north side. They're also going to get another shift, and I actually agree with you. Cerberus could be like, you know what, we had a good game last game. Let's not fully commit to everything and make sure we're taking our time, because I think that has been the thing that's been the detriment to Cerberus, especially coming to grand finals. They haven't been as measured as maybe they should have been, but they're at least going to survive for now with 3 members, and now they're going to make their way to the north side wrap in the circle, which is going to be a nice position for them to play. Meanwhile, it's going to be Twisted actually coming on the south side as they're going to find a knock on a Game PT and start pushing the pace because they also want to take control of the south.
Hush in a very interesting position just to the side of this. He's trying to reposition, see if maybe he can catch some crossfires on anybody that's going to be moving in. Hasn't quite gotten the angles that he wants. The hillside's going to provide enough cover. Twisted Mind's doing a great job on just kind of maneuvering down into this one. And now it is going to be, if you mind, Game PT finding themselves in a much more pinched position. Cerberus navigating the crates. They're going to be coming up from the north. Perfectix also just with the perfect aim every single time for his squad.
Also just so good at finding the perfect angles, right? Holding that east side wrap, realizing that there's going to be a member there of GP in Hush, try to make it back to his team. And so that's going to be 1 member to fall as they're going to find a second. Batulin will find Daku.
And at the exact same time, they've got Cerberus behind them. If you mind, Game PT just trying to cling to life. They've managed to pick up a ton of kills, but there is no cover. Every single time you're trying to get away from one angle, it's going to be the other squad. On top of this, Twisted Minds now making their way up to 10 kills as Haisaki's is going to stop the last one, but a nade's going to go off right up on top of him. Twisted Minds could use this opportunity to pounce.
Hello, using a martyrdom situation there, dropping that nade and still just handing over so much control to Twisted as they are trying to close this one out. 10 kills, as you said, and all the control in this circle, Matt.
Perfectix on this flank is going to be able to put in so much work. Duckmine just trying to get a drop onto Spyro right now. Can't connect with the shots. The push just going to provide enough cover. Finally going to connect in as 2 members looking into now 3 on Twisted Minds, but this flank has me terrified for Cerberus.
One of those members is Tycon, and he has been so impressive in these final circle situations. His aim is ridiculous, and that knock from Batulin could open the door here as Lou now is in a position. It's a 2-on-2, Matt.
Slowing down the pacing just a bit more, trying to use the nades, trying to force people away from the angles. Twisted Minds still sitting on a pretty strong set of positions that they can kind of win from. Perfectix, though, very far to the north. That's one of the reasons why we haven't seen a lot of these reg escapes coming out just quite yet.
That's huge.
And yeah, this is what I was terrified of. Perfectix finally revealing himself, that snake biting right at the most opportune time, as it is just going to be Duckmine, last one up.
Tycon was going for an angle that potentially would have given him a nice array of shots there on to Perfectus, but he was able to find that. Lou now safe, and it is down to a 2-on-1. The impact of that knock cannot be overstated, as Lou is pretty much aware where Duckmine's current position is, but he's also in a one-on-one isolated angle.
And I love this. Perfectix leaving his back angle onto this one, moving in, trusting in Lou, saying the fact that you can defend this one up.
Yes.
Let's get a very strong numbers advantage in. We've got plenty of time. It's still phase 8, guys. We're not even in circle 9 yet. No need to try to make any type of rush. Shot's gonna come out, not gonna quite connect enough to get the knock onto it, just trying to run into the hillside. Blue zone nades gonna come out, create a bit of a problem for Duckmine to have to work around. It is also going to slow down Twisted Minds, though.
This is a 3-on-1, though. That nade was perfect. Perfectus, as he raises his hands, Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
Bro, how long were those guys fighting? It felt like, what, circle 2?
They fought everyone, too.
They did. I think it'd be easier to find a squad that they did not shoot inside this game.
And they were so efficient in sweeping again from east to west, down on the south side of that circle. And they pretty much dispatched everybody without losing a single member.
It is. I mean, they got a couple of knocks. They got a little bit risky, but they still just managed to handle so much of what was been going on. And it's just navigating a circle like that with the collapsing, with the amount of teams, that is so hard to do. And the fact that they did it so clean is just, again, a statement how good that they are.
Yeah, but we also still have to talk about Cerberus as we head to the desk and the highlights.
We will talk about Cerberus, but for now, we're going to talk about Twisted Minds as they come up with a big win. A second on the day for EMEA. Martin, you got to be feeling good watching these guys play.
Yeah, it's good to see these guys be able to step up to the case, of course, and good to see them, rise up and get some support from the fans there in there and cheering for them. But yeah, it was a rough one for Cerberus. They were down a lot, but they managed to get a few opening knocks, and at one point it was actually a 2 versus 2. But then Twisted Minds, they turned it around. And in general, a really rough circle. As you said at the beginning here, it's time to Tego, but this one, it was a hard dance for a lot of these layers here, of course, coming in hard southwest shift. Twisted Minds had a lot of control of that high ground.
Yep. And if it does take 2 to Tego in that final circle, we saw a 2v2 as both of those teams, Cerberus and Twisted Minds, set themselves up to go head-to-head, but it was just a beautiful flank and that knock on a Tycon that I think opened the door. I don't think you can say Cerberus played this wrong in any way. I think they went out and they did their best, and it just came down to a perfect grenade to wrap that up. So congratulations to a big win there for Twisted Minds as they come away with that. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toffees. I'm joined here by Martin or Avenger, whichever you prefer. But I know what you prefer, and it is seeing these teams who really deserve pedigree that we expect to be at the top perform the way that we know they can.
Yeah, for sure. Twisted Minds being able to gather the points that they are, but also Cerberus having a little bit of a redemption day today, right? Yep. Ending in the day with 12 points yesterday, the very bottom, an average of 2 points per day is just way behind of what we have expectations for these guys, right? We've seen them step up, we've seen we've seen Tycon. These guys have had some absolute insane days. No fun that they already ran away with like $50,000 plus just in special prizes for top fragging, MVP, and so forth.
It almost seemed like they were hibernating when we came out yesterday. They started the day down
giving
there.
the other guys a chance, maybe.
I felt that way. Like maybe, it's like you race a kid, you give them a head start and then kind of chase them down, and that's what they seem like they're doing, because the last 2 games, they have been a totally different team than the first 6 that we saw yesterday. The first 6, it felt like they were loose, they were uncomfortable, they weren't taking the fights that they should be taking in this right time frame. This time, again, in that last fight, you saw it. They got aggressive, they tried to go for the win, and they weren't sort of slow playing it.
Yeah, the decision making in terms of macro, like how they play the terrain, where they're moving, both the previous games and this one here is looking really good. But of course, the top 4 teams, 2,000 damage and 13 kills for Twisted Minds. This is really a statement.
Wow, yeah, it is. This is you talk about question mark at 13 in the last game. Twisted Mind comes out with 13 this time. Navi's still showing up in the top 4, working those placements. Navi's had a bit of a tough day today. It feels like they're losing people in rotation, but are managing to salvage.
And as you saw here as well, they were only full 4-man squad for 6 minutes and 47 second, so another time for them where they lose players early, right? But again, 2 kills in the 4th place here is going to be some points for them. But of course, for the winning team here, looking good. And damn, this is Perfectix, you know, stepping up. 5 kills, 626 damage.
Wow. You know, and I think that it will be no surprise to anyone when he shows up as the man of the match, brought to you by Kadia with that 626. And this will be, I believe, his 3rd man of the match so far at this event. He... Okay, just for those of us at home, has he always been this good? Because he just seems like an incredibly dominant player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw it in losers bracket, of course, going back-to-back 9 kills in 2 games. That's just something else, right? This guy can frag out, and of course, that's going to push them up into the 2nd place in terms of total kills, but the 1st place in total damage and average survival time for Twisted Minds, of course, looking good. But Question Mark, they've had a banger day, and they're in 1st in total kills.
I also want to give a shout-out to If You Mind GP. I mean, this is a team that I think, again, in the same way that I was a little bit surprised, I'll be honest, to see Forrest in 7th place at the end of that last game.
Right.
I was not expecting If You Mind to be putting up big numbers. That game, they got 9 kills. They got into that Final 4. It seems like they have decided it's time to go out there and win some fights and have been playing significantly better as the event's gone forward.
Yeah, and you can't help cheering them on, especially when a player like Babsong has such good jingle, right? Babsong hit. Yeah, but here it's going to be the total leaderboard updated, and Twisted Mind jumps into 1st place. This is 80 here, having a 10-point buffer, and another 8-point buffer down to Sonics from Question Mark. A little bit of a shape up and a little bit of a top pack forming here, Toughies.
And it was, I mean, remember, we just talked about who was in the lead. Twisted Minds wasn't really necessarily in the conversation. They were chasing, but not right there. Now to jump up by 10 points, it is starting to shake out. And what you told me at the start of the day, Martin, is we need to look for these top teams to start to build that pack lead. So when we get to tomorrow, it's sort of a race at the top for the big dogs. And it seems like that's happening, and partly because the big dogs at the start of the day, Na'Vi and Sonics, have let off the gas. If Question Mark and Twisted Minds have turned it up, it's like they just left their burners on low.
Yeah, we'll see if the other guys can continue at the very top here. Of course, Twisted Minds on screen. And with that, you know, 18 points buffer down to 3rd place. That's quite a lot. If they can continue that, we have 3 more games to go for today, right? If they can continue that, and you can have like a 20, 30 points down to 3rd, 4th place, that's going to be something that's going to make you extremely comfortable going into the grand final day, of course.
Absolutely, and we did take a quick look at Cerberus. I want to remind you, we started today, Cerberus, in 16th place with 12 points. They've already today moved up to 12th, but here's the big part, 41 points. Remember, so that is a very big glow up in terms of what they've done in only 3 games today. Now, things transition. We decide we're going to head to the desert. It's the Dusty Dunes of Miramar next. We got 3 games in a row. We're only halfway through the day of play, and it seems like these teams who've stepped up, like we're looking at one right here in Question Mark, they have a chance to just keep this momentum rolling. I personally am a little worried because Cerberus is so good once they get momentum. I can see them finishing maybe in the top 7 if they just keep rolling down this hill. We'll find out. Game number 4 is about to get underway, so let's head to the Dusty Tunes with your casters.
Thank you so much, Toffees and Avenger. Yes, it is myself, Godspeed, and Matchroom as we head into our favorite map. I think that's no surprise in the 4th game here, as we are going to be ending on Miramar, and this is a pretty southern plane path. But just to also bounce off the desk, yes, Cerberus has had an incredible glow up here and starting to show the team that they were in groups and winners.
And there is something to be said about how difficult it is to navigate what Cerberus is doing, right? They were a very, I guess, mid-game heavy firefight squad that's now having to shift into a more passive, late-game centered strategy, and that is taking what you're best at and then realizing how to navigate it in an entirely different meta. And one of the reasons why internationals can be so hard, because you're getting that mix-up of different styles, you might have to change your entire approach to the game. And I won't say that Cerberus is doing that, but they're having to make some pretty hefty modifications in playstyle.
And a big symptom of that was yesterday's circles, right? They were finding themselves, which normally we see them on the edge or center holding off multiple teams. The circles yesterday were not allowing them to do that. They were rough, you know, to give Cerberus a little bit of leeway there. They were really rough, not only for them, but as well as a lot of the other teams. But the fact that they're now able to readjust, as you said, kind of change their play style, maybe be a little more passive than they were in groups as well as winners, and now just start to come back and build that point point total towards the top once again, because we know that that team can make it to the top.
The best way I can describe it to people that are like watching at home that haven't played at this level is if you've ever had that job and then you get a new boss, and that boss, like you've had this job for like 2 years, and that boss goes, hey, I want you to change how this thing, let me just change this because I want to try doing it my way for a second, and you're like, ugh, and you're having to figure out this whole new meta and how frustrating it can be. That's what's going on with teams like Cerberus. It's not like they're having to change what they do, they're just having to change their approach into how they do it, and sometimes it can just be a bit of a learning curve and can be slightly frustrating. So well done on them, because you don't get much time to do it on the international stage.
100%. And someone who's been fortunate enough to be in that position before at an international event where we've done well, we've then struggled and had to make those adjustments. The hardest part about that as a former player is to also know that other teams are also making those adjustments, right? So you have to navigate the field, and you also have to make sure that first and foremost, your communication with your teammates is on point, because if it's not, in these lobbies, you will absolutely be punished for it.
See the T5, who is managing to navigate the metas quite well right now, do find themselves right on the edge of the zone. They're going to be down in that Porto area. The circle did pop, leans into Los Leones. Pretty similar to what we've been seeing with a lot of our Miramars, let's be honest. I mean, Los Leones, Chumacera, Hillsides, a bit of those Impala Fields. You guys at this point should be pretty familiar, right?
Well, here's the problem, Matt. Everyone is familiar with the circles. But what they're not familiar with is some of the shifts that we've been... I say some, but it's pretty much all the shifts at this point that we've seen every single game. When we look at a circle like this, something we've seen time and time again, the outcome, especially here, has been drastically different than what we're used to.
I mean, we've got most of our teams inside the zone just due to how southern that plane path was.
It was, yeah, very
so really, it's just going to be about regrouping, figuring out the territories that you want to control the most. We have talked about it before, that the area to the southeast, that's going to have a lot more playable terrain for the teams to kind of work around, just due to how that whole area functions. But also the big vision points that are going to be around Los Leones itself into the north. But we also still have Chumacera and the southern Chumacera Hills in play, as well as Picado itself. So there are a lot of different variables to look at in this.
And the fortunate thing about what you're saying as well is everyone, because of the plane path, was able to drop somewhere within this circle, right? They're going to be somewhere comfortable. Rotations, as you said, in the southwest, where we see Sonics have a pretty much free rotation in just right to the east of Monte. We'll be able to come in. We also do see Gen G actually making that southern rotation because Pio was already so far in there and, again, created so much space. This is what Gen G loves to do, and so they're going to be able to rotate in just fine. Even a team like Forest, right, who's going to be coming in behind Sonic, should be able to find something, whether it's on the west side of Chuma or just coming in right there where Sonics is finding the window right to the east of Monte. So all the teams will be able to at least find a foothold into the circle. It's what they're going to be able to do after this shift that I'm going to be curious about.
Yeah, this is a game 2 style situation, or circle 2 style situation, where everybody is content for now, but is just waiting with bated breath for what's going to be happening in the next section, as they are aware that this circle, not impactful. What's going to be happening next is even 17 Gaming already leaving Picado. They're already aiming a bit more to the south. They're getting their eyes set on the hillsides in between Los Leones and Picado itself, getting some good vision. No big surprises out of that one, as that gives them a lot of rotation options, and that is something that we need to be watching at this stage, given the way that circles have just been hard shifting all over the place. Almost all of these teams are trying to make sure that, yes, they get in a fortified position now, but also have a point that they can path either one of the major directions away from they're presently at in the safest way that they can.
That's a very important point. A lot of the teams, yes, they might find a circle or a position in the circle that's going to be advantageous for the time being, but they really need to find a position that they can rotate out of. And that's sometimes a big asset to a team, of being able to recognize that, where we see a detriment to quite a few teams as well, not thinking ahead and putting themselves in a spot where, hey, it's great now, but what are we going to do when it shifts? And that's when we see a lot of teams actually fall on the edge. I also really like 17 split, because at this point they're looking for rotations coming in, or maybe catching a team off guard with that split across the road just to the south of Picado.
Navi playing the northern part of kind of what's going on in the Los Leones cascade of teams that are all around it. Not too many teams that have committed into Los Leones itself. Even Falcons that kind of loot there have been playing the outskirts. T5, though, say, you know, it's the center of the circle. Where does T5 go? The center of the circle.
The center of circle. It's worked so much for them. Why change it up at this point? And they're so good at finding it, whether it's through an emergency airdrop, an early rotation, or just getting gifted the center. They always, as you said, seem to find their way dead center of the circles. I'm also now looking at Twisted Minds up to the northwest. We see Navi here just to the east of Picado, so they're going to have a nice position to play with some pretty good terrain as well.
Want to point out that it looks like Question Mark is doing a very long wrap around. They've already got their eyes set more on that Azahar positioning. They might be trying to come in more along Power Grid, where we do see Twisted Mind still playing from. 4 Angry Men who goes into Hacienda still going to be over there. Forest also going to be coming in around that Chumacera line, so they should be pretty safe for now, as Sonic's going to be closest team, and they're kind of halfway to Los Leones, if you think about it.
Yep, and this is, I mean, this is what we thought Forest was going to do, just coming in on the west side, just where Chuma is. Again, rotations in Circle 1, not going to be that big of a hiccup for these teams. Even a team like Question Mark, right? Super far to the northeast. We've seen QM come in time and time again, very late. It's actually worked out for them. In this circle, it also may work out for them, especially if the shift goes somewhere where they can see and rotate before some of the other teams are able to react, especially the ones that are trapped in the center.
And the teams that are really good at navigating these very awkward rotations are often the ones that kind of get hit with the, oh, they just snaked their way into the circle kind of situation, comments that we can see happen online. That's not really the case. It's more the fact that they're already planning in advance to make their move. So while everybody's in the thick of the firefighting, they're not picking up the kills.
In the middle.
They're getting themselves into a position where they can go for the later stages of the game. And it's very hard because a lot of the times it happens so fast, it's a blink and you miss it style moment.
And that's generally what comes with playing Edge, right? You're constantly just rotating around, whether you're going from east to south or south to west or whatever. That is why a lot of teams prefer to play Edge at times, because they're able to react to the circle in a much quicker fashion than teams, as we're talking about, stuck in the middle. And so QM, one of those teams that have been able to really exploit that and find their way and find those windows of opportunity to capitalize on some of these really disgusting hardships.
I mean, and that's what's so interesting in a more centered meta that we're kind of watching at this event. It hit on exactly what you were talking about. If you're playing on the edge, you're not surrounded, so you can rotate and go where you want. If you're playing center and it moves away from you, you just got thousands of teams around you, it feels like, and you're having to try to navigate what is just going to be a death trap. The fact that so many of our teams are managing to make it into these stages of the game, specifically whenever we're looking at 5 and 6 in those circles, have been very, very cruel. Think about the fact the last game we didn't even really get to circle 9, and that's nuts on the international stage.
No, yeah, the fact that we didn't get to circle 9 is pretty rare, especially with that circle and how compacted it was, and with how many teams were left alive before we went into shift number 6 and 7. And so, yeah, that can be the benefit of playing Edge when, you're right, there's so many teams opting to go center.
Problem is, if you have to go center, man, there's just so many people
sometimes
shooting
you don't
at
have a choice either.
Yeah, you just sometimes you got to make the best of a bad situation and trying to read that one through.
But
and that's
look at this position QM has found themselves in.
They're navigating right through Bandita. This is exactly what we're talking about. They know where the train is. They know where the pathing is. They're just pushing right through onto it. They are going to end up in a Na'Vi sightline here in just a bit, but this is also a squad that's very, very careful in their approaches. So yeah, see, already shifting away from it, realizing, okay, this hill's here. Nobody's shooting at us. Prime position and really good real estate.
And look at the way they're rotating as well. If you're watching at home and you're curious about how they're able to get in these positions, look at the way that they're leapfrogging off of Bestalok and Aduzi, right? Leaving an anchor, watching ahead, looking for other teams as 2 members go forward. And this is really what you should be doing, kind of finding those points where you can stop, scout, move forward, leapfrog, and then find a position that you can play rather than just blind sending.
I do also want to point out, as is tried and true tradition at this stage, the Northwest belongs to Twisted Minds, as they've got a very wide bit of control. If this circle goes Northwest, boy, everything kind of belongs to them, and I dare you to come approach it.
And Batulins and High Ground on Miramar is, it would actually be weird if we didn't see that. Whether it's a mountain bike or it's a 2-seater. Oh, he's got a lot of air.
Oh, well, the circle says no. We're just going to go ahead and go down to the southwest. Still keeps in some of Los Leones, though.
It does keep Los Leones. This area is actually very fun to fight in, Matt. There's so many hills, especially if you look at the split that Genji is in between EJ and PO. Lots of different elevations. There are some fields, though, that you don't want to rotate in, but quite a bit to play as a lot of these teams now coming in from the north.
It is very fun to play if you're at the top of the hillsides, right? As it is going to be Tai Lu making their approach, trying to see if maybe they can pick off a bit more on this. They're going to have to make their rotation. They've got to have Na'Vi that's just going to be to the west of them. A couple of teams now coming down more into that Los Leones line. That's going to be the Expendables going to be crashing into this one. Potentially, if you mind game PT as well. Cerberus look like they're going to be going for a longer wrap. Na'Vi just no big, you don't have to make a big movement here, and that's just kind of what they're committed into.
And I do actually also want to bounce off something that Desk was saying as well with GP. I mean, they did just lose Bopsang Head, right? But all the other members have really started to step up. Obviously, we called Bopsang Head the janitor of Game PT because he's been able to clean up a lot of the mistakes the team were making. But even like Hush, able to get, I think it was 5 kills in the last game. They're all starting to step up, and the adaptations that this team has been able to make in order to even make it in the grand finals and now find themselves in 8th place, they've been very impressive. I've actually really enjoyed watching this team.
Fighting in Los Leones breaking out is, there you go. They're going to be bumping into the Expendables. Got to be careful with it though. 777 and Delwyn the last 2 up. But Daku just doing a good job on realizing the fact that they have an opportunity, exploiting it, making sure to, also getting some cool tricks out of the car.
Yeah, they did a little kickflip there as Delwyn will find a nade onto Daku, but pushing this is going to be difficult. Never mind, Delwyn's actually right on the bottom side of this 5-story, and he's looking to push right in and get this cleanup.
Sometimes you just got to make the play, right? That flash is going to land perfectly. Reposition on the opposing side, though. Delwyn going to read this. He's got a teammate on his back. He's just trying to run. He's got the peek back. Hits and gets the knock onto him. Oh my God! The expendable 777 just trying to find a way and make all of this go work for him.
That nade from 777 was kind of an advantage, but a detriment there as he's going to take out Delwyn, but he will get the 2 members there from Game PT, so that was costly.
T5 wanting to control and say, no, we came to Los Leones first. You can't have it, Navi. 1 member up, and Mel, and realizing that this is bad. He's got to retreat. T5 not going to relent off of it. They want to make sure that they get these flushes if possible. And through that, Mel is just having to retreat. I think that maybe he might be, I don't even think that he can go for Uba at this stage. This is a very aggressive push coming out from T5, and I love it.
Yeah, T5, again, they seem to know exactly when to put their foot on the gas and when to kind of back off and break, but Na'Vi this is looking like the same Na'Vi that was struggling early in winner's bracket when they just kept losing members early, and this is just Mel up once more.
How far is T5 going to push this? And got to be careful. Looks like they're just going to continue to go for the flushes, make sure that nothing crazy is going to happen, pick up the points as they can. Let's not forget about good old 777 that's also going to be sneaking in pretty similar. He hears the firefight, thinking maybe he can pick up a kill of his own. Forest, kind of mirroring what we saw going on with Twisted Minds to the north down in the south, is they've got themselves a very wide split. Stappy, no surprise, being the point man that's going to be closest to Gen G at the time.
And Gen G finally giving up a little bit of control on how much of a split they had. And this actually, Circle, is a big problem because there's really not that much to play in the center. You do see where Sonics currently holds a position, but around them is pretty much open as Twisted Mind still has a vast amount of control on the west side.
Tyloo and FaZe in an awkward standoff right now, right on the, I guess, suburbs of Los Leones, if you want to say it that way. Tyloo also kind of, they're trying to regroup back a bit more. Cerberus does hear this, and they're going to just bypass it, uses an opportunity to try to leapfrog inside the circle. Firefight's going to be close up and in the face. FaZe just trying to go for the spray, and it does here. It gets the shots off. As that was just kind of an offhand. No, I'm not going to let you do that.
Just kind of sweeping around in the smoke. He happens to catch a member there. I think it was Zhao Yang, of Tyloo. So they're going to back off. They'll have 3 up. But the damage has also been done a little bit to FaZe as they will lose 1 in Jeems.
777 finding himself now in a bad spot, having to deal with that T5 situation that we were looking at beforehand. I want to point out as well, Mel did manage to get away. Can 777 make some more happen? Almost does it, but no, at the bong with, I believe, 1 HP. Going to be looking back. Now getting control over this. Los Leones fight's pretty much done, as that was kind of the tail end of everything.
Yeah, there's actually nobody in Leones left. There's just the bottom side there. We see Mel, and then Falcon's actually taking quite a considerable amount of shots over towards Tyloo. But I'm now looking at question mark as well. On the south side, they're about to be rotating here just underneath Forest, who's been in a little bit of a fight there with one of the splits solos actually from Cerberus.
Once we start seeing the sprinklers, you know that the players are not going to be happy.
I hate playing around
this is a lot of what we're going to be looking at moving forward. Forest, question mark, all on top of each other like we were talking about. FaZe also wanting to get a piece of this one, taking some shots into Forest. Let's also not forget about Cerberus Tycon, that is very, very close to this.
Yeah, Tycon is that second member there, split far on the south. They have a pretty much a 1-1-1-1 they had before losing a member there of Cerberus. Is Master now trying to rotate, consolidate back over towards Scappy. There's no real reason for Forest to fight right now. They have a little bit of a position on the south. They can take their time in this compound and really decide whether or not they want to push to the north and take out Gen G, or maybe start to look for Cerberus's Tycon. But the biggest issue is they actually need to start worrying about the team coming in behind them, which is going to be question mark.
This is a very defendable compound as long as they don't relent that hillside just to the south, and that is
Yes.
exactly where Aduzi is moving. He's kind of bouncing from sprinkler to sprinkler over there. T5, they're grouped up in... they've managed to make it in the circle. They do have Falcons that are going to be in front of them. I also want to give an update. Remember, we did see it was T5 that was going after Na'Vi earlier. Mel is in a good spot. Not easy to defend as a solo, but, you know, take your shots, make some noise, be
But
scary.
he's alive.
Yeah, he's alive. Could be worse.
I'm also looking at 17 actually have taken over that hilltop plateau area where they have a pretty strong amount of control, to say the least. They still do have to contend with Twisted, though, as Twisted's mind does decide to push up that hill. This is actually really good for both of those teams, as well as Sonics, who have be hunkered down a little bit.
Twisted Minds just do such a great job of getting so much control, but FaZe looks like they have an idea on where question mark's going to be at. That nade's going to go on the opposite side of the hay bales. Not quite connect just yet. Follow throughs on shots, though. It's going to be Gustav and going to be able to find it. Correxi's nade does connect onto a second one, and now question mark's going to have to be dealing with Vex up close and personal. Lots of damage exchanged between the two of them. Vex is going to go down. Phil first is going to hit the shots into that, but now just him, best of luck, kind of isolated away from everything. Gustav also with just a directed beat on him.
Yeah, they need to finish this fight quite early for either one of these teams, as they're going to have to rotate in between many more difficult positions that teams holding. But Shed now going right to the position that Sonics are in. He's fortunate, though. Sonics cannot crest over that hill because they are going to get shot by pretty much everyone else in the circle if they crest.
They wanted to stop what was going on with Shin, but I believe it was Falcons that were taking some shots from the tail end of him. Let's see what we can have happen over here, as it is going to be a lot of high ground favor for 17 Gaming. You can see it's just kind of them on top of this hill, a drop down into a whole bunch of ditches and nothing else.
Fortunately for Sonics, they really have quite a bit of cover from most other areas. The south is probably going to be their biggest threat, but even Shrimsy is kind of watching that now as Falcons are really starting to find some kills here from some of these rotations, especially because they're holding that southeast side. So they're going to be able to dictate quite a bit more, at least on their edge of the circle here. As we also see Gen G starting to make a move onto the hilltop as their compound is no longer in.
Falcons, they've been kind of gatekeeping out over here for quite a while. FaZe still has to contend with what's going on with Cerberus just down to the south, but Falcons got some pretty good sight lines over this. They don't necessarily see down into the dips themselves, but Tycon in his positioning is something I'm really, really curious about. We do have the blue zone that's coming in. FaZe is going to have to move. They know this, but Vestalok's still over here. We still have Hush into this position. Correxy, everything's just been kind of held back because what are you really going to be able to do from here, right? There's so many solos that are just kind of stalling out your movement, and FaZe realizing that this is, okay, we've got to go. We've got to try to make something happen. They're going to be running into Falcon sight lines. Tycon is going to see this one. A couple of bullets, and yep, there goes FaZe. It's just, that was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of rotation.
Yeah, they were just looking for as many points as they could, especially after the shift. They knew they had to salvage this game in some way. As question mark just down to one will at least outlive FaZe and get closer to getting some placement points, but Forest now in a lot of trouble as 17 has realized that their north is getting a little busy as they'll throw multiple blue zone grenades. And is that going to knock Muto? No, he barely gets the first save off.
That was so well timed on those meds. It is very, very difficult. Gen G now trying to make their cross. They are getting shot at by Twisted Minds, who's got control of the south. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at, right? 17 is trying to make sure that they get control of the north with this fight that's going on with Forest being so close range. Twisted Minds and Falcons to the south. 4 Angry Men to the northeast, and Gen G, like, look at the cover that they've got. It's just abundant, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of cover here to work with. But now that circle doesn't really help them all that much, does it? Sonics will now be the new southern edge, so they'll be able to hold this, especially the position will be even stronger once the circle closes, because then they don't even really have to worry about their south and they can start utilizing their bowl. Meanwhile, though, Twisted Minds, they're going to have to contest with 17 at some point here.
And this is just the hillside battle that's just going to happen, right? We're now looking at a very field-centric ending, specifically due to the fact that there's a field in the center of the entirety of the thing,
and that
right?
field sucks to play.
It does, because that high ground hill that 17 is holding down is still just going to have vision right down into. Hay bales just aren't even a reprieve there.
Even if it had massive hay bales, there's really just no cover there, even if that hill was out. So there are a little bit of kind of dips, I guess, but yeah, 17 will have full vision on that, as well as Sonics. Once they're able to close out the south, they'll be able to see that as well. And so Forest, as a duo, or I believe 3 members up, will be able to play a little bit of that north side, but I'm also looking at Danois to start to spread out and take control once this one starts to close as well.
And here is that fieldish area that we're looking at. You can see that's not Jiawu can't really look down just quite yet due to the fact that wide angles could still cause a problem for him. But a lot of solo duo scrapping that's going to go over here, as this has just been a send it with a dream and maybe you can manage to make it into the zone kind of situation for a couple of these squads. Gen.G though also making a directed send right up on top of Sonics, realizing that that's the only dip that's going to be available inside of this exchange right now, as looks like we are finally going to see Ty Lue get eliminated.
Yeah, so a couple members there will survive. Shrimzy now dancing around this shack and all the exploding vehicles, but the cover is there from Twisted to help them out as Gen.G will fall and Spyro will be the benefactor there, taking all those points.
It's Twisted Minds being like, you live for now, Sonics. We'll let you deal with us in just one moment. We want to pick up the kill points for ourselves.
Yeah, very smart, as they're now starting to pull up ahead of the Sonics, but look at this Tiggleton now realizing this, trying to anchor himself towards the position of Twisted Minds to fight back if they do start to pour over their bowl.
Oh, poor Mel. You survived for so long, but it's starting to get a little nerve-wracking for you. He was 4 angry men. Gonna try to go.
Actually forgot about Mel, man.
Oh, that was a great throw on that Molotov. Just broke right on top of him. He is gonna retreat back up that, so he should be able to get his meds into a decent enough situation. But, I mean, this is Mel's life right now. You can't even do anything about how you're being bullied, right? It's just wedgie after wedgie in this compound.
And I think I saw like 4 grenades on one of the members there. 4 a.m., so that's that does not bode well for our friend Melman, as he's stuck in that one-story shack. And you also have Falcons. You see Falcons there on the other side just licking their lips like, we know you're in here. We want this point.
When you step out of there, next time that Molotov lands, we are so going to get you, Melman, just trying to find. He actually found a way to sneak out the moment that was going on. He's making a break for it.
I can't believe he's still alive at this point and even managing to make it out of that little one-story shack. So he's going to go up as the circle will center up on no man's land. That is a open field in the center of this one.
And some of that hillside is still going to be playable, not necessarily come from. Oh,
good night, sweet prince.
I mean,
your best.
Yeah, you just got a bit cooked. It's the best that you could do out of it. And he knew he had 2 squads around him, and he managed to try to get away from them best that he could.
Yeah, he's running forever.
Looking out, we can see the 4 angry men now starting to set their eyes down into Falcons. Well, it's going to be Twisted Minds finally going, all right, it's time to deal with the problem up on the hillside. They're lined up into 17 Gaming, but they're so close. These nades are going to be massive.
Yeah, they knew they couldn't go into the position that Sonics held, as they're going to be naded from there, but also they knew that 17 was going to be on this top side, and so I like that 17 has stayed. They waited this long because they knew they could get some more points before going up to the top of the hill, where pretty much all they have to contend with is Forest, who have not even made their move yet.
Twisted Minds, I mean, everybody is just having to deal with the problem that is 17 Gaming. Twisted Minds tried to distract him for a second. Forrest tried to exploit that opportunity, but can't really do it. It's just a straight up firing line, just north-south coming out from 17 Gaming, waiting to see if anybody wants to crutch up. And the reason why is, look, this is a fortified hillside that they just get to kind of look down on all the peasants below them and do the damage as they do so well.
Yeah, and they're also, again, pinching them with the help of Sonics, who are in the circle on the south side, now utilizing that bowl, as we talked about earlier, closing and giving them no one to contest with from their back. And now we see 4AM starting to take the push here to Danois. This is going to be a fight for the north, and this is going to be a very important one to see who's going to take the majority control of this game.
The last few buildings inside the compound are inside this are going to be owned by Danois. 4 angry men, though, realizing the Falcons are coming up back behind them. They don't want to overcommit any one direction just yet. And 17 Gaming realizing that they want to deal with what's going on with Forest. Forest trying to move more aggressively into this line. They don't have much options. Blue zone coming in back behind them. They are hunkered down. They're hoping that maybe some reinforcements are going to come, and that reinforcement is going to come, as it is going to be Twisted Minds trying to make their way up this hillside. The longer that Forest lives means the fact that it is going to be way, way worse for 17 Gaming. Finally, and not going to be coming out, is going to be Scappy going down. How much closer can we see Twisted Minds? They had to step away. Sonic started taking shots in the back of them, and they had to move. 17 Gaming now gets to control this.
They couldn't, and now 17, as you said, are able to take complete control here as they're just decimating Forest. But it's going to be the team on the other side of this. 4AM now embroiled in a fight with Falcons, as Danois now has all the space in the world to work with. 17 now cornered.
Got to be careful. They stun Munto up. Danois realizing the fact that the threat is going to be close, and 4 angry men.
Oh, no way!
Oh, man! That is coming at the worst time for 4 Angry Men. Here comes the push from the double up of Danawa. Falcons also spotted that, trying to see if they can get something, but it's going to come way too late as Danawa just takes all of it.
That was a disgusting panzer from Loki as he finds 2 members there, and then the easy wipe as he pours over and takes care of 4 AM. But now it's down to Cerberus in the field. You have Falcons on the east. Danawa still control the north, but 17 is really the team that has to move the most.
Finally, the circles moving away from that hillside means that everybody that's just been having to cower down in the low ground gets a capability to fight back against the Goliaths and 17 that have been up on the top. Now, how is 17 going to have to try to make a move through this? They've got Cerberus down low. They've got Danawa that's going to be in front of them. Falcons using this to try to reset more into the east. Really, Falcons, Sonics just waiting for their moment to move into the circle, but 17 Gaming has to push 2 squads in front of them.
Yeah, they have to push Falcons here. I don't think there's much to play there on the south side, and Falcons, though, they do have quite a bit, at least on the east, and they're taking their time. You see the hilltop that they're on. A 17 making a desperate play here. This is pretty much all they can do, but they're getting shredded by Danawa as 2 members will fall, 3 will fall. Shawu the last, and he's rotating into death. At least he makes it. Panzerfaust
just goes down swinging. Danawa should have time to reset. Falcons can't really make the move in. Cerberus just doesn't even care about what's happening up on this hillside.
It's gonna
They're
buy them
moving the
time,
circle.
though.
Yeah. Oh gosh, 2 big Panzerfaust plays back to back. I love what we've got going on here. This isn't necessarily the safest place to be though, Isaki, as you're gonna find out with the hillside now opened up. Cerberus doesn't have too much longer to survive. Yeah, I mean, we're bounce underneath the car. Oh.
We thought for sure Himas was going down, but maybe not. As now look at the Falcons on the east side. They are going to have to contest with Sonics.
Okay, Sonics got sightlined of what's going to be going on with Moss. He's in some trouble over here. Now also, Himas is going to have some issues in Danawa close range. They can't commit in. This is kind of low ground Sonics positioning versus the hillsides that Danawa is trying to cling into. H1's going to hit the shot onto Loki. And now Falcons just kind of caught in the middle, but really not a catalyst for that's hyper negative against them just quite yet until Mai makes this step up, goes for the spray out of it. Are we going to see Salute try to mirror on the opposing side? He's kind of caught up in a fight with Silson at the exact same moment. So now Falcons having to deal with just 2 different threats. Opposing side, DraftKings though pops up, gets himself a double.
And that was massive. We saw Mime utilizing that new jammer pack to get the off angle, but it was traded right back from DraftKings as Smoke's now coming out. Mime with the opportunity to maybe get up Shrimsy. Silson is not close enough yet to capitalize on this and take down Sonics. And now Danawa has decided to push behind.
Just shifting, realizing the opportunity. They're just going to be making a massive play into this one. Silson, though, trying his hardest. He does not want to go down without a fight. At least manages to get a knock. That means that Danawa knows they're going to be walking into a very weakened Sonics. Himas, though, just look at him. He's just chilling on the opposing side of the circle, just like, I dodged the aid, my life is good.
And Hwin has to be huge here for the Sonics to allow them any time to potentially recover. Shrimsy would love to get these reses. Hwin has to put damage on Danawa to just sway them from pushing over and pouring over this ridge and taking care of the Sonics. But Loki will find the knock and Sonics will fall.
Danawa now sweeps the top 9 kills. They've got their eyes set on that 10th. Himas, what are you going to be able to do? There is no cover to be had. We are in phase number 8. Is going to be just a massive issue, though. Danawa does have some hurdles to get back into his direction. Well, I say that until Anonix just jumps in a car and just sends it down into the middle and goes, nope, this is even mine too.
Yeah, Anonix will take that position now and start to look for shots on Himas, and this is going to buy the rest of members of Danawa some time to start to rotate in as well. But even still, another game that we see as Danawa takes this one, that Cerberus has made it into the top 5 endgame.
And Danawa, man, they're starting to get on a tear of their own. They're finding these kills. They're starting to get more in groove. We're starting to see some of the Anonix of old showing himself in some of these firefights.
Finally.
I mean, I'm loving this. It just feels like, I know that there's a lot of like regionals that come into this. There's a lot of talk about what's going on with this specific region versus that one. Right now, we're just enjoying some of the highest quality PUBG internationally that I have seen. It's just everybody is in the thick of this together.
Yeah, and everyone is really starting to step up. Again, I'll use the example I used with Bobsanghead and GP, right? He was pretty much the only one, but we're starting to see the other members of that team now really start to step up and get these multi-kills, Hush being one that got 5 in the previous game. And so it's nice to see everyone come to the plate, right? But again, Danawa sat in the north. They took the time to control everyone around them. They didn't get overly aggressive, and they were able to find, 9-10 kills in that one, and to win another 20 points their way, which they were already high up on the leaderboard. I think going into that game, they were in with 4th or 5th.
Yeah, Danawa, I believe, in 5th coming into this round. Just so efficient now they're starting to figure out where their team fighting strengths are and starting to figure out how to get that to gel together in the direction that they want. Because let's be honest, we know Danawa is a squad that wants to unload on the other squads around them, but they're now finding the pathing opportunities to get everything that they're wanting out of these firefights.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that roster, right? Soul, who is arguably one of the best players in the world. I mean, he's not arguably, he is one of the best players in the world. Salute, Inonix, Loki, the amount of experience as well that team fields is almost unrivaled. There's obviously a lot of teams here with incredible experience internationally, but that specific team so strong, and the adjustments that they've made as well, because they did, I don't want to say they look bad in group stages, but they definitely didn't look like themselves.
It's definitely a squad that starts to get more and more comfortable on land. It should start making everybody else nervous, as we're going to go ahead and give a look at the highlights.
Welcome back to the main stage, where you can hear the crowd is starting to pop off. My name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm. We're joined by Tycon from Cerberus Esports. Now, we have to start with the difficult question first, okay? I'm sorry to say, but yesterday, it just wasn't your day. So can you talk us through what wasn't working? What were the main issues you were facing?
Ngày hôm qua là một ngày thi đấu không tốt đối với đội của mình, đúng không? Thì kiểu mình đã gặp những cái vấn đề như thế nào? Kiểu có những cái việc gì mà gọi mình thấy không ổn?
Do tụi em xui.
I think it's just bad luck.
بنرحب باللاعب تايكون من فريق سيربرس اي سبورتس بعد ما حصلوا 3 مباريات على التوالي بالمركز الثاني من اصل ال4 مباريات في يومنا الثاني من نهائيات الكبيره PGS 2. حبينا نساله ايش اللي صار معهم باليوم الاول، لانه كانت عندهم بدايه بطيئه جدا في البطوله، وردوا كان بسيط جدا، الحظ ما كان معهم خلال اول كم مباراه.
It's a lot of bad luck. So let's move on to today. Let's talk about today, okay? So 3 second place finishes so far. You're dialed in. Momentum is on your side. How do you plan on maintaining this momentum throughout the back half of PGS 2?
Hôm nay mình đã có một cái màn trình diễn tốt hơn, mình đã có 3 cái top 2 liên tục với nhau luôn nữa, thì kiểu mình sẽ làm sao để duy trì được cái tinh thần, cái phong độ này tiếp cho khoảng phần còn lại của vòng chung kết.
Tụi em bắn theo kiểu là thoải mái, và sau ngày 1 thì qua ngày 2 tụi em sẽ bắn thoải mái và thư giãn hơn. Cứ gặp ai là bắn đó thì tụi em sẽ nghĩ là tụi em sẽ làm được.
I think we just come into the game with a very relaxed mindset, and then whoever comes our way, we'll shoot them all. And that's our mindset going into the game. Like, be relaxed and just be confident, and you will get it.
سؤالنا الثاني للاعب تايكون كان بخصوص ادائهم في اليوم الثاني، وفي خلينا نقول بدايه الشوط او نهايه الشوط الثاني، الشوط الاول بالاحرى من البطوله. ايش اللي صار معهم اليوم؟ عم بيطلعوا باداء قوي جدا، فايش الشغلات اللي تغيرت معهم في البطوله؟ ردوا كان انه هم كانوا داخلين بعقليه هاديه جدا، مرتاحين جدا، وطول ما عندهم الثقه بنفسهم خلال هاي المباريات، اي حدا بيحاول ياخذ معهم فايتات على طول حيطخوهم 1-1 ويشيلوهم 1-1. نشكرك يا تايكون على تواجدك معنا في المقابله، and thank you Ken for a lovely interview.
No worries, Barbie. Thank you so much, Tycon. And you know what? Please stay relaxed, because you're in my fantasy team. So, for now, thank you so much for joining us in your interview. Best of luck with the remainder of the day. We've got 2 maps to go before we end the second day of the grand finals. It's going to get spicy, and I can't wait. So it's going to go back to the desk for now.
Okay.
It can't be spicy unless it's hot first, and Cerberus is hot, hot, hot. Yes, the win went to Donowa, but Cerberus racks up their 3rd second place as they seem to be unstoppable right now.
Yeah, looking really good for them, of course. A complete different Cerberus, and it's always fun to hear, right, off the bat of them having such a good performance, what their kind of insights were. And I always loved hearing from Tycon, of course, just luck. Unluck, actually,
also, big shout to Banks. I mean, to go out there and challenge him and say, hey, yesterday wasn't good. What changed? I loved hearing that. And he said the mental. I think we suspected that yesterday. It's a team that functions on momentum and set up. But the team that functioned on momentum for this game, it included running halfway across that circle to get the kills. Loki, 5 kills, is the Korea man of the match with almost 600 damage. Donowa looking very, very good.
Yeah, looking super strong here. And of course, one of the legends of the game, a lot lot of experience. This guy is always good to see them kind of instead of going. You have such a lot of expectations. Some of the players that are more comfortable seem to be more like of an anger player, supporter. But him being able to go out and frag like this and secure a total of 20 points for Danawa here is huge. But Falcon's also stepping up. Sonic's having a good game. Cerberus having a good game. It's looking really good here. It's to shape up the leaderboard a little bit.
They've awoken some giants. The bottom is climbing with the Falcons and Cerberus, but Danawa should be moving up into a position where they might even be able to contest for the first place spot. They're actually going to go to second with 79 points. Twisted Minds will hold on to first place, but that gap has closed a little bit. It has been an absolute crazy shuffle there up at the top as these teams, like you said, are struggling and they're pushing to make sure that they end day 2 in a comfortable race instead of sort of trying to play catch up. And with only 2 games left to play, it's more important than ever.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. If you can set yourself up to have, like a bit of a buffer and be within that running there, then you're going into the last day and you're going to be looking fantastic for that, of course. But I will say our mid pack is still extremely close and extremely tight. Even down Tai Lu on 13th place with 46 points. Within striking distance, just one good game and you're literally straight into that top 3, top 4.
Even the bottom, and I'll say this, they're 2 games out, but the teams on the bottom are the Expendables, they are 4AM, they are incredible teams, and if they can get themselves moving, maybe by stopping by Jamil Latif Motors and picking up a brand new ride to drive to the top of the leaderboards, 2 good games for teams like that are that good is 100% possible. So I say, even if you're a fan, don't write them off yet, but you can write off 50% of your cost if you join OSN Plus right now. Use code GAMERS8, osnplus.com. Now, 4AM does, this roster should be doing better.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel to me like they're necessarily making bad macro decisions. They just seem to be losing these fights.
Yeah, it's losing fights, kind of slow play, no confidence. It feels like they're taking these fights and it's just like, okay, I'm not going to be able to clutch this 1 versus 1. I'm not going to be able to it's slowing down a little bit. And you're looking at the players and the experience of these guys are like, it's superstars. These guys have so much experience. They're so good. So it's just sad to see them here at this point. But again, 2 good games, 2 20-point games. They're in the 70s points. And then, that's good.
You brought up superstars. I'm going to juxtapose that to some newcomers because on that leaderboard, we saw Forrest and If You Mind GP still at 8 and 9th, I believe. Therathon 5 and 6. Like, these teams don't have a lot of experience. They're learning sort of the international stage together with us, but they seem to be consistent. What are they doing that's letting them perform so much better than our veterans?
I think it's just in terms of the depth of what we see from the regions coming in, of course, and they've put in a lot of grind. When you put in a lot of hours, it's gonna pay off. And sometimes it just comes your way. 3rd on 5. They had 2 games where it's undeniable that they were just in a really good spot in terms of the circle. They were able to hold on for a long time and get a lot of points out of that.
Awesome. Well, we want you guys to hold on just a little bit longer. We're gonna take a very short break, and when we come back, it's time for our final 2 matches of the day. So don't go anywhere.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into our final two games here of the Grand Finals for the day at PGS 2, hosted by Gamers 8, the Land of Heroes. My name is Godspeed. I'm joined, of course, by Matrim, as these games have been rather ridiculous, but PNC, though, I'm actually so excited to watch PNC, especially with the addition of a map Vikendi.
Yeah, excited about that. That was a very savvy done entrance, I would have to say to you.
Thank you very much.
We can see Sonic's one of our teams that we were keeping an eye on as Twisted Minds, Danawa, Sonic's question mark, Na'Vi all having themselves a good run. T5 also managing to make it into the end stages as 17 Gaming Forest and Game PT just down the line. Reoccurring subjects as our top 8 just keep consistently making it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of these teams on the leaderboards as well, we do see Cerberus just continuing to climb as they're now in 10th place off of what was pretty much a disaster of a day yesterday, right? I mean, especially with a lot of those rotations, they just could not find a foothold into the circle. That is not so much the case here. They've actually been very consistently making it to the top 5, getting points. Not as kill heavy as we normally expect, but still finding some success there. And then Falcons also starting to make a little bit of a surge, 2 points behind Cerberus in 11th place.
As we're looking across everything, Falcons is a team that I think more and more eyes are starting to be drawn towards because they are doing a good job of getting themselves into the position of the where they can win from, right? The issue is that we're starting to see 2 different teams trying to pounce in on those angles that they're trying to defend. And while Silzen, a known hand and so experienced at LAN, it's complicated when you're having to hold the line up against, I don't know, all of question mark or Na'Vi approaching on an angle and getting in that pinch position. So we'll have to keep an eye, see how well that they can fly through these last couple of circles.
Yep, and as I said, the second to last game of the day, we are headed to Miramar one more time after this. As I'm looking to see what the plane path here is showing, as that circle actually, although it ended in a pretty unfavorable area for the teams and players, the shifts actually weren't that egregious that game.
No bias against 17 Gaming in the slightest. It's more just I'm glad it moved from that hillside there at the end. That led to a lot of a more interesting game. As guys, we are going to do a quick little remake to get everybody back inside the lobby. So we're going to give you more of a breakdown, walking through everything. Again, we only got 3 days of action to go through this grand final. So every single game is very, very important. We want to make sure that we give every player the opportunity, regardless of any of the technical hiccups that happen. So catching them early, always the best.
Yeah, but to agree with you as well on that point with 17 Gaming at the hillside, had it gone to the hillside, the game would definitely not have been as interesting, right? Because they would have been able to farm. Twisted obviously still would not have been able to make it up there because of the Sonics. And even just looking at that position that the Sonics took, I really want to talk about that as well, because they got to that position very early in the game, which normally would be an issue, but the bull that they chose was so intelligent because they knew that the only real threat was going to be from the south. They were actually hidden from that hillside that 17 was on, and they were able to kind of utilize that and push forward once the circle did close. So again, Huynh has been calling amazing. All the Sonics boys have been able to kind of step up and put points on the board as far as fragging and kind of covering. We saw that Danawa was kind of a little too much after they had dealt with the fight on the east side, but yeah, Sonics still playing very well, but it just goes to show you that they were in first place. They've now, I say slipped, they're only a few points behind second and first, but it's just so competitive on the top side of this as we're looking at Twisted Minds in first at 85. I mean, Danawa at 79, Sonics at 73.
It's still pretty competitive throughout. Even if you look down into the lower half of the leaderboard, it's not unreachable. Yeah, okay, let's be honest. I think that everybody was having higher expectations looking at specifically, let's say, Tyloo, Genji, the Expendables, 4 Angry Men.
4 Angry Men should not be at the bottom, but continue.
That kind of goes into the fact that we haven't had anybody just really running away with this one. And as you're navigating some of these very, looking at that plane path, I'm almost willing to bet the players didn't want to remake. There's still opportunities for these guys, but we're just at that stage now. If you're somebody that's a fan of, let's say, the bottom 6, you know what they're capable of. And let's be honest, all of these squads are capable of being in the top 8 as well. It just goes to show that this event is so freaking competitive.
It's like stacked,
this is probably one of the hardest lobbies, if not the hardest lobby, I think that I've ever seen PUBG been competed in.
This is definitely one of the top. And even looking at a team here like the Expendables, right? You have Tanvu. Delwyn actually has been very surprising. He's been awesome. Not to say that he's surprising as a good player, but his performance here has been very consistent. Tanvu as well has been an absolute powerhouse and workhorse for the team of the Expendables, and they came in yesterday looking very strong, right? Obviously, when we talk about APAC and the way that yesterday kind of unfolded, they were in 9th place. They were really kind of coming in off of being warm off the losers bracket, and they were able to find some points. It's now actually been Cerberus that have been able to kind of flip the script and then find their way up the leaderboard as they now find themselves in 10th. And then T5, again, from the APAC region, just so consistent, finding themselves points, and they're playing, as we were talking about earlier, that central meta.
I've just got to say, at what point do we get rid of the "don't forget we're here" quote coming into this one? Because I don't think that anybody can kind of forget, Batulans, that you're here at this stage. You're having yourself a pretty solid run, all considered. Looking kind of down the line on a lot of the different behaviors that we've seen from these teams is the capabilities of specifically the hurdles in the, I would say, circles 2 and 3. That has been the big evolutionary stage that we've had to deal with inside of the meta right now. Is we've been seeing some very hard shifted circles, a lot of water in them as well, let's be honest, off of that. And through that, it's also led to a lot of these teams realizing that this is way more of a marathon than it is the sprint. You have to go, okay, that circle's terrible, but also the next game also could have a terrible circle. So instead of just throwing everything out the window, let's go ahead and get the kills here, get our points per game into the position that we want, so that way, even if there is another bad circle coming after this, as long as we can maintain some level of consistency through that, we can navigate these difficult circles. Let's not overcommit at different stages.
Yeah, and it is difficult though, as it looks like we're actually getting back into this game. As being on the field before, it's tough to make that call, because there's some times where you think it might be the right play to just go for a salvage game, when in reality you actually did have a good window to rotate in and maybe win the game, right? And that becomes very difficult when you're an IGL, when you make those decisions and then you look back at the games, you're like, damn, maybe instead of going for kills here, we actually could have rotated a little more to the west. We could have found ourselves in a nice position. So that's also going to be difficult for a lot of these teams to kind of look back on or even adapt in the moment. But we are heading into the game, as you said, a very southern plane path.
I like South Miramar. It's, again, I say very regularly.
I think it's one of the more fun areas.
I joke about Trailer Park and Oasis and all that other stuff, but this is one of my favorite areas, if not my favorite area of Miramar, is along the pathing of this plane. We've been getting a lot of them down here, and the amount of times that we keep, I guess, plane path toying with the Valmar area gets me more and more nervous each time.
You guys got, I think, a little corner of Higos in yesterday, you and Toby. I was watching. That was actually the first game of yesterday. But I actually love Oasis. Fighting in Oasis is super fun. Even before they reworked that area, remember that old wall with all the little ridges and stuff up there? It was always kind of fun to fight up there. Now Oasis is actually a joy. We haven't seen too many games there, but now looking at the teams coming out, it does look like, again, everyone should be mostly sticking to the south, especially if the circle does end up coming down here once more, as stretching in Miramar, especially if you're trying to go really far north, can be problematic, because by the time you land, other teams are already rotating.
We did also see a pretty southern plane path like you were talking about yesterday. Not a lot of teams really wanting to go down to the south. This is kind of a VOD review situation. QM, FaZe realizing, okay, playing along plane path, whenever we see this, a lot of our teams are leaning much more to the north off of it. No surprise, there's more territory to be had there as the circle pops, and they're going to get rewarded for that. I mean, they're going to be able to get their loot into a decent situation. They're going to have backs up against the coast, and FaZe, T5, QM, Falcons all already in a very good start to this game.
Yeah, and we did kind of dance around in one of the circles. Yes, I think it was the second game, Los Leones maybe being one of those endings, as, you know, it's Los Leones as a city ending is very claustrophobic, because unlike other cities, well, first of all, it's massive. Los Leones is one of the biggest cities in PUBG, and so you can field so many different teams, especially when you have solos and duos in the equation, and it becomes very claustrophobic. So probably my least favorite city ending to play in. I don't want to say I don't like watching it because of just how frustrating it can be for the players, but it does tend to cause a lot of problems, especially when you see multiple teams sending it in there early.
I always want to say, yeah, I don't like Los Leones endings to some degree, but then I remember that game where we had essentially Itachi on top of the telephone pole firing down into the smokes.
Yeah.
That was such a
nice
good
reference.
game. I just love that one, and so I like Los Leones, but I will admit, it's very, very hard to navigate just due to how vertical. There's so many open angles.
That's another thing, yeah.
The construction buildings make it so difficult, and given the fact that we've had Los Leones be such a core component of so many of these games, it's made it much more difficult. I mean, we actually saw team fights quite early inside of Los Leones in our last game.
Right, and so, yeah, we'll see if we go there. This one does like to shift to the east or south. It's actually been a while since we've ended in Leones proper. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where we go. However, we're going to go right now to an interview with Uba.
Still 2 days ahead, so it's not a win yet. I think we'll try to fix our small mistakes and just move on and play even better. I'm pretty sure they can. It just means they didn't have a good start of the tournament. I think everything from loser bracket who came in, they were like pretty good. So yeah, everyone has a chance. Thanks for supporting us. Thanks for cheering. Like for good messages. Thank you. We love you.
We got a smile. We got an I love you and a smile. That's like
very rare for
I feel blessed right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great. Like outside of the game, he's actually it's really very chill dude, very dangerous. Yeah. Oh, what happened here though?
Trees. Expendables things. Hey, look, it's not the Expendables losing a player early, though, so I guess some level of vengeance back is, I always love that, just dropping the trail back behind you.
It's actually so irritating, though, if you're the person looting. You're just like, why have you done this? But yeah, I mean, that's what you get, I guess, for killing them early. So, again, Delwyn, the one getting that kill, he's been very impressive for me this event, just really stepping up. Whenever the Expendables really need him to, he's there.
And I want to talk about this now that we've got the leaderboard up and kind of the opportunities for some of the teams that we were talking about in the lower bracket. I mean, even if you look down to T, 39 points, a good solid game, several kills inside of it, and what? Up the leaderboard 20 points,
like
up into 6
positions, yeah.
Up into 6 is only 20 points away. So it's not like anybody is just running away with their position just quite yet. We haven't had the point sponges be a factor, and so don't count out anyone just quite yet. Now, winning it from, I don't know, 16th is going to be a lot more complicated, but definitely ending in 16th is not to be expected at this stage.
The most important thing is the possibility is there. The possibility is very much there for a team in 16th now, as long as they start to step it up and get the consistent points to be able to find that win. But all of a sudden, Uba knocked first. Example with the trade, and here we go. This is a very early fight, Matt.
Just a couple of bad blood between. This one is now, I think 777's pretty much done in this position. He should be able to get taken out. But 17 Gaming going to go ahead and say, hey, we want a piece of what's going to be going on over here. We want some more points. Just a couple more points going to allow them to catch up to what's going on with T5. And imagine going into this tournament saying that 17 Gaming needs to catch up to T5.
Not what I would have thought, but they're actually going to be able to scoop 777 up. And so a recovery here, a reset, if you will, on both sides, as Uba has also been brought to his feet, and they're going to drive 7. Yeah, they're like, you know what? You have it. Take it. We're done.
We are so done with these early game fights. Meanwhile, we've got ourselves some fun. It's going to be scrapping up over here. Falcon's just going to be the north of this firefight, but it's going to be Kurexi trying to hold it together. Rest of the squad's going to be coming in. Danoa just going to go ahead and get Salute out of this position. And yeah, this is the way you're going to want to retreat. Assume that those hillsides are already taken. Regroup, and this is just the beginnings of Los Leones, right?
I like this split, actually, from FaZe. They have 3 members here on the south overwatching Kurexi, and if he really needs to, all he has to do is just go up to the rooftop, and he should get a decent amount of cover from his team. So they will at least hold that linchpin of a 5-story, which is pretty much dead center in the circle.
But look at Silzen's position. Ooh, barely getting by that one. Scappy isn't going to be able to hit anybody on that one. Isaki going to get some shots in.
He actually might knock Scappy here.
And he's going to be able to rotate. As this is just kind of what's going on over there on the eastern part outside of Impala.
Yeah, of all areas, this is very far on the northwest or northeast side of the circle, as they're going to be rotating there on that coast towards Puerto Pariso.
I did want to cut in real fast. Silzen's positioning on just north of Danoa is kind of intriguing because, yeah, he's going to be able to pick up something out of this. The rest of his squad is kind of more to the southeast, playing in between FaZe and T5.
Yeah, and he has a lot of room to work with here. As, again, we talked about, Los Leones is, it's actually very good for a solo if you need to hide or maybe create some chaos. There's so many different buildings you can hop in. Even those buildings have multiple levels. There's a lot of angles to worry about. So Silzen getting that kill and getting out is actually great for them.
This is more of the peculiarities with, we can see, trying to regroup over here. Forest Master now has Cerberus in between him, so he gets to, I guess, wrap around the entirety of the circle or come back the other direction for Puerto. I don't know exactly where he's being sent off to right now. Scappy and Olympus going to be south of Cerberus, as that is probably the safest bet for now. I guess he's just going to be playing anchor, or...
I wonder if he's looking... What is he looking for? Maybe he's looking for a boat to go very far wide.
Yeah. Pick up one
Who
of the
knows?
two? Yeah, I don't know.
We'll have to see. Is if you mind, Game PT now in a fight early with 4AM, a team that desperately needs to collect points here, as 2 members will fall for GPT, but 1 will be traded out in Jalu.
Nobody wanting to make the commitment into Los Leones, getting into firefights on the outside of it. Daku going to be in some trouble, as it's going to be Xiaopian looking down onto this hillside. Try to reposition. Lu is up on that ramp, but I think that it's really just to make sure that they secure his positioning, keep him alive and safe, as Hush is off in the distance getting harassed. And I don't know. I don't know what he can even do from here anymore, as this isn't going to be a home you can stay at. Just get the smokes out and get out.
Yeah, he needs to get out of here, but look at this. HSMM now trying to find the angle, and he's trying to cut off Hush from getting out of here. 3 points the way of 4 AM is a great start for them, as they've really been struggling here in Grand Finals so far. As they also have a position where they're in the north, and they have quite a bit of room to start working with. I'll see how long they're actually going to chase.
Sorry, Hush and Master just passing each other ships in the night, being like, hey, what's going on? You just keep going
you got
that
cut
way.
off from your team too? Hey.
Oh, yeah, okay. We can see Jin Ji now coming into this phase
Look at
line.
Pio, he's right in the center of phase.
This is just Pio being max Pio right now. He's dialed it up to 11. Effects has no idea. Gustav is like, what the absolute chod just happened? Fex gonna crest up, goes for spray. Pio gets another one. FaZe in some trouble.
And that's 2 members now down for phases. They were in this really wide split, and that completely cuts off Corexi and Jeems from each other. So a very risky but beautiful play coming out of Genji and Pio.
I'm not in between you. You're in between me kind of situation. Suddenly FaZe had Pio surrounded, and now it's going to be FaZe separated out, and Corexi just kind of is stuck in an awkward spot between Genji and Danawa.
And how do you expect that coming out from Genji, right? They would kind of looked at the south, maybe looking for a team. They probably saw Genji all the way in the south, and they're like, okay, this is fine. We'll just have to hold them off. But Pio was already on the side of their hill, ready to push up, and especially when damage came out, I think it was on Fex, if I saw correctly, or the other member that got knocked, they had no clue.
The longer this goes, it's just starting to feel more and more Los Leones. The players kind of committing into a similar idea. Hard shifts have been abounding everywhere, though. We are going to keep most of Leones in play. Really, just our Eastern team's going to have to make a move. And yet again, those wide open spaces to the west of Los Leones, a key component.
But for the teams that start to realize, Matt, that the west is open, they have so many different areas or points of control that they can start to move into and really start to dictate and make a big impact on the rotations coming in. Look at how many teams are now starting to compact in the East, Matt.
Yeah, we got Falcons getting into a dust-up right now with TE, and that's going to be TE losing yet another one. Capitan going to hop back inside of the vehicles, and this is the Falcons' home territory. TE going to be cutting path in. Na'Vi also kind of approaching over here. We do have 17 Gaming that's getting control of the north. Sonic's also on the west, making a bit more of a bisected path through, I guess, the outskirts of Los Leones itself. Danawa also getting out of that position. Genji, everybody moving more centered yet again, even though Los Leones is kind of hanging around the center, just what, 200-300 more meters, get to that center spot, play it.
I'm actually really surprised as well. No one's playing that eastern hill just to where the east of where Na'Vi is playing, because you have so much information. It's very much high ground, and it's difficult to push up as well. I actually think Ty Lu is now starting to send it up there. As we see 17 Gaming, this is going to be on the north side of Leones. They're actually not committing too much into it, and I like this position for 17. It's going to be very strong to hold, especially with that 5-story.
Yeah, it's got a lot of ways to get out of Los Leones, which is not necessarily provided in some of the other areas. Mel is going to bump into Tanbu. He's going to get down and flushed. This is just the symptom of mid-game Los Leones, right? There's a lot of people that are coming in with vehicles. You don't have necessarily the best idea on where everybody stopped. There's a lot of foot pushing that's also going to be going on over here. Just so many angles. Just like, look at this. So many windows, so much altitude, so many different things to try to track. And that's not even counting things like dump trucks, trash cans, all that other stuff. It feels like there is just a threat everywhere.
James will find one. I actually really like that they were able to, this duo was able to come together and consolidate, because as we saw earlier, Corexi and James are nowhere near each other because of what happened with Genji splitting the team of FaZe. So the rest of T5 is coming in here.
This is well done. This is T5 paying attention to the kill feed, realize the fact that they have the numbers advantage inside this fight, moving very aggressively. James, though, wants to try to stop everything. He's got the shots in, but it's just a double up, and he's going to go down quite quickly. FaZe down to just one member in a dream.
And I like that James did try. Oh, wait a second. Looks like, yeah, Corexi has been found. I think he was coming in to support. He'll find a shotgun from that range. He'll find two. Corexi almost had all three and saved FaZe. But as I was saying, I like that James was being a little more proactive, and he didn't just sit up and wait for them to push. He tried to get an angle, but the timing was too late. And now look at Na'Vi looking to capitalize on some of these downs.
A 1/10 of a second difference there for James' play would have been a massive difference. Na'Vi realizing the weakened squad's going to be in front of them, going to get rewarded with just spotting out a down number. Like, oh, hey, thanks. We'll pick up that hard work. Nade also going to get picked up as well, but good read, T5. Going to walk right out, trying to go for that flush, and instantly punished for it.
Again, Alia has just been so huge huge for the team of Na'Vi, really stepping up. We talk about Example, we talk about Uba, but Alia has just been so solid for them as he's able to save Example here. And yeah, he's going to be able to stall this, and that is it. No, but did they get the flush?
Walks into
Example
it.
is 1 HP.
1 HP. Barely survives it, and I'm talking literal 1 HP. If that shot had come any later on the Panther Bomb, that would have been an entirely different situation. Now capable of getting the reses out. Circle is going to pop, and it is going to keep in almost all of Los Leones.
Yes, and looking at the teams that have benefited from this on the west side, outside of the city, will be Sonics as well as Twisted Minds, holding quite a wide split there on the west, as they're now starting to consolidate in one of those big warehouse buildings off on the other side of Leones, as Sonics will also start making that approach. Meanwhile, on the very south side, we see Question Mark making a rotation, and then even Cerberus actually bet very far in the south, as they're going to be going probably back towards the east, is where they came from, is going to be a much better rotation.
Awkward interaction about to brew up as Jinji is going to be bathing right up in front of Tyloo, not to clean a sight line, so using that, trying to get up the hillside, but 755 now waiting for this last end of it, going to get some shots, connects in quite a bit, tries to pull away from it, shifts away, and now Jinji's got a couple of members on top of the hillside and a couple down below, as Pio not even really around this one right now, trying to defend up. It's going to be Question Mark that might be pathing into his direction. He might find himself isolated, hops inside of a vehicle, and now he's got to cut a path in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, and everyone is starting to send their way into Leones. We see Falcons dead center, but on the east side we have Forest. On the north we have 17, who actually, again, we talked about it earlier, they have such a strong position out in the circle because they don't really need to commit to Leones, but if the circle does shift more inside, they have a great foothold to start making their way into the city.
And that's a very complicated area that we're looking at, right?
It is.
It's very good to defend up for now. Twisted Mind's also going to bisect in, going to get right on the outskirts of Los Leones as well, just more to the west of where we were talking about with 17 Gaming. Cerberus doing a wide wrap, similar pathing, similar mindset. For Angry Men, one of the few teams that's not committing into anything Los Leones. They just want the north to themselves.
Yeah, and they've been actively pathing from north to west and then back from west to north. We also see Cerberus, as you said, that west side rotation. I thought maybe they would try to go more towards the east and wrap, but I actually like this a lot better.
Yeah, it's pretty open over here. We all know that one, but there are a couple of ways that they can do some stopovers in the north. It's a bit wider. The issue is that we're seeing them, and specifically Tyloo, come into this with a lot less information than they would like. So they don't know what's available, which means that this rotation is going to be way slower. That's the downside for Cerberus, though, as Question Mark is going to be a bit more bold, get into their position. Twisted Minds doing the same thing. So with this, if we see Cerberus having to make a lot of stopovers, and if they decide to go into the zone, they could put themselves in a firing line that is very deadly.
They could, but then if they also realize that Twisted is actually in a pretty wide split, not really able to cover each other as well, they could take over that position and then really start to dictate their pace from the west side. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen there between them and Twisted. We also have Question Mark starting to move in, although they're already in the circle in the south. They do have a couple positions to go in as we now look at, yeah, they have a lot to play. Nobody is really down here except for the duo of Twisted Minds split, Perfectus and Lou up to their north.
Circle goes southwest. We're just going to see QM feasting over here.
Yes, we will.
This is pretty much near a God compound, but it's not going to go that way. It's going to keep about, what, a quarter of Los Leones in, and we're going to move up way into the north. Much more favorable for 4 Angry Men, Twisted Minds, and Cerberus.
Yeah, but 4 Angry Men, as you stated, Matt, wanted to stay outside of Leones. They wanted to stay on the north side, and they were rewarded for it. This actually, the circle is ending very similar to the one that Tig clutched in that game. I think it was the second game of Miramar. So we're seeing a lot of that same area here.
Bit more to the west than we saw in that one, so that crazy hillside not going to be quite as competitive or factor in it. And now it's going to be about what goes on Los Leones.
So
you can see
teams.
Forest getting some harassment in, as it's going to be the Expendables having to deal with yet another urban fight in front of them. Falcons just going to use this, jump past them, see if maybe they can get a position inside of Los Leones. Looks like they're going for that courtyard positional. Meanwhile, Forest, I don't think that they want too much more of this themselves. They're happy with getting their knock, slows down a squad, see if they can shift away.
Yeah, and I think it does look like they're opting to just try to get out of the city and go more for a northeastern wrap, which is probably going to be their best option here, as Falcons now find themselves on the edge, but they're still in an area of Los Leones where they have a lot of room to work with. Not too many teams around them, just Sonics to their west, as Cerberus now realizing that they can take over quite a bit of this circle, especially from the position that we see Duckmai and Taikon in.
They've got to be careful. The harassment with the Haisaki and MS playing up on top of that hillside, gets the shots into Tyloo, discourages them away. They are quite separated, but they did, again, like you said, realize, hey, everybody's Los Leones right now. Let's try to exploit that. I do also want to pop out that QM has shifted very far into the north. Gen.G is going to be coming up right back behind them on a similar path. We often see a lot of foot pushes and firefighting happen in this area. And G, I don't know. It's Gen.G. I would expect that to happen.
Yep, Gen.G still also have 4 members alive, and they can be very dangerous, especially with the way that PO plays very split off, and they cause these awkward situations as we saw earlier with FaZe. But I still like Cerberus, though. I like what they're doing here. It is a very ambitious split here, a 1-1-2 essentially on the west, but they just don't really have anyone to contest them. Forrest now coming in, and Batulins will find the knock on to Scappy. They should be able to recover this. As I say that, though, Nade's very much a factor here.
And there is such range that we got up here. This is so vertical. Gonna land just a bit short. Forrest is gonna be just kind of hunkered in. They want to get Scappy back up. We've been talking about it today. Dude, make some big plays for the squad. I mean, Master Olympus, Scappy, all this squad is, again, just on a constant evolution on this stage, and I love watching.
They are, but I worry now. Lou is on the bottom side of this. The utility is starting to find its mark. Damage is going out the way of Forrest. There's Pin just stuck prone behind that wall mat.
And this is just nothing they can really find. Scappy has at least managed to crawl
nice.
forward, so he's going to move into that lower ground position. Lou not going to have the best angle to work with. Perfectix going to continue in their harassment. The odd benefit in this is that Duckmike can't get too involved, given the fact that they're still running that separated position. Circle's going to pop right into this position. So Twisted Mind do up center. Also, let's not forget about Sonic's positioning on that line of houses, or buildings, whatever you want to call them, that are going to be going down to the south off that road. That is a very strong position to play from.
Especially because the buildings that they're at are all basically 2 stories, some of them 3, which are also on the top of the ridge. So they don't have to worry about coming up. In fact, all they have to do is really look at the teams that are below them, like Question Mark, like Gen.G, like Tai Lu, and pretty much just harass them for the majority of this game.
There is a lot of buildings inside this, but there's also a lot of very greedy players that are running very wide splits and punishing angles combined. So as we watch this, Dano is going to have to make some foot pushes through this. Falcons is playing a bit more to the north, but they left DraftKing behind. He's kind of keeping the tail eye on this. He knows exactly where this squad is. The rest of Falcons, though, playing much more brazenly into the thick of the circle. It feels like he's just more of a scout here. He's not going to be pulling his trigger unless he absolutely has to. The issue, though, he's going to be moving more into the north. He's going to spot out Navi as well. That's a mixed blessing, giving you the information so that way you can feed it over the team. Meanwhile, Gen.G, they've just got a more directed idea. You know, we like this area over here, so let's just go for it.
Yeah, they're just going for it, and I don't blame them, because if they're actually able to take this position, they're in a much better spot considering where they came from, and they're actually not going to lose anyone in that. That is astounding.
And remember, so many of the throwables just came out, and they were going after what was going on with Forrest. Tai Lu, though, you can see having a similar mindset. They've got just chin up. Question Mark's going to be in front of them. A lot of down players going to be looking, watching people crawl forward. Spots goes for the spray, and he is managing to make this all come together. Best of luck. Coming down, trying to get vengeance, gets the spray, and now has to commit into just a very quick set of doctor.
And that was a huge play from Shen. Instead of going for the flush, he actually ran past all the down members, and he was able to surprise one of the members there, Question Mark, but a beautiful save there from Best of Luck as we see another fight now. Navi continuing to struggle here with only Example left alive.
Everybody just pulling Navi down into the muck of all of this. We got Dano Soul on the outside watching what's going to be going on. It looks like Example going to be able to move forward, get the res. It got a bit hairy with Tanvu, and that Solo's positioning at the time. 4 Angry Men also moving in from the north. Everything just getting more compressed, more violent, as yes, there are buildings, but all of them now defended.
These teams pressed together in an uncomfortable fashion, I might add, as Hisaki gets knocked out. Gen.G continuing to defend from this position that they basically stole away. I still can't believe it worked for them, but kudos to them, and they're now holding it against multiple teams, one of those being Lou earlier, and now it's going to be Cerberus, as Hisaki will actually just get naded.
There are some problems that can happen where Gen.G is at. You can see the open top. They stole this from Twisted Minds by taking down one of their members, and so they can't go for too many peeks out. They also have a lot of open angles that they're having to contend with, so they're just got their backs up against the wall quite literally to try to survive. Crawling out looks like PO's. Is he just trying to pick up some more information? Circle's going to pop. Fortunately for Gen.G and the catastrophe that's befalling them right now, they are pretty centered.
So much damage just done there by Tig, almost getting multiple knocks there. Just trying to desperately protect Pio so that he can get in and get the res. I think they were able to recover him, but that Sonic's position you were mentioning is just so strong. However, if this does shift to the north, their cross on that road is going to be difficult.
This is a fatty road too to walk through with no cover, nothing else. And yes, Pio back up yet again, crawls through the gunfire. That's just his lifestyle right now. 4 Angry Men, they're just trying to cut a path a bit more to the south. You can see they're trying to dodge out on some of these angles. Let's not forget about Cerberus right at the doorstep of what's going to be going on with Gen G. Twisted Minds, though, just putting in so much work while Gen G is alive. My concern is just look at how much damage they're taking. They are just coming into this one tattered. Na'Vi making their foot push, though. They're going to have to deal with shotguns at the doorway. Capitan just waiting.
A little sawed off, but looks Soul as well with another angle. Almost gets the knock on the Capitan. Now 2 members of Na'Vi still left to push in the circle on the east side. They're not in yet. So although Na'Vi was able to reset, it's just down to Uba now.
This is such a big problem for them to navigate through. Uba has no pathing. If he moves into the north, he's going to have to contend in with 17 Gaming. Meanwhile, Dano's going to be playing the opposing side of that just to the south. And there you go. Shinji finally going to get taken out. It's going to be Forrest who's now moved forward. Remember, they were caught up. They were the first team that we saw Twisted Minds having to contend with. They go, no, we're going to start clearing this out even more.
They find a nade master just taking care of Gen G as Cerberus now has been bought more and more room to play with, more and more room to work with as 4EM now is trying to look at angles on the Force who are stuck in that little compressed area, those little tankers.
We talked about how it feels like there's an enemy at every single angle whenever you have to play into Los Leones, and this almost feels like the epitome of that. You can see it is just everything complicated. Everything has an opponent behind it. We still have 32 members still alive, and this is so much of a tinier circle than it feels like.
Uba just hitting the deck for now. He knows that there's an angle on him potentially from where Danawa is. He was getting shot by, I think it was Solar Salute earlier, and he needs to just crawl in. I'm not sure if he has a jammer pack. If he does, he can delay this a little bit more. He'd love to make it to the wall of that building and just stay safe, and he's just so low. He'll survive just barely. And look at that nade coming in just at the feet of Soul from the team of Falcons.
Being bold and just sticking to it is what kept him alive there. Those stairs, eating some bullets, but also eating the nade. Uba,
I don't think he's in yet. He's not.
I mean, he still has to move just that bit further forward. 17 Gaming on the other side, and he knows it. 4 Angry Men, though, now trying to navigate their way through. They're going to be kind of refereed out of this one by the fact that Twisted Minds still holding on to a very high ground position.
The good thing about 4EM, though, is because of the position that 17 is at, they actually have a lot of room to work with here and try to get rid of some of the teams just to their west, and that's going to be obviously Team of Cerberus.
Uba just leapfrogged in front of Falcons.
How did he get here?
He just bold ran right in front of 17 Gaming. He's going to see if maybe he can get some shots. They're going to walk right in front of him. He manages to get one. Can he at least get a flush out of it? He does. That stops Falcons in their tracks. Danoa also providing some protective angles in this one. And Uba safe for now, but man, it does not feel that way.
And look at the way that he's dancing around the angles. He can clearly see that it's actually going to be Danoa helping protect him. The nades, though, coming in, he has to dodge those so carefully as he's being held, as you said, by Danoa with these angles. So smart from him.
Look, they're the same color on the map, so they've got to assist each other. That's the way it all comes around, right? Sonic's hearing this firefight. They're now having to leave their compounds. They're going to be moving into the north. The circle does actually shift into this direction. Uba inside of it, but Falcons not so much. So they're realizing this. Uba trying to get some shots into what was defending him just a moment ago. Has got to be careful. Question mark. Sonics. We're going to see Cerberus, 4 Angry Men all having to make a move.
And Capitan barely making it in that building. He might be able, in fact, he should be able to respond with the res there on Emmy, as now Sonics have actually chosen to backfill Danoa. Beautiful play.
Just jumps up, finds the moment to pounce. They've got to continue their path, and we were talking about how much it's going to suck to cross that road. Well, guess what? That's what you got to do if you're coming in from the south on this one. Cerberus Esports is going to get eliminated, as well as 4 Angry Men now starting to get a line and keeping an eye on what's going to be on with question mark. Sonics, though, are moving factors to the south. They're going to have to contend with Twisted Minds on one side, remnants of Falcons on the other.
Twisted Minds has so much vision on this, especially with the elevation of being in that 5-story. This is going to cause problems for Sonics. Even if they get across, they still aren't going to be necessarily safe, as 2 members now, Falcons, Emmy was able to get Capitan up as well, so they're going to start to try to move in. They're at least in for now. 17, though, starting to encroach on their position. But more importantly, 4EM now is in a position where they will have to move just a little bit above where 17 is playing.
If they can find a path into this could be a big game for them. Shift them up the leaderboard in the way that they want to. Force, though, at their side. These guys just won't relent.
Refuse to die, man.
The fact that they're still alive in probably what is one of the hardest situations to survive. They've had Twisted Minds on top of them for, what, 3 circles now?
Yeah, they've been getting harassed as well, and they even got the knock on the Genji with that nade coming out from Master. So Forest are really resilient, man. I'm starting to love this team. Escapi will go down for a second time, and almost assured flush here from Xiaolu, right? You would think that nade coming in, yes, it will do it.
Okay, starting to settle down a bit more. Sonics have kind of had to pump the brakes on their approaches. It is going to be Falcons that trying to keep them out. New Circle definitely shifts north of that road, that hillside. Twisted Mind's going to have to deal with Phil first right down below him, and you can see, yes, they had smokes. Sonics, who've been holding down a lot of these different angles, have the utility, but the problem is they just don't have the cover.
This is what we were worried about. Crossing is just so difficult. At least Tate will find Capitan. Maybe get a point before he goes down, but no. The trade will buy them a little bit of time, as now Spyro will have to res Batulins.
Just holding out on top of this one right now, clinging to life. Sonic's trying to do the same, as you can see that they're having to move through a very desperate approach. Benefit, though, is finally everything is dead in front of them. The compound in front of them, if they can make it, is going to be safe.
That jammer pack saving Mime, a little bit of damage. He's starting to go up towards this building. There's basically a dump truck there. There's not much to play. And even if he gets on that, I'm not even sure he's safe, as Shrimsy will go down to Suju. And yeah, he's just going to hunker down for the time being. It's pretty much the best play he has, especially with 17 right above him.
Twisted Minds have just had so much influence in this game for so long. Kills don't reflect it, but I promise you, when we see the damage numbers, they are going to. Olympus tries to move forward. He gets spotted out. I mean, what are you going to do? Just look almost 90 degrees up from your angle and spot that? That's so hard.
Can't really fault Olympus for that. It's just one member left now of Force. It is going to be Master. 3 kills to his name. And Phil first finds 2. Those are massive knocks. He might be able to even move up here if he's not seen by Master. What a play. What a spray.
That was exactly what he needed. Mime, though, here's the pitter-patter footsteps right next to him, realizing this is going to be a massive problem. 17 Gaming clinging to life over here. They are going to have 4 angry men that moved forward. Phil first is going to spot out the end of it. Picks up yet another kill. Firefight now starting to break out between 17 Gaming as well as 4 angry men is going to give Mime a bit more of a reprieve. So damage squads to the south, and we've got a straight-up 4v4 in the north.
6 kills the way of 4EM. Walking into this blue zone grenade, though, that's a lot of damage for 4EM to recover from. A 17 with 6 kills of their own, holding the high ground position against 4EM. But they also have to be very aware that Twisted is still on this high ground 5-story.
And they've got those like air ducts that are even giving them something, some type of cover to work around. You can knock it, but it's going to be Dalve up in the front. Just going to go ahead and start walking the path in. Tries to go for some plays out of it. 4 angry men trying to weather the storm the best that they can. Nades now going to be rolling right into the thick of him. Take out another. Just 1 clinging to life. 17 Gaming are going to be in front of this. What are Twisted Minds going to do? They're just watching this. They're just farming every bit of kills that they can get out of it.
They can see all of this. Look at the amount of damage that Spyro and Perfectus are able to get down. And with the smokes as well as the blue, they might even be able to jump off and parachute. Perfectus is finding so much in this circle.
Why do you even need to jump off? You could just kill everybody from your perch atop. Just make everybody down below you's life absolutely miserable. Juju just trying to find a way out. He's just got this tree for cover, and that's it. Look at all of these blue zones coming up on top of him. There's nowhere to go. He just feeds it over to the blue zone itself, and yes, Twisted Minds picks up the win.
Despite all the damage they took, that 5-story, we talked about it. 17 actually had that position early in the game, but they gave it up and managed to back off. Twisted came in and absolutely farmed in the end, and they are slowly starting to build that lead, as they were already in first place when this game started at 85 points.
They got knocked a couple of times, but you couldn't get the flushes. You couldn't get up there. You can't throw the nades into it. That is just influencing strength from a very strong position, and you love to see how efficiently that was played. It did get a little bit tangled there, let's be honest. We had things like Forrest that managed to sneak in, get a bit closer than they wanted. Phil First also made their life a bit problematic. But I mean, just overall, very well navigated and very, I don't think that there was anything for about 3 circles that they didn't influence.
No, they pretty much had view on everything that was happening because of the fact that the 5-story was central, and they just were able to, again, put out so much damage on the field in pretty much every direction. And so because of that, the amount of points they were able to get were pretty massive. Oh, what a game. We're going to head to the highlights and the desk.
What a game for Twisted Minds as they come up with their second chicken dinner of the day and continue to make a statement that they deserve to be the top team in the lobby. They woke up and they showed up today.
They did, and 2 wins in 3 games is just super impressive, right? And also, this was a crazy circle. Like, we talked a little bit about it with everyone out there watching. It's like, okay, we didn't really expect it to go here, but I guess it just couldn't generate a circle where it could have gone into less learning. So just picked a random one and went west. It also could be something down to, yeah, some other stuff that most teams maybe don't know yet. So let's not talk too much about that. But in general, how Twisted Minds was able to, of course, hold down the 5-story and put out and dish out this amount of damage was just insane. So hard fought game for them, and of course to be able to close this out when they were already looking that good, yeah, it's a little bit scary for their roles.
It is absolutely scary. I mean, we did hear the casters talk about how 17 at some point had the 5-story and left it in favor of a shift. Twisted Minds backfilled that spot and was able to play so well out of it. But I think you brought it up there, Martin. It was a tough game for a lot of these teams because they didn't expect that shift, but that's PUBG in a nutshell. You always have to be prepared for something that isn't supposed to happen to do so. But something that is supposed to happen is we're back on the analysis desk. My name's Toffees. This is Martin. This is the analysis desk brought to you by STC Play, and that is a code you can put in right now. I told you we're giving them away all day today. Now is your chance to get a hand on another GPT skin. So go and get those entered in the browser right now or in the game. Martin, Twisted, I mean, I feel like we're going to be talking about Twisted Minds a lot today. I'm sure we'll hear from them at the end of today. Probably tomorrow as well. This team has shown up, and they just haven't stopped. It was kind of, I mean, they're on a trajectory through this event, and I guess that's the nature of this team, is they build.
Yeah, exactly. It instantly throws my mind back to the intro video we saw to the grand finals, where you see all the teams is super cool, and then Batulin comes, don't forget about us, and like, here they are, don't forget about us, right? They're able to step up. And also right now, this team being in this position here, their last day team as well, they will be able to still go back and say, you know what, all this information, everything that we've been able to assimilate throughout these last 2 days here, we're going to put all that effort into the last day for sure.
I like that you mentioned that about Batulin as well, because that is, it seems appropriate that the Twisted Minds logo is this brain, because they come in here, they see a lot of teams like Cerberus, they see a lot of, you know, Navi has their terror of a day, and they always seem calm about it. They say, don't worry, we're going to figure this lobby out, and once we do, we are going to become unstoppable. And that is the performance of these 4 players. We're used to seeing Perfectix up in the top position, but this time around, Spyro, 1.1k damage is absolutely wild. Also, Batu, 941 with only 1 kill. A lot of help there.
Yeah, just shy of 60 damage, of course, but it is going to be Spyro, of course, with 5 kills and 1100 damage. Going to be man of the match by Kadir, of course, your Toffees. In this case here, of course, Spyro, good to see, because in general, all these 4 players can have these kind of games. It could be Spyro, it could be Luke, it could be Batulin. Batulin is almost 1,000 damage. Only 1 kill, that's super impressive, of course, just farming. And also, you have to remember, this just takes away so much utility, health, smokes, destroys your abilities, removes helmets, pops them off quite little in game, right? And then that makes you 17 points. Super still heavy, top heavy still, and 5 teams on double digits, Toffees.
Absolutely. In this situation, Spiral was Obi-Wan. There was nothing anybody could do to unseat him. And even when he took some damage, there was always someone there to pick him back up. They did a great job of making sure that they were never double peeking. It was a beautiful play. Let's look at that total. Twisted Minds continues the climb at 102 points. And if the name of the game of the day was pick up points and set yourself a buffer for the final race tomorrow, Twisted Minds is making a statement. We'll go through that in a second, though. Sonic's at 83, tied with question mark at 83. Donowa on the climb to 81. Navi has slid all the way to 6th place after starting in first first with 66, and we do see T5 Forest. Cerberus, though, another big climb.
Yeah, big climb for them, of course, coming into this too. And in general, just this top pack starting to form already with one more game to go. It's going to be scary for the mid pack. They have to have a good game here in the end to be able to be within striking distance on our last day tomorrow.
Well, that's a big statement here, is that you need to push in the mid pack, because what's going to happen is you go home tonight and you figure out what's the plan for tomorrow. And you don't want to be planning to be on a big chase. You don't want to be in the bottom pack where you have a totally different discussion with your team when you're in the hotel tonight. You want to be in that 5th or 6th place position where you know, listen, we're where we want to be. We're not that far off. One big game. How do we set those numbers up to work tomorrow? If you're a chase team, if you're Expendables when they go home tonight, they're going to have to make some hard decisions and come out playing overly aggressive, perhaps, when tomorrow comes around. So we'll see where these teams make the most of their last match. The headsets are going on. The Dusty Dunes are ready. We see 17. They got that 2nd place, but they're going to still need to keep climbing, I think, to be comfortable going into tomorrow. They're in 7th currently.
Yeah, 32 points behind, actually. Then 70, right? 32 points behind Twisted Minds. That's quite a big lead for them. But it's good to see them also to be able to perform here. But I gotta say, like, one more good game, like a few more extra points is literally tens of thousands of dollars, potentially more for these guys. So you do definitely have to climb up here. Of course, Navi on the screen, a little bit of a rough day for them.
Yeah.
Not too many points, but still within striking distance to the top 3, top 4.
It's all about striking distance. I said 17 was in 7th a minute ago. That was the game previous to this. They did get up to 5th off the back of that 2nd place, and they put themselves into that spot. Just like you said, Navi, 2 big games. The problem was it was 1 big game when we started today, Martin.
Right.
Now it's rapidly becoming 2 big games to close the gap to that $600,000 grand prize and the chance to go to PGC. 1 game left to play. It's time for the Dusty Dunes, our last match. It is Miramar with Godspeed and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, Steve and Martin. Actually, a really good point as well brought up by Toffees. The conversation that you would potentially have, depending on where you are on the leaderboard, could be vastly different if you're on the bottom or if you're towards the top. Some of the conversations I've had are sometimes really great, or again, if you're on the bottom, it's sometimes, hey, we really need to get it together, otherwise we're out of this one.
It's just astounding to me as we're looking at this leaderboard. I mean, FaZe, Tyloo off the run that we saw them make earlier, Gen G, the Expendables, 4 Angry Men being our bottom teams right now. You know they're going to go back today and then come back just reinvigorated with a desire to burn down the lobbies tomorrow.
I mean, well, you bring up 4 a.m. They already had that kind of, talk, so to speak, when they were in losers, where, they were pretty much said in their interview, like, hey, we got pulled aside by our coach and told that we really need to change things and get it together. And
work last time, do it again.
Yeah, they're going to need that again, clearly, because they are really struggling as they find themselves in 12th place, really not been able to get too many points. Now, they have started to claw back a little bit, but another team I really want to talk about is actually Navi. They really have not gotten that many points on the board today.
I mean, it's been some
they're
hero
in
plays.
6th, but
yeah, it's been some hero plays. But you're right. Like, a big part of the points that they got inside that last game was Uba finding a way to sneak by into position, pick up a couple of kills, and what was kind of a salvage game, right?
Yeah, because don't remember, I think they had what, like 52 points or something on the day coming in, and they're only at 66 out of 5 games. That is not the day they wanted. But looking at this circle again, a lot of control towards the way of Twisted Minds. They're looting in Power Grid, Matt.
We're at that stage now where Twisted Minds finally making their breakaway moment, right? 20 points is starting to get that big leapfrog up ahead of everything. You're now starting to feel like you're getting control of the games. You're now starting to feel getting control of this leaderboard. And this is such a strong squad. Whenever they start getting that lead, you know that they are going to influence as much as possible from this point forward.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is actually one of the most dangerous teams to give momentum to, because they don't ever seem to let up once they start to get it. As we see, like you said, about 19 points here ahead of 2nd place, which is the Sonics as well. Another team that's really been able to find some consistency overall, and they're playing so well. And you even want to talk about another team, question mark. Man, dude, Phil First, that kid is filthy.
Yeah. This is a squad that we're talking about. I believe it was Martin that was saying that they wanted to really come in and establish themselves in the international presence. Be like, look, we should be in the conversation whenever you're talking about all these other great squads.
Oh, and they are.
They are. This is just, they have been able to put together in some very dirty situations some of the cleanest games I've seen.
I agree with you 100%. As we're now looking at
Speaking of dirty, that toilet.
I would. Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the sanitation here in Miramar. As we're also now looking at 17. Another one of those teams currently in 5th place, 70 points. Had a little bit of a decent day here. I guarantee you they're just kind of looking back at that last game, which, you know, happens so often when you're playing, especially at this level internationally, where you were at a position, you're like, you know what, let's back off a little bit. This is a strong position we can play from here. And then that position you left is actually the game-winning spot.
Yeah, it's and it's a hard to exploit spot too, right? Once you kind of move out of it, getting back into it is just a mess. As we saw so many teams like Forest and everything else playing around the outskirts of it. If you surrender it for a second, there is no going back.
Granted, they had a good game. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
They got a second place with, I think, at least 6, 7, 8 kills. So they definitely had a good game for themselves. And it's so hard to make that decision, right? Again, that was only, what, about like a couple meters from where they actually ended up dying. So it happens.
Look, us armchair generals that get to have the eye in the sky, see
it's
everything,
so easy for
and we
us,
get 20/20 hindsight. Of course they should have stayed, right?
Yeah, but plays abound. They did have a good game, and they're looking to start to kind of close that lead and find themselves in that top 3 pretty soon here. As they're only 13 points behind question mark, finding themselves in 3rd, who are tied with the Sonics in 2nd. Again, the top of this leaderboard, aside from that nice little jump up that Twisted Minds had, is so tight.
I mean, what, 2 points back behind Danoa? Don't even count them out yet. They're just starting to vibe more and more and find it's not a high level of I don't want to say inherent consistency that we're seeing out of them making it to the later stages, but it is whenever we're seeing them get their games, they are making sure to make them have massive impact on the leaderboard.
For sure. And now, kind of looking back at this circle now, as we are looking at Tai Lu, they're going to be into the southeast of this one. We have most teams actually in, and so this area centered up mostly around San Martin can be a little problematic, especially when we look at one of the games in the losers bracket, looking at how it was Friendly Fire that was actually on the west side of this getting taken out. A lot of open area in between those mountains, especially those ravines that those roads are actually on.
Shrimzy sneaking over here pretty close to Batu's positioning and going to have some assistance in with Mime. We do have a bit of a split running around the outside of this one, as Sonics is going to have 2 members up to the north of what's going to be going on around Power Grid. No big surprises. Feels like this is red. You can see Molotov's already coming out. This is going to be Sonics aware of the fact that this is where we see Twisted Minds kind of shift out, get some more information from.
And I like the fact that they're starting to take the fight, because if they want to stop Twisted Minds from running away, potentially taking out a few members early, especially because, as you stated, they know that they loot around Power Grid, would be a great start, though. But Tulin's also painfully aware as he's going to find Shrimzy, and that's going to be a flush.
The hunter becomes the hunted, as Shrimzy is going to go down. Mime was kind of keeping an eye on what was going on back behind this one, taking a couple of shots, being like, no. I know what you're trying to do. You want this first place position. You want that money. This is my money, sir.
No. You can't have it. But yeah, very good awareness there from Batu. So he will find a member of Sonics. Mime is still there. I'm not sure they're going to push that pace, but Daku is just getting very aggressive now on FaZe. Another team who had a pretty decent day 1.
Oh, man. The
struggled a little bit here day 2.
North, and that's going to be exactly where Dano is going to be coming in. We got to be careful. James knows the fact that he's about to have a whole bunch of friends up on top of him.
And GP still pushing the pace here, trying to put damage here and push the team of FaZe away, as they're not going to be taking shots here at Dano, as you said, coming in from the north side.
FaZe does manage to navigate that one by the skin of their teeth and gets away. Looks like they could pretty much regroup. Vec's going to be playing just to the south. Looks like he's got his eyes on Hacienda, kind of dancing around there, seeing maybe what's going on with 4 Angry Men, but they've shifted more into that Power Grid hillside. That is a very populated and dangerous location to be, as we got Twisted Minds in the middle of it, Sonics to the north of it, Na'Vi to the east, 17 to the south, and 4 AM to the northeast.
Forest, though, I mean, they're actually quite comfortable in the west.
Yeah.
They really don't have to do much. In fact, they can even take that high ground position you see Munto driving towards on your map, which, again, if you're not watching the Esports PUBG map, highly recommend, especially if you're someone that's aspiring to be not necessarily a pro, but start to, compete a little bit. You'll see a lot of good habits on the map with some of these teams, as they are the best in the world.
And how else can you manage to keep up with Pio, who's half a map away from his squad right
always
now?
Just never with his team.
And it works, man. Whenever it works, it works. But right now, I guess mixed results is the best way to say that's going to go on.
I mean, they did, looking at the last game, they were able to surprise FaZe and pretty much cut them in half. But then after that, even with that Sen, actually, I want to talk about briefly that Sen. The fact that they got to the center of that circle before dying to the native master was quite miraculous, because they drove through like multiple teams to do so, threading the needle quite literally.
Looking in, it's very quiet. a few shots here or there. Most notably, it's going to be like 17 Gaming, Navi taking some shots between each other. Gustav being one of the, I say about 4 people that are kind of taking some shots. Is we do have an idea on how the circle is going to settle. This is probably one of the more, I would say, planned circles that the players can know how to contend with. It's pretty centered. You know where everybody's at. You know how they're going to make this initial shift in. But it's going to be about what happens next, as there are a lot of very awkward positionings that we can look at. Most notably, the hillside around Power Grid, the one that's going to be north of Picado. That is kind of a no drive, no traverse area that's going to be over to the east of it. We've got that area up around Crater Fields that's still going to be in play. A lot of verticality, hard to navigate. So this is very much a sit, wait, twiddle your thumbs, and pray that you're making the right choices right now.
Yeah, speaking of Crater Fields, I mean, look how open the north is, Matt. There's actually a lot of room for these teams to play, and especially if this does go to the north, and if it hard shifts, a lot of the teams here, especially in the west, I'm looking at teams like Forest, even Genji, will be able to find a considerable amount of room to play. Even some of the teams on the east, like Game PT or T5, will be able to kind of transition a little bit more over to the north and find themselves with a great spot in the circle.
Looks like EJ is starting to scout this whole western area out and realize that, yeah, there's just nobody around Pozo. I mean, Master and the rest of Forest are kind of over there, but they're playing more to the hillsides, the east of it. So you can get away with a lot over on that western area if you want to try to navigate through. Meanwhile, over in the east, still also pretty open, is the centered meta staying very, very centered. Nobody in San Martin itself, but everybody all around it.
San Martin city endings are kind of not it.
Yeah.
It's the best way I can describe it. Not only from a player's perspective, but it's just frustrating to watch because there's so many larger buildings in the center of it. It becomes kind of a mess. I mean, even more so than an area like, you know, or a city like Los Leones.
The only way I can think to describe it, whenever we've seen it at a competitive level, we've all had that school hot drop situation where it feels like there's tons of people everywhere. We don't have to talk about that anymore. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's just so many floors in those apartment buildings that just make it absolutely messy. Okay, 17 Gaming, you've been around Picado. Looks like they've got their eyes back down to the south of it. Everybody's been playing up to the north around San Martin. Big wraps coming into play. Wide splits for Tyloo. Where are they going to regroup, as it looks like a couple of members have their eyes on Picado, and Long's realizing, dude, I've got to get away. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's going to run right into the rotation here, coming from one half of the Expendables, as he's going to eat a headshot as well and maybe get out of there. He's going to make it over the ridge, fortunately for him, and they're going to try to consolidate, as you said, into Picado, as you have teams above 17 now with the split as well, just to the west of Picado and north, and so a lot of these teams now struggling. Sonic's actually running straight into Twisted Minds.
Just say, nope, we realize that this is going to be a PowerPoint to play from. We know it's about first and second right now, question mark. They're not playing around this corridor. They've got themselves caught up in a Cerberus fight that's going to be up to the northwest of this one. So Sonic's going to come in, take territory. They say, okay, we want this one. Twisted Minds not wanting to commit too much in just yet, because remember, we did see Sonic's lose one of their members early to Batu, so they realized the fact that not all of TM is going to be together.
Yep, so Batu did take out Shrimzy, as you were stating earlier, and now we were looking at a fight between Cerberus and question mark up in the northwest. That's actually just outside the edge there, as you also see Forest now, again, utilizing the west. I like this from them. They're going to be able to see that there's a pretty decent position and foothold to play towards the uphill if they can actually just get that concrete building there.
The southern area is just, it's so hard to play. We all have seen this. We know how it's going to break down. Question mark now trying to make their pathing. It's going to be right next to Cerberus, who they were exchanging those bullets with just a moment ago, but they've got that hillside that they can kind of use for right now, and once they get past this part of it, then they should have a couple more opportunities to figure out what they're... Actually, no, they're just wrapping entirely around Cerberus. They're going to gatekeep.
I really like that question mark is actually committing to this and just maybe holding out Cerberus, especially because they got a knock on them earlier, and they realize that they can hold them out first and then rotate in the circle specifically because this blue isn't even really going to hurt that much, as a doozy is going to find Hisaki.
Nice little dance, dodge out those bullets there. Is now Cerberus, what are you going to do? You've got not a lot of good options. You are up in that hillside, and if you go over to the east, it's going to be 4 angry men. They're playing on the outside of San Martin that can spot you out. Also Sonics, who have managed to get control of most of Power Grid, it is going to be Twisted Mind. Did manage to regroup over there, so it does look like it is going to be a mess. It's going to hop inside of a vehicle and kind of shift down, but I don't know. This is feeling
I was hoping for
pretty rough for the
just
Three-Headed Dog.
the west. But yeah, they're actually going to go south, and yeah, Cerberus have had good games. They've actually really recovered overall today. This is looking a little bit like a rougher one, but they can also pull off of this. They don't need to commit to the fight with QM. It does look like question mark is actually starting to pull off themselves to try to find a better position rather than fight on this north side. But I did like that QM was not just going to sit down and kind of take the shots at them. They actually push Cerberus off so they can make sure this rotation was a lot more safe.
And so while they didn't get the kills, you can see that that safety that you're talking about that is provided there. They're going to shift down into more of the Twisted Minds route, as we've got our 3 contenders up at the top, with Danawa being kind of the odd man out. They're kind of playing to the southeast, a complete opposite part of the circle. They are going to have potentially, if you mind, that could approach onto them. Gen G could stretch over there. They could not, as Gen G
can do whatever it is they want to do. As we've seen already, a wide split on the south. It's going to center up on Picado, so it looks like we might be headed to a second city ending here, Matt.
Picado's a lot trickier to work around too. The verticality of that hillside, the arena itself.
Dude, one of my favorite things back when I was a player is we used to do like hot drops with teams in Picado specifically, and we would just fight out. Picado lends to so many different lanes of approach for teams. Obviously, when you have 61 people alive, it's much different than when you're playing with around 16 people doing those hot drops. But yes, Picado is a very different beast to navigate.
And here we go. Sin's going to be coming in. It's going to be Nandi running right up next to the Expendables, neck and neck, as they're just going to go ahead and shoo the Expendables out of this position. They wanted it, and now it's going to be the Expendables instead having to go for ascend into a dip, which is not going to be too comfortable for too long. It's going to be Danawa that heard that firefight. They're going to be cresting up that hill and going to be making it much more complicated. Gen G's going to be regrouping just to the south of this. Question Mark's going to be bypassing just to the north of where we see Twisted Minds are going to be at. They've got a hillside that they can play fairly well, but it looks like they're probably going to stop off on this one, or nope, they're just going to go ahead, push down this angle, make sure that they get into a position. Twisted Mind's going to hear that. Instead, they're going to regroup a bit more to the west.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now a little bit outside. And as you stated, Question Mark is going to be pulling up ahead of them, potentially holding them out. And they also might run into Forest here, as they came on the south side, and that's going to be a headshot eaten by Batulins, and Twisted Mind's actually very split.
The shots are going to connect for Master, but it's just not going to be enough to discourage, and he can't get up on top of the roof right now. That's going to be such an issue.
The vehicle's too short.
Man, and now Twisted Mind's going to be able to just kind of scoot their way in off of it. Question Mark, though, also going to be rotating next to the back half. What's going on with Twisted Minds? Let's not count Cerberus yet, because they're also passing over here.
Oh, if Master survives, he's going to be very lucky. Getting in that vehicle was a huge risk, especially when he ate those shots. I know he wanted to get back to his team.
Wow, Question Mark is just going to cut right in front of this and now try to gatekeep out this positional in front of Twisted Minds. Yes, Master's down. Forrest is going to go to the south. Cerberus is going to be rewarded by everybody that was playing this power grid hillside. They all moved really far south, and now they get a free entrance, which was going to be just an absolute death sentence for them.
They're coming in basically where I wanted Forrest to actually come in earlier, is just to that west side. So they're going to take that position and realize that they can push up to the north just fine as we head to the south. Gen G now in a fight with Game PT here, as Game PT is actually, they're back to the blue.
Yeah, Nade's now coming out. Regroup's going to be EJ coming in at range, seeing if he can provide in some support. It's low ground versus slightly higher ground. It's not going to be the biggest of change. Damon, you can see, just trying to fend in, pushing into these compounds we've known for so long that it is always a potential death trap waiting to happen. Instead, it's just going to be get control over the outside of it, and maybe Daku can make something happen. But if he goes down early in this, it is going to be just an absolute bloodbath to follow.
Yeah, the linchpin there for the team definitely is Daku, as he's trying to get the high ground and look for some angles. But Gen G doing a good job as well of kind of surrounding this compound and forcing Game PT into a specific area, as they are trying to all get out of the building and wrap to the east. But look, DG98 is so ready for this.
Wallace was going on. Foringerman did hear all the nades being exchanged. They're going to just go ahead and go around. Boxing head. Going to go ahead and get the knock on to DG. And with this, got to be careful. Nade also going to go ahead and eliminate DG as well. Taman is going to have to be very, very cautious now, as he's got the knock on the Bobsang head. What is GP going to do?
PO now wrapping there, making sure that pretty much Game PT is stuck in this two-story. As we also see the picture-in-picture, Twisted Minds taking the fight to Cerberus. So they've actually shifted to the northwest, but look at the circle. It's actually posted more south, centering up on Falcon.
And now 17 Gaming, they want a piece of this as well. Tycon playing out in the smokes, spots out. Lou goes for the spray, but Lou manages to hold it together. 5 kills for Twisted Mind, still sitting on 4 members and feeling strong at the top of the leaderboard.
17 though now wants to hold them out there, especially because they're in a position to stop them from rotating in. Twisted would love to actually wrap around to the south of 17 and get those buildings and start to work that terrain just to the west, but I don't know if 17 is going to allow them to do it. Meanwhile, in the south, you still have Question Mark taking shots at Forest, and now FaZe coming in right in the position where Danawa holds.
Oh, there is a path down that hill to where they can push into that warehouse, but warehouses are always so scary to contend with. Gustav playing on the outside, kind of playing their flank position. 17 Gaming getting a good shot in to start this one off. Gets the knock onto one. It's going to be Spyro that is down. Twisted Minds now gate kept out from this angle. Has to figure out what they're going to do. Question Mark also has some vision into this. That's why they're having to play this side of the hill. If they retreat back down too much further, they're just putting themselves in another firing line.
This is just absolute chaos. There's so much open area to be played in this, especially when you factor in all the teams that are actually stuck up in Picado. You do have Na'Vi, though. I like that they've actually opted to take the gas station, because that means that they'll be the last ones to have to move if this does shift south. I am also worried, though, about the team fighting in the east. It's going to be Danawa and FaZe still going.
Nicely cooked nade's going to go ahead and get the knock on the Fex to make this more complicated. And you can see making the switch over the Panzer Palace over and over and over, waiting for it to come through. Anonix trying to fend up, managed to survive with 1 HP. Gustav is on the outside of this one, trying to go for the res. It's going to be James that breaches down into the thick of it, gets the knock onto one, trying to go for the flush before anybody else has a chance to respond. Realizing he's got Soul on one side, Fex had to pull off of the res, and it is going to be now more and more complicated. Nobody coming out of this a clean winner, though.
And James did buy them enough time, but look at this. Loki with the Panzer has to be careful as he's going to find it, and FaZe will go down, but the damage has been done. Danawa down to 2 members.
Can see it has just been a mess over here into the southeast, as just to the south of that is going to be what we were looking on with Jinji GP still going unrelenting over here. We did see also a couple of weird transitions that are going to be going on over the north. Picado stays a key feature inside the circle.
Falcons all of a sudden can dictate so much of this circle. Their impact can be felt rather wide if they can just spread out a little bit. They need to consolidate first, as 4EM, though, is starting to go into that position that they would have wanted to take control of right into Twisted's Lou.
Oh, Lou in a shack. Nade is going to pop off in front of him, at least discourage anybody from making the quick stop over into this position. Now he gets a nice bit of an angle to deal with this. Wow, 4 Angry Men just sending it. They're saying there's nothing else to be had. That tree could be a bit of a problem. He's going to find himself caught out, and 4 Angry Men get eliminated.
Really don't like that. They actually could have taken a second to stop around that hill that I was talking about and get the information they needed. They didn't. Oh, man. Did not like that at all from 4AM.
We've got, I think at this point, we just consider Jinji and GP mutually assured destruction stage. They just can't detangle themselves, as this fight just will not stop. Back into a 2v2. Bob saying head is going to go down after getting res just a moment ago. Hella's going to be holding stairwell, but like, what do you even do out of this? This needs to finish faster. Hush has an idea on what he's wanting to do. Can he get the bullets to go the way that they want? But no, the pellets don't fall the way that he wants them to go down. Jinji now trying to get control on the inside. EG's going to go down, and finally Jinji gets it, but the cost is quite massive.
Yeah, the cost was very big. Now Question Mark coming in that same line that we saw 4AM earlier, and they're pretty much sending this one as blind as they can. Will they actually fare better? Roston Jr. right there to greet a doozy, as he's going to at least make it out of the vehicle, but no, the knock will come through.
QM just trying to bypass T5, holding the line. Dante's going to prevail himself right up into the thick of it, and so T5 does manage to finish that one out. They've got themselves the arena and the 2 corners outside of it in so strong position.
Look at the amount of control that T5 actually managed to take through that. They got multiple wipes with 4EM as well as QM. Only 2 kills, though, so a lot of those were stolen, but still, they have so much room in the north to play with. So they're set their sights now onto 17 Gaming.
This is a lot of outskirt players trying to figure out how to sneak in. Danawa, they are getting shot at right now by, I believe, Sonics. You can see 17 Gaming inside their dip of, and it's, I don't know, once they have to make a move, if they have to make a move, I should say, but given the fact that we've got a couple more circles to go through, I doubt that that very edge dip is going to stay in through the entirety of it.
And the problem as well is there's really not that much terrain in front of them that's going to cover them from T5, so they're going to be in a little bit of trouble, and I say a little bit, quite a bit actually, as they're also not going to have any vehicles left. I'm sure T5 has pretty much shredded any tires they have, if not destroyed those vehicles outright. As Falcons, meantime, kind of sitting in the south, they're actually taking their time, and they've opted not to send it into Picado even off this shift, as we're about to go into phase 6.
Our only real outlier is YOLO PO down there that's trying to figure out how he can get past the firing lines coming out from the Falcons, and he is finally going to get spotted out. He's going to get eliminated, and yes, we continue to stay Picado.
There we go. Gas station now. It's going to be Ty Lu, actually the benefactors of this one, as well as T5, even Sonics. As Ty Lu, at the very least, is going to have that 5-story, which is an incredibly strong position here in this circle. Falcons now are going to have to find their rotation in, and there really isn't anything great to play in front of them aside from Ascend. There's not even great terrain for them to play. This is going to be tough for Falcons.
Navi's positioning is also very weird here, as they've got the hotel. It is strong and gives you vision into Picado, but if the circle is entirely Picado and you have to push into it, it's going to make the later stages of this firefight a lot more difficult for you. And it's a wing and a prayer time. Hop inside your vehicles, try to go across. Long's going to hit the shot onto one. 17, how many can you get alive? They're just pushing right into Tendrils' positioning. They realize catching some airtime. They're going to pop out, land it. They got the kickflip off, but it's going to be defended. Tendrils is going to finally go down. 17 Gaming making the concerted push into the top, and Wilkos just trying to cling to life right now.
I did not think 17 still had vehicles to use, but it looks like they did, and they actually managed to get 3 alive in that, which is impressive as hell. So 17 will find another life here as Uba will take out the rest of Danawa, and chaos is ensuing in a center city as Falcons have actually made it to the 5-story.
So trying to maneuver into this one, they just had to send it in as much as they could. While this is going on, Force Munto is just going to creep in back behind like, yo, thanks guys, I appreciate you being the distraction. And he's going to creep his way into Picado itself, right into the thick of it all. So low ground right now in the favor of where we can see the Falcons in their defended position. Ty Lu Shin on the outskirts of this one. And if there's one thing that we have learned, never count out Shin.
I also want to let you know that Lu is still alive. Lu has actually been alive here for so long. I don't even think anyone is looking. I feel like all the teams at this point think that every team is accounted for inside the city, so he can survive quite a bit longer, which again is going to give Twisted even more points as they sit in first place.
Especially with all the high value angles into his position or where the crashes came into play.
Yeah,
I mean,
no one's watching that.
That's where 17 made their push, was up on the northern part of the hillside. Whenever we see where Falcons decided to swoop down from, they managed to crash in that position. So Lu just playing edge, realizing, hey, this is just a salvage game for us. We've already got Dano out. We already have QM out. Just the longer I survive, the better. And hey, you know what? Last time just sitting in a vehicle worked, right? So let's try to make it happen again, and by God, it will.
It will. 5 kills. 17 Gaming will take out Hatsawat. T5 now, I think, is only down to a few members. It's only 2, yeah, so 17 have taken control of the west side of Picado, and this is such a strong position to play from as Falcons will fall. 6 kills away of Ty Lu, 3 of which going to Shen.
Never count yourself out whenever you're up against Shen over there. He's got a lot of capabilities to make this work. Sonics, though, trying to stop out Navi, getting away from their motel. You can see that there's a lot of knocks. That's Molotov's going to go ahead and finish that one out. And now Uba, can he do it yet again? We've seen some massive performances come out from him, but this is just such a defended sideline, dude.
And I love the deployable shield there in the doorway. Sonics will handily take care of Navi as they lost a member early in Shrimsy when he went for that push on Batu. But now look at their position. 3 alive, and they have center Picado.
And with that set of kills, they managed to pop up over over Danoa. We often seen, I don't know, the memes about the fight for Picado between 17 and Sonics, but Sonics now making their foothold back inside their own, I guess, stomping grounds is going to feel real good for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're very familiar with fighting here. This is where they generally loot in their region, and so they're going to be just fine. 17 now, not necessarily needing to cross quite yet, but I do worry about them in the later stage, especially if Sonic starts to flex out a little bit. As I said, they've taken control of Casino now, and they're going to be able to start to spread even more towards the center of this city.
So we've got the usual suspects in compounds. You guys, like, we've all had to deal with Picado games or Picado hot drops. So Ty Lu up on the top of this one. They've got the high ground, looking through a lot. It's going to be Sonics maneuvering around the casino itself, having to contend up against them. Don't forget about good old Munto and Lu.
Lu's still alive.
To another circle, man.
Sonic, yeah, but Sonics doesn't have to commit to this. Obviously, you see how disadvantageous that angle is with Ty Lu still being a duo in that 5-story. But yeah, Sonics, they don't need to commit yet. They're not being pushed out. They're still very well with the circle. And so realistically, they're just going to wait for this one to close and just clear out the angles close to them and then move building to building as they go to the 2 stories just to their west.
I'd be a little bit nervous for the other squads right now. Whenever we talk about numbers advantage, that's one thing. But there are 2 squads here that should be extremely familiar with how to fight in Picado, and that is 17 and Sonics, opposing sides of a road right now with kind of all the other teams to meet in the middle.
Yeah, T5 kind of just licking their wounds. It's just Pathampong as he sits in these 2 apartment buildings here, and this is just going to be a slow roll now, man. All these teams are waiting for the circle to shift, and even then, we're going into phase 8. This is probably not going to cut many teams out, or many players out, I should say. Lou may be the only one that has to move. I imagine Tyloo's Longs, Sonics, 17, everyone will be able to kind of just hold fast and wait for that phase 9.
And we were talking about it over in San Martin, the apartment buildings. Those are still in play and pretty centered inside the circle and could be component. That's actually where Pathampong is hiding out at right now. If we see the circle continue to push into that line, it could be a big problem. But fortunately, it does look like we're going to get our next circle. That center dot going to be around the compound just to the west of Casino itself, and at least kind of an equal stomping grounds for everybody, as nobody having a highly favorable position just quite yet.
So the center, though, of this circle is going to be a building that Sonics could get into fairly easily with just a few smokes. I know Tyloo will probably try to deny that, but they're going to be able to get into it, and so they're going to be able to hold that for the time being. And it's hard, though. Even 17 is going to have to cross the street on the west.
Yeah.
Sonics will have to defend that. Pathampong could very well get angles on that. Everyone is just waiting for this next shift. Sonics may try to set up early in that, but again, there's no reason for them to.
This is one of these weird circles where you wish somebody else had center control, right? You wish that somebody was there to kind of keep out what was going on with 17 or maybe Tyloo if you're Sonics, so that way you can then swoop in back behind them. But right now, the center's pretty open. It's got a compound inside of it. But if you shift, you're surrendering a defended angle against another team. Like if Sonics moves in, Pathampong can have an easier path to work with. And can he get it? Survive.
Oh, that jump actually almost cost him. Oh, Shen.
Oh, man.
The party pooper actually just denies that. But even look at how many placement points he got, though. Lou and the rest of Twisted Minds were actually down for quite a while. I think all the way up to the phase 4 or phase 3, they were struggling. So he managed to get them, what was that, a 6th place, I think? Not bad at all.
Down one question mark now, keeping eyes on where Sonics and 17 are. 17 have themselves a big game. They're going to be right up in the thick with them, as well as if Sonics manage to get themselves a victory here, they can manage to start putting a dent in that big lead that Twisted Minds has been able to hold on to.
Still have 19 points that separates them, and Twisted Minds, again, they're 3-man alive, and they should be able to make it to the center of the circle. We are waiting for this shift, not the shift, I should say phase 9. It's going to center up right in that position, right in that 2-story in between 17 and Sonics. And don't forget about Munto, who has just been sat here pretty much since it went to Picado.
And now the stress starts. We're going to have the blue zone coming in. Smokes. It looks like it's going to be more of an apartments pathing casino route coming out for 17 Gaming. Sonic's going to be playing to the south of the buildings instead, shifting in, taking that pathing that was open and available for them. Tyloo going to see the smokes come out, but they're also going to have Sonics that they're going to have to contend with up close. Let's also not forget Shen actually cuts a path right up into the thick of the circle. I love the fact that we're getting a nice line, and Logs tries to be sneaky, but gets punished quick for it.
Now Sonic slowly starting to take control, getting rid of all the teams and all the solos to their south, which then would give them the opportunity to focus on 17 coming in from that north side.
17 Gaming now starting to get the smokes, and let's not forget about Pathampong as well. He can put up some big problems for these squads. Munto is going to be back behind all of this. There are still technically 5 squads in it. Now finally shifting into R4, creeping up from this one. It's going to be Forrest. We have to keep an eye out. He's going to be the moving factor back behind a lot of what's going to be going on. Sonic's going to be playing to the east of this one. It's going to be 17 that's going to be the west. It's going to be Shin right in the thick between them all. He's got a shotgun and can absolutely unload it any given second.
17 doing a great job here, making it to the west side, now on the outside wall, and they're going to be very close to Sonics on the other side. Again, that center is going to be ending in that building, which means that 17 will eventually contest with Sonics.
Blue zone nades starting to reveal themselves now, forcing Shin away from up on top of the building. It's going to be Mime. That blue zone damage just going to be chunking him massively. He steps away from it, can try to path back in, but he has got to be careful. He's taking a ton of damage out of it. High ground is going to favor the Sonics, but it's going to be 17 Gaming that has a couple of defensive positions that they can push from.
That's it's very important. As you said, Matt, the high ground position here could be the deciding factor for Sonics, which is why you see 17 desperately throwing grenades, trying to find a knock and an advantage, because this is a high-low situation.
Would it be an international if we did not have Sonics and 17 Gaming trying to scrap for the end of what's going on inside of Picado? Now, 17 Gaming making their push in, but don't forget about the X Factor inside of Shin. Tickleton spots out a bit of a reposition, doesn't manage to hit the shots though. Nate's gonna be coming up, bouncing through. Mime with a big play to pick up 2.
And a beautiful double. He now finds it's it. 17 is out. There's just one member, and Sonics will very quickly deplete that lead that Twisted had.
That is the game they wanted. There is so much storyline stacked in top of that one, from hot drops, from positioning. I mean, what we've been looking at years of fighting for this squad around Picado, and now walking away from a victory in it.
And the Sonics fans in the stands, what a crazy game. That double for Mime coming across. We knew that the high ground was going to be a big factor, as did 17, which is why they were so desperate to get utility up there. And I believe Shen just gave that one up, as he knew that was going to be rough. But Sonics have closed that game out. What an ending. What an ending to the day.
I mean, one more blue zone nade would have probably changed the entirety of that high ground.
Yeah.
You saw how much Mime took there. He just had to run. He had to get down. Luckily, does shift away from it, but this has been an absolute one hell of a day. So many of these teams continuing to find their successes. While it's been, yes, question mark, you got to give it to them. They've had a good run up into it, as well as whenever we're looking at just on the overall leaderboard, Twisted Minds, there are so many moving factors that it just doesn't feel like it's cemented even yet.
It's not. It's definitely not cemented yet, as we even see Forrest make a climb, but that is going to be it for the day as we head to the highlights of the desk one last time.
Welcome back. Sonics takes the win, and the wrap-up was prime time, Mime time, as he had the high ground and found 17 with their backs exposed. But it was that send into the Picado, and honestly, also, Martin, pretty iconic for me to see a final circle that really came down to 17 versus Sonics in Picado.
Yeah, I love that too. And of course, getting the high ground, getting the roofs there was crucial. They tried to air burst them out with all sorts of utility. It didn't really work. And then Mime with a fantastic peek over the edge, had a great timing to get the opening knocks onto 17 Gaming, of course. But Shen, he had a really good game. He was able to get a lot of good kills there too. And H-Win, really big game here for him for Sonics.
Absolutely a massive game. H-Win has been shining when it comes to these finals and looking incredibly, incredibly good. Beautiful game. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Tavis. I am joined by Martin. The games are done, but we're going to have a chance to talk to some of the players, as well as look back at some of the big moments from the day. So stick around just a little bit longer. We're going to keep having some fun. Kind of like I think the teams had a little fun at the end of that match. We saw that send by Tyloo. I mean, they were literally throwing everything, including not a kitchen sink, but an actual sedan at their opponents trying to find their way in. But that's the trouble. Those city circles, we say never go to the city until the last possible minute, but when it ends there, those teams that got in early are going to benefit.
Yeah, for sure. And you could tell it was kind of a 50-50 circle at one point with Picado, right? So going in there kind of a Hail Mary, or if all the other compounds were taken, this is a good decision. But of course, you could see Tyloo there locking down the southern side, but Shen still managed to get a lot of kills. Tyloo managed to get second place overall here in the last game, so really good situation for them to be in there quite early. And in general, Sonics being able to hold on to the casino and then push in, take the control, super well executed by them here towards the end.
They're going to be very happy with that last game. Now, I will say, yesterday we started on Miramar. They popped off their 2 wins there. They seemed like they looked a lot better on Miramar here today as well. So maybe that's something to talk about when they go back to the hotel, about fixing up those Orangles and those Tagos just a tad. But the teams that continue to put up some points, I do think Twisted Minds let off just a little bit, but they still finished in 6th place, I think, in that match. So this is a team that has been grinding their way up and continue to try to keep the lead as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. If they're able to kind of pack a little bit, and with the Sonics are going to be able to maybe, it could be like a 2-man lead, 2-team lead in the very top. We'll see once we get to the leaderboards, of course. But yeah, fantastic day. I got to say, though, Na'Vi has been disappointed to me today. They have not had enough points to keep up to the very top pack.
Absolutely. My heart was broken. Yesterday, we saw them do so well, and here's where they stand. But let's look at the top 4 teams. Sonics comes out in number 1 with a whopping 10 kills and 1.6k damage. Tyloo was in the hustle. They walked away with 2nd place. You know, Shen got into that house and just held it with the trench gun. 16th, 94, and 17 did have to hustle and bustle to try and get as far in as they could. But ultimately, outside that house, there were just no options. Sonics comes away with the leading team stats.
Yeah, super impressive here for Adrian. 6 kills to go his way. He's had the tournament of his life. He's really been doing so well here. So impressive to see. Mime also with the clutch there in the opening to get 17, 2-man down really quickly.
And I'll say that was a clutch play. Man of the match is going to go to Win by Kadia. This is a player who I don't think we often get to see here in the man of the match position. To see him going up there is a big deal. And honestly, that's now, I think, the 3rd Sonics players we've seen at this event win a man of the match. Shows some diversity there on that team.
Yeah, I really love that. Of course, the team summary here for the day 2 so far. 64, the top in general, just Swiss Minds. You can't really expect anything else from them when they're in the very lead here. But just 3 kills ahead of Question Mark. That really tells you how big of a day in general Question Mark had. Not the placement points just yet, but let's see when it comes to this. But 20 points for Sonics for this. Tyloo 15 on the back of Shen, getting a lot of kills there, of course.
Yep, take a look at those numbers. Question Mark did let off the gas only in the last game. FaZe having a rough day as well. Another game where they only walk away with about 2 points. Let's look at the overall leaderboard as we have 6 more games to play tomorrow. Twisted Minds will go into it with the big lead at 110. Sonics does catch up. They had slid before this match a little bit farther than they probably would have liked. They managed to get to 103. Donawa at 87. That's where that first gap is, Martin. And it is a very tight, I would say, upper mid to mid pack.
Yeah, it's like the mid pack is basically our bottom pack, right? Because we have our Twisted Minds Sonics, then there's a little bit of a gap down to Donovan and Question Mark, as you said here. But that drop off down to the rest. Yeah. That is potentially, unless you have like 2 huge games for the first 2 games tomorrow, then I don't really see anyone catching up to this unless you're like a Navi, PGC form day last day, you know?
maybe the FaZe Sunday comes out. Maybe you see a team put something like that together, but it is going to be a chase. Now, let's check in with the Colonel's Choice plays of the day. This is going to start off with a little bit of Navi. They had a slow day today, but they still had a couple of big moments. Another team that showed up today was GP. They, I think, put up far more points than they expected.
Yeah, if you mind, Game PT, of course, having a big one. This, in general, I think the Colonel's Choice is just Tego. Like, he felt it was time to Tego, and it is here for sure for this one. Twisted Minds had, of course, a huge game for that, and they're able to clutch it towards the end. And in general, I gotta say, Twisted Minds today, like, super far ahead of my expectations here, of course. They were able to lock down the Miramar game with the high ground. A lot of damage coming in that way, too. And yeah, just a good game overall, a good day for them all.
Yep, so we still got to see the Colonel's Choice, a nice chicken dinner win, also a bucket of kills to go along with it. Now let's check in with the Save of the Day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. This one a little bit more, where do you get those rescues? We saw a ton of good ones today, a couple of pick-up and carries.
Yeah, there are so many. I'm sure Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib loved all the rescues there because there are so many, and there were so many like 5 to 1 HP res clutches we saw throughout the day. So of course, good to see. And also, many times you saw players, you know, get their teammates on their shoulders, get them into the cars and drive them away. Remember 777 got driven away in Expendables. Like, that was some cool saves for Tay in general. So yeah, it's just it's good to see, of course, that they're getting prioritized to get picked up.
It is. I don't think we saw a lot of fights that ended with those sort of 1v1s where the teams, you know, trying to push the flushes, but a couple of times where it was like, if I can win this 1v1, we're back up to fighting form. To see the level of the cost, I think, for some of these fights shows just how strong these lobbies have begun. Now, speaking of a little bit of fun, we said earlier, let's check out the ride of the day by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. And again, this was a nice little grab. The bike shoots on by and he says, I'm going to take you with me. You thought that motorcycle was for you? No, just death.
I think there's a lot of fantastic moments with this, but the back-to-back of this happening was fantastic. I love that Little Ghost was like, you know what? No, this is my spawn. Don't really contest that. So I'll love to see that on Wrangle. Let's see if that continues tomorrow. A lot of good drive-by moments in general, and it really tells the story. Of course, it has been nerfed. Drive-by is harder now than it was, but these guys just continue to absolutely slay. The second time around where Little Ghost did it again to 777, also a rough one. But again, these double drive-bys, I know there's Xiaopian coming in with this one, but the drive-bys, there's just such a good control.
And if you can't make it down to Abdul Latif Jamil Motors to grab your car, you can always get an Aston Martin in-game right now. Let's check out the matches for tomorrow. We're starting on the dusty dunes, going to Tego, and then wrapping it up in the beautiful grassy pastures of Erangel, as it ought to be. Let's see, this is that last game for us today. I gotta ask you, final thoughts as we look at our final day of play.
Yeah, for sure. This, as we started the day with, was really a time of Can you build a foundation? Can you make that lead a little bit stronger than it was? Because we did start the day with having so many teams extremely tight, right? Twisted Minds, Question Mark stepping up here. And also in the last game, Sonic's being able to hold on, being the second team to join into that triple digit now, being in 103 points, of course. So the question is tomorrow, Twisted Minds and Sonics, are they going to be able to run away with it? It's going to be a two-horse race tomorrow, or are we going to see in the start of the day for tomorrow that some of these kind of mid-pack, high-end mid-pack going to be able to have a fantastic start and try to catch the two-horse race in the top right now?
Get up there and close that gap. I mean, the difference between first and second place, remember 600,000 down to about 260, if I remember correctly, means that the race is on no matter who is still in it. But those first couple of games are going to be very, very important for these teams as they take the field. A lot of planning tonight, figuring out what to do. Now, I do know someone may have the answer. He has been the answer for Team Question Mark. We're going to go to the stage to talk to Phil first. Let's check in with Banks.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are joined by Phil First from Question Mark. Now, Phil First, a very impressive day today, but you ended yesterday, day one of the grand finals, very strong. You started off today extremely strong as well, back-to-back chicken dinners. But also you got a really impressive amount of kills throughout the day. So why don't you just tell us from your point of view how day two of the grand finals went for you guys?
First, привет. Мы хотим сказать то, что вы вчера очень хорошо закончили день, и сегодня вы также хорошо начали день. У вас было очень много киллов. Расскажи со своей точки зрения, как вообще прошел день?
В целом прошел нормально. Просто мы начали хорошо. Это тяжело удержать дальше из-за тяжелых ситуаций в игре, из-за тяжелых зон. Но в целом, я думаю, мы даже набрали больше поинтов, чем за вчера. Поэтому, но завтра в любом случае нам нужно набирать больше. Так что в целом нормально прошел.
Oh, yes, we had an impressive start today, but it is sometimes difficult to keep the positions. But we had some difficulties with the zones. On the other hand, we got more points than yesterday, and we think that tomorrow will be better.
مرحبا اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين باللاعب في الفيرست من فريق كويستشن مارك. وبداية حبينا نسأله وناخذ رأيه بما انه شفنا من عندهم اداء قوي جدا في اليوم الاول واليوم الثاني من البطولة بعدة تشيك نظرات، وخصوصا من ناحية الاقصاءات والكلات اللي حصلوها، نتيجة تعتبر قوية جدا بعد نهاية اليوم الثاني. فحبينا ناخذ رأيه من وجهة نظره كيف كان اليوم الثاني معاهم من البطولة. رده كان انه هم مروا بعدة صعوبات، واكيد يعني بتكون صعبة جدا الاستمرارية خصوصا مع التحركات الزون عدة مرات، لكن قدروا يطلعوا بنتيجة قوية جدا، وحيشوفوا ايش حيقدروا يطلعوا باليوم الثالث لانه لسه في عندنا كمان يوم من البطولة.
Well, Phil, first you've mentioned tomorrow already. Tomorrow is the final day, so we want to kind of get an impression from you. What do you need to improve to make sure that you claim the championship tomorrow? Because you're flirting at the top spot right now.
Говоря о завтрашнем дне, завтра последний день гранд-финалов. И на твой взгляд, что вам нужно улучшить для того, чтобы вы претендовали на чемпионство?
Улучшить, не знаю, у нас все качества есть для победы. Наверное, в каком-то моменте внимательность, что мы друг друга все слышали в игре в напряженных ситуациях. В целом все есть, думаю, завтра мы докажем это.
I think there's nothing to improve, but we have to be more concentrated in some periods. I think we have all the qualities to just get the championship. Yes.
حابين ناخذ رأيه بما انه باقي معنا يوم واحد فقط من النهائي الكبير من PGS 2. ايش التغييرات وايش الشغلات اللي حيشتغلوا عليها عشان يقدروا يحسموا البطوله او ياخذوا اللقب بكره باذن الله. رده كان انه ما حسوا انه عندهم اي شيء ناقص، الكوميونيكيشن تبعهم قوي جدا، تحركاتهم قويه جدا، بس لازم يكونوا مركزين اكثر شوي باليوم الاخير عشان يقدروا ياخذوا اللقب. شكرا كثير يا فيل فيرست على تواجدك معنا بالمقابله، نتمنى لك التوفيق ونشوف اذا حتقدروا تطلعوا باللقب بيومنا الثالث والاخير.
Well, Phil, first, thank you so much for joining us in your post-day interview. Like we've already mentioned, tomorrow is the final day of the grand final, so we wish you and the rest of your team the best of luck. You can now exit to the right of the stage. Thank you so much, because we got another interview lined up, don't we, Sandstorm?
Yes, we do.
None other than the man, the myth, the fragger, Perfectix. Come on in, my friend. Of course, we had to get someone from Twisted Minds, currently sitting on the top spot with 110 points. How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, very fine.
Yeah, you're fine. I imagine that you are fine. So, we've seen you interacting with the crowd today quite a bit. You and the rest of your team, you're all getting up, you're cheering alongside each other when you're getting the wins. Do you feel like your team is in a really good groove right now going into tomorrow?
Сегодня мы видели, как вы взаимодействовали с публикой, вы встали и приветствовали их. Как вы чувствуете себя? То есть чувствует ли ваша команда себя в своей тарелке? Довольно комфортно?
Да, более чем. Спасибо трибунам за поддержку, это очень круто.
Yes, we are. We wanted to thank our fans for the support. Yes, it's really cool.
أعزائي المشاهدين بنرحب باللاعب بيرفكتكس من فريق تويستد مايندز أصحاب المركز الأول ب 110 نقاط حاليا، والفرق بينهم وبين المركز الثاني فرق بسيط جدا. حابين ناخذ رأيه، شفناهم عم بيتفاعلوا كثير مع الجمهور بعد ما بيحصلوا التشيكن ديدرات وكلات كثيرة، فحبينا بس ناخذ رأيهم إنه هل هم حاسين إن هم في مكان كويس جدا في البطولة وكيف شعورهم؟ ردوا كان إن هم مبسوطين وحاسين حالهم مرتاحين، وغير هيك بشكروا كل الجمهور وكل المتابعين على دعمهم وبشوفوا إيش حيقدروا يعملوا باليوم الثالث من البطولة.
Like we've already mentioned, tomorrow is the final day of the grand finals. You're sitting in the top spot, which kind of means that going into day 3, you're going to have a bit of a target on your back. So what do you feel like you and the team need to discuss tonight to make sure that you can maintain that top spot?
Завтра последний день финалов, и что говорит о том, что у вас на спинах, образно говоря, будет мишень, так как вы являетесь одними из первых. И что вам сегодня нужно обсудить для того, чтобы удержать свое первое место?
Я думаю, нам просто нужно продолжать играть в свою игру и к завтрашнему дню подойти с трезвой головой.
I think we should just keep playing as we did it before and just enter tomorrow's game with a sober head, let's say.
حبينا ناخذ رايه للاعب بيرفكتكس بسؤالنا الثاني والاخير، بما انه بكره اخر يوم من البطوله، هم حاليا متمركزين بالمركز الاول والفرق بينهم بالمركز الثاني 7 نقاط فقط، فايش الشغلات اللي لازم يشتغلوا عليها علشان يضلهم متمسكين بالمركز الاول ويحسموا البطوله؟ ردوا كان انهم يفوتوا باليوم الثالث بنفس العقليه ونفس الطريقه اللي فاتوا فيها باليوم الثاني، ما اظن حيغيروا كثير شغلات وحيضلهم يشتغلوا على حالهم ويشوفوا اذا حيطلعوا بنفس النتيجه. نشكرك كثير يا بيرفكتكس على تواجدك معنا، بنتمنى لك التوفيق ونشوف اذا حتحسموا اللقب بكره ولا هل حيكون في مفاجاه بيومنا الثالث والاخير. شكرا.
Well, there's no arguing it. You've put yourselves in an incredibly strong position going into the final day tomorrow, and we wish you and the rest of your team the best of luck. Perfectix, thank you so much for joining us. You can now exit right-hand side of the stage. Thank you so much. Sandstorm, it's about that time, isn't it? Because Day 2 is over. Day 3, tomorrow, the final day of the grand finals is almost upon us. One more sleep. And this trophy, the PGS2 trophy, will go into the hands of our winners. And of course, the lion's share of $2 million. Thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and supporting all your favorite teams, and to everyone who's working on this stream for the past 2 weeks. It's been phenomenal so far. But like we've said, tomorrow, the last day. My name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm, and we'll see you then.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين على تواجدكم معنا في بوليفارد الرياض ارض الابطال، او ان كنتم متابعين معنا على البث الرسمي. باذن الله بكره حيكون اليوم الثالث والاخير، اليوم الثالث الحافل الحاسم، ونشوف مين يا ترى اللي حيسم البطوله وحياخذ اللقب، ومين يا ترى حيربح معنا اكبر جائزه وحصه الاسد من $2 مليون. بنشوفكم بكره باذن الله، تصبحون على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, hearing us now. paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You had a choice in hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice in hearing us now.